Emily said. On the face of it, Alassa's logic was perfect, as well as making perfect sense for her world. But it just didn't work that way. Incest is an extreme example. The bad ingredients would definitely find partners and grow stronger. Depending on the exact mixing, the bad ingredients might be the ones in control. However, even if you had a larger population without overt incest, the bad ingredients would still be there. Sooner or later, they would be reinforced when two carriers meet, marry, and produce children. I think I understand, Alassa said doubtfully. The nobility has only a handful of people it can legitimately marry, so any bad ingredients will eventually pop up into the open. Close enough, Emily said. She held up a hand before her friend could say anything. The problem is that the alchemists started fiddling with the royal bloodline to engineer traits they found desirable, without fully understanding what they were doing. It's quite possible that one of the traits they created had a side effect that reduced fertility, or that they tried to select for male children and simply failed to get it quite right. If they had, I wouldn't have been born, Alassa snapped. But why did it even happen? They didn't know what they were doing, Emily reminded her. It's possible that they never noticed until it was too late, if they noticed at all. Your father has a brother, remember. The real problems might not have appeared until your father took the throne. She hesitated again, then plunged on. Your mother had to be treated to join the royal bloodline. Is it possible, now, for someone without the treatments to bear royal children? Or could you get pregnant if your partner wasn't treated? I do not know, Alassa said, after a moment's thought. My mother told me never to experiment with boys, not even a mere kiss. Emily noticed that she didn't say that she'd obeyed, but kept that thought to herself. It could get worse, she said instead. The royal bloodline might be destroying the vigor you need from outside families. Instead, it may be folding over and over itself. In the long run, it could destroy your family. My uncle has no children, Alassa said. His wife never took the treatments. Emily reached out suddenly and hugged Alassa as tightly as she could. Who would know about the problem? The aristocracy probably paid close attention to the king's child, and to the king himself, who might be seeking comfort in the arms of a mistress. Would they notice that he'd only had one child, legitimate or otherwise? It was certainly possible to prevent conception. There were potions that could do that, but King Randor might not have used them, not if he needed a male heir, and yet he'd failed to produce one. It struck her that they could have simply given the treatments to other women, a short-term solution at the very least, before she realized that might have given their children a claim to the throne, or perhaps a stronger claim. She shook her head, wondering why someone had deliberately set out to make such a complex system. No, it was more likely that it had grown up over the decades, as the empire was slowly replaced by successor kingdoms. Every time she tried to follow the lines of quasi-logic that marked the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children, she felt her head starting to hurt. They don't know what they're doing, Alassa repeated. There were tears in her eyes. Where is it all going to end? You should be able to do something about it, Emily said. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe there are ways to make someone compatible with you without giving them the rest of the bloodline. It needs research. It crossed her mind that she should call Professor Thand. He was younger than Zed, but very well thought of in the alchemical field. Maybe he would be able to offer suggestions. But it wasn't her call to make. I shall discuss it with my father, Alassa said finally. She pushed Emily away gently and walked over to the chair, sitting down on it with a sigh. I hope you're wrong. So do I, Emily said. But she had a feeling that she wasn't wrong. Royal families on Earth had suffered badly because of inbreeding, most notably the Habsburgs. Charles II of Spain, the last of the line, had been a suffering animal, unable even to chew his food properly. And he'd been impotent, unable to continue the line. Perhaps it had been something of a relief. Other branches of his family had had similar problems, even if nothing quite so extreme. She'd worried about Alassa before she realized the true nature of the royal bloodline. Alassa straightened up. There will be another dinner tonight, she said, changing the subject, and then a dance. A number of young noblemen have requested the pleasure of your company, but as most of them are really boring, I've arranged for you to be escorted by Sir Xavier. Officially, he's a diplomat who has represented Zangaria to the White Council several times in the last 4 years. Emily frowned. Don't I get to choose my own escort? I thought you hated having men trying to court you, Alassa said. She stuck out her tongue, then smiled brilliantly. I can arrange for you to be escorted by Prince Wandering Hands, if you like, or Baron Ambitious, or even Sir I Want to be a Lord. You're my best friend. Just how many of them want to get close to me through you?" Her smile died. "This way, you get a reasonably entertaining companion, and I get to look like I control your life," she added. "They'll draw the right conclusion and leave you alone." "Thank you," Emily said finally. "Do I still have to dance?" "Dance the first dance," Alassa advised. "After that, if you don't want to dance, don't let them fill out your dance card. It's a major insult to refuse a dance once the name is on your card. Unless you're injured, of course. They'd be expected to understand that." Emily snorted. Far too many rules in the aristocratic world seemed to depend on everyone being perfectly aware of when the rules were ignored, but paying no attention as long as the formalities were observed. Alassa's arrival at each of the castles in a grubby carriage and traveling clothes could be construed as an insult, but no one royal had actually met her at the door. They knew perfectly well what she'd done, and why, yet they said nothing. The implied insult could be ignored. "Or ask Sir Xavier to fill out every dance," Alassa added. "He hates these balls, too." "I like him already," Emily said. "Is there a reason for that?" "Officially, he's a diplomat," Alassa repeated, and winked. "Unofficially, he's a black sword, one of my father's spies. But I didn't tell you that. I'm not actually meant to know." Emily had to laugh. "How did you find out?" "I have sharp ears," Alassa admitted, "and I was often presented to guests when my father was hosting meetings. They all pretended to admire me, and then ignored me from that moment onwards." Her face fell. "I should have been paying more attention, and I should have been more like a princess." "You have plenty of time to make up for what you didn't learn," Emily said. No wonder King Randor had been so worried. His daughter should have started learning how the levers of power worked right from birth. Instead, he had allowed her to become a brat. "And besides, you have friends who will help you." "I should give Emeka a title," Alassa said. "I will, when I'm queen. Is it wrong of me to enjoy her company?" She shook her head before Emily could answer. "Tomorrow we're going hunting in the game preserves," she added. "You are welcome to come, as are the ladies of the court." Her lips twitched. "Although most of them will stay back and pretend to faint if they see even the slightest splash of blood. The prince who brings back the most carcasses will be honored by being allowed to sit beside me at table." "I thought you had to treat them all equally," Emily said. "I do," Alassa agreed. She gave Emily a droll grin. "But I can choose which one sits beside me tomorrow." There was a knock at the door. "Time to get into something less comfortable," Alassa said with a sigh. "And to think that Emeka is having fun." A door opened, revealing a small army of maids. "Go to the library," Alassa added. "The maids will find you when it is time to get dressed. And if Nightingale complains, feel free to turn him into a toad." "I think your father would object," Emily said. "I know," Alassa said with a sigh. "He certainly complained enough when I did it." "You turned him into a toad?" Emily asked. "Why didn't they change him back?" Chapter 23. The castle's library was nothing like as interesting as Whitehall's library, although it did manage to have quite a lot of information on the royal and noble family trees. Emily traced Alassa's line backwards, wondering if she was actually right after all. There was no direct evidence to prove that the royal bloodline was reducing fertility, but it was impossible to deny the fact that there were fewer and fewer children in each generation, until Alassa had been an only child, without even a half-sibling. She sat at a heavy wooden table and made notes on a piece of parchment, trying to figure out what, if anything, she could do about it. But the problem seemed largely insolvable, unless someone could figure out what they were actually doing and how to fix it. There was nothing in the library on the precise techniques used to create the royal bloodline, yet in the absence of knowing anything about genetics, she doubted that they could deal with the problems they had created. Most of the time Earth science is superior, she thought ruefully. Now there is something here that is superior. She was still mulling it over when the maid entered the library and curtsied to her. "Begging your pardon, milady, but it is time to dress for dinner," she said. "There is water already prepared in your rooms." "Thank you," Emily said gravely. She would never get used to having servants, let alone being pampered all day. Besides, it was only for the summer. If Whitehall had refused to allow Princess Alassa's servants, the Grand Master would certainly not allow Emily to hire a maid. "Just let me return the book to the shelf." She put it back and then allowed the maid to lead her back to her rooms, wondering just how long it would be before the printing presses started to mass-produce proper books. Probably not too long, she decided, although it would take several years to master the concept. And then who knew what would happen? Most of the books King Randor kept in his private library were rare, but largely uninteresting. What would happen when they started experimenting with public libraries? The Librarians Guild will be pleased, she decided. More work for them. It seemed futile to argue with the maids as they fussed over her, washing her in scented water and then fixing up her hair into a neat ponytail. That, too, was something she definitely didn't intend to grow to enjoy. How could anyone survive being pampered to the extent that they couldn't put on their own clothes? Hadn't there been a royal court on Earth, where each and every article of the king's clothing was supposed to be presented to him by its own set of servants? Given a couple more generations, Zangaria might be like that. "You look lovely, milady," the maid said when they had finished. "The young men will be impressed." Emily rolled her eyes as she walked over to the mirror and inspected herself. This time they'd given her a dress of blue silk that shimmered around her, charmed to remain warm even in the coolest temperatures. Emily dismissed the maids and drew Lady Barb's dagger out of her previous dress, trying to decide how best to wear it. The sergeants had taught her how to use a dagger, but not how to conceal the weapon. And she knew she couldn't wear it publicly. The king would have to take official notice of that. Eventually, she strapped the blade to her lower leg and practiced ducking down to draw it. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," she called, after a quick check to ensure that she was definitely decent. Alassa might be so convinced of her own superiority that she didn't care about being naked in front of her inferiors, but Emily knew better. "The door's unlocked." The door opened, revealing a tall man dressed in a simple suit. He looked average somehow, the sort of person one might pass in the streets and never truly notice. Even his age was hard to guess, although that was true of almost anyone in a world where rejuvenation potions, glamours, and hard work could make anyone look older or younger than they actually were. He had brown hair, a shade or two lighter than Emily's own, and a simple, neat goatee, like many of the young men in the court. And he also looked completely harmless.
"Milady,"
he said in a surprisingly deep voice,
"it will be my pleasure to escort you to the dance."
He smiled at her, and Emily found herself smiling back. "Thank you," she said seriously. "Maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. You will have to tell me all about your service as a diplomat."
"I'm sure we can find something to talk about,"
Sir Xavier agreed. He nodded to Emily's trunk, sitting in the center of the room.
"Does that really contain a cockatrice?"
"Yes," Emily said, "but it is perfectly safe." Word had spread through the castle almost as soon as they'd arrived, with the net result that the maids refused to even look at the chest, let alone try to move it. The spells holding the pocket dimension in place weren't that weak, Emily knew, although she would have to have the chest checked when she got it back to Whitehall. She'd probably invalidated the warranty, insofar as there was such a thing.
"I'm glad to hear it," Sir Xavier said. "Do you intend to turn it into your own personal transport?"
Emily shrugged. "Maybe," she said, finally. "I haven't quite decided." Sir Xavier held out his hand.
"We can walk down to the hall now, if you please," he said politely. "I'm afraid we can't be fashionably late for a dinner with the princes."
Emily had to smile. Royal protocol for a formal dinner insisted that it had to start at a specific time, when the royal family entered. After that, doors would be closed and no one else would be allowed into the hall, whatever the excuse. And King Randor would carefully note the names of those who didn't attend, marking them down for future attention. From what Emily had picked up, invitations to the various balls in honor of the princes were in high demand. King Randor was using them as a way of showing favor or disfavor to the lesser nobility. She took Sir Xavier's hand and allowed him to lead her down to the grand hall. It looked very different from when she had first seen it. The servants had brought in tables and chairs for the guests. King Randor's throne had been concealed behind a curtain. A high table had been placed at the front of the hall for the royal family. Emily realized absently that there were 21 tables, each with a larger chair at its head. The princes would sit there, apart from the lucky one who would be sitting next to Alassa. She wondered if they found it insulting, before realizing that it didn't matter. They couldn't all sit at the high table, let alone next to the princess. There were little nameplates on each of the tables, instructing the guests where to sit. Sir Xavier must have checked before he came to pick her up, for he headed to their seats without bothering to scan the rest of the tables. The room was filling up rapidly with nobility, including a handful of barons who were apparently seated just below the high table. Emily shook her head as she realized just how carefully the king's staff had organized the ball. The barons couldn't be seated anywhere lower, or they would take it as a grave insult. Their wives and children, on the other hand, could sit anywhere. One of the children loudly whined about being seated at the rear of the room until his father told him to shut up and take his seat. Trumpets blew 20 minutes later, just as Emily was starting to feel bored. The guests rose to their feet as King Brandor walked into the room, followed by Alassa and Prince Hedrick. Alassa wore a long white dress, almost like a bridal gown, her blonde hair spilling down her back and shining under the light. Emily couldn't help wondering if there was a reason protocol insisted she looked like a bride. She couldn't marry all of the princes. Was it just intended to tantalize them? Or was she completely wrong?
"Be seated," King Brandor ordered.
The guests sat down.
"We shall now begin."
Sir Xavier proved to be a fascinating dinner companion, somewhat to Emily's surprise. He didn't say anything about his real work for the king, but he was quite willing to chat about diplomacy in the Allied lands, allowing Emily to pick up more about the White Council and its role in the war against the necromancers than she'd learned at Whitehall. Apparently, he told her, the near disaster at Whitehall had concentrated a few minds. All of the Allied lands would be sending troops to help reinforce the border, while the haggling over who would actually command the force had been much reduced.
"Not that it will ever go away entirely," he admitted. "They will always fear giving someone too much power."
Emily frowned. Will troops alone be able to stop the necromancers?
"I don't think so,"
Sir Xavier said. He didn't seem reluctant to talk bluntly to her, unlike some of her other dinner companions.
"But if they decide to send monsters raiding over the mountains, we can use troops to intercept them and preserve our magicians for the real threat."
Emily nodded. The books at Whitehall hadn't said much about how the fairy had created the orcs and goblins, but they had gone into great detail on how the shambling parodies of humanity had been programmed to breed and bow the knee to magicians with enough power to terrify them. Once terrified, they were too stupid to do anything, but remained terrified. Shaday's forces had launched human wave attacks against Whitehall because they feared the consequences of disobeying him more than they feared death. They hadn't broken and fled until the necromancer had been defeated. But each female orc gave birth to multiple children in each pregnancy. Their society, such as it was, had a permanent overpopulation problem, which was at least partly why the necromancers could make such free use of them. There was no reason why one of Shaday's fellows couldn't encourage a few thousand orcs to cross the mountains and ravage part of the Allied lands, just to remind the local nobility that they existed. If the necromancers didn't spend so much time fighting with each other, Emily knew, they would have won by now. Orcs and goblins were brutish creatures, barely capable of carrying out a plan more complicated than picking a target and charging at it. But there were a lot of them. Human wave attacks worked when a defender couldn't hold them back any longer.
"I really can't stand these balls,"
Sir Xavier admitted, changing the subject.
"All of the real negotiation happens elsewhere."
"And yet the kingdoms hold them anyway," Emily mused. "Why do they hold them if they're not important?" Sir Xavier grinned.
"Because it allows the princess to meet her suitors in a controlled environment," he said. "Because it allows the nobility the chance to pretend that they have a say in who the princess marries. Because it allows King Randor, long may he reign, an opportunity to show off his daughter."
He shrugged.
"I was once part of a mission to Heartbreak. That's one of the smaller islands off the coastline, ruled by a single aristocrat," he added. "We spent 2 weeks there, and every night we were wined and dined in greater style than here. And it ended without any agreement."
Emily winced. The sheer cost of food and drink alone had to be staggering. And then there were the gold and silver plates, the jeweled goblets filled with expensive mead, the fancy clothes worn by the social queens. How could anyone afford even one ball, let alone 14 of them? Zangaria was a rich country, but was it that rich? But would it matter if the country couldn't afford it? She asked herself. The king needs to put on a show. "So," she said, "how are the negotiations going?" Sir Xavier gave her an odd look.
"The king and his privy council are handling them personally," he said, as if he had expected her to know that. "Right now, they are keen to preserve as much of the country's independence as possible, while the other kingdoms want to secure considerable influence for their prince. King Tonal actually wanted to send a few thousand soldiers to serve as the prince's guard of honor. Completely unacceptable, of course."
Emily nodded. No kingdom would be completely happy with any foreign troops on its soil, certainly not enough to make a stand against the kingdom's army. On one hand, it would give the prince some teeth he could use to support his wife, but on the other hand, it would fatally weaken her position. Alassa would be better advised to keep the royal army strong and loyal to her, which might be tricky. A queen couldn't lead armies into combat,
which meant that the army might develop loyalty to her commanders instead of to her personally. 2 other princes are being offered without any strings at all, Sir Xavier added. That looks too good to be true, so we are left wondering if they have an ulterior motive. Apart from wanting to get rid of the prince, Emily guessed. They don't say that on the proposed treaties, Sir Xavier agreed. He nodded toward Prince Jean, who sat at the head of the table. There's another reason for these balls, milady. It allows the king a chance to evaluate their behavior for himself. If they can't control themselves in a formal ball, they probably shouldn't be allowed anywhere near the seat of power. Emily shrugged. It made sense. But what stopped the princes from pretending to be nice until they had won the princess? But enough of such talk, Sir Xavier said. Tell me about Whitehall. He would have made a skilled interrogator, Emily decided, as she did her best to answer his questions. Some of them touched upon the final battle with Shade. He wanted to know precisely what had happened, just like everyone else, while others seemed designed to learn more about Emily and her relationship with Void. Emily answered briefly, wondering just who had really organized her companion for the evening. Had it been Alassa, as she'd said, or King Randor? There couldn't be many people better at drawing information out of an unwilling donor without needing interrogation spells. But then a skilled diplomat, or a spy, would be able to read her expression, and drawing conclusions from the questions she chose not to answer. I should have spent more time playing poker, she thought ruefully. She had a feeling that she'd told him far more than she'd intended. Kingmaker. The local version of chess didn't require someone to keep their face blank, at least not unless one player knew that disaster was looming, and the other was ignorant of the opportunity that had been dumped in their lap. Maybe she could introduce poker. No, it was impossible. She didn't know the rules. The meal finally came to an end, with bowls of ice cream being distributed, along with the dance cards. Emily was puzzled by the large portions. Ice cream had been a luxury item in medieval times, until she realized that cooling and freezing spells had probably been used to produce it, instead of ice houses. It tasted better than any she'd had back home, she decided, and managed to finish it all, despite having eaten a full meal. Maybe there was another reason for the dancing, she decided finally. They needed to burn off the food they'd eaten. Sir Xavier winked at her. I was given to understand that you might not want to dance all of the dances, he said. Alassa had to have told him that. If you like, I can mark your card for every dance, and we can withdraw. Emily grinned. You don't learn anything useful from dancing? Not really, Sir Xavier admitted. Nothing ever gets decided on the dance floor. Please, Emily said after a moment's thought. It was unlikely that he had an ulterior motive, apart from wanting to escape the ball. She held out her card and watched as he neatly signed his name in each box. I just want to go to bed. Hunting tomorrow, Sir Xavier said. He gave her a rather droll smile. All of the princes will be trying to show off in front of a princess who happens to be an enthusiastic hunter herself. It should be fun to watch from a safe distance. Emily made a face. She hadn't liked the idea of hunting, even though she'd eaten meat from animals the sergeants had caught during expeditions. Sergeant Harkin had made a remarkably tasty venison stew, but Alassa had been keen for her to come, pointing out that most of her attendants couldn't keep up with her. The alternative was being permanently surrounded by the princes. Yeah, she said, as the servant started to move the tables to one side. I suppose it will be fun. Chapter 24. Sergeant Harkin would have exploded with rage, Emily decided, if any of his students had shown such a lazy attitude to departing the castle. They'd been told that the hunt would begin at 10 bells after breakfast. The princes and their various retainers hadn't been ready at 11 bells, with the sun rising ever higher in the sky. Alassa's growing impatience had been contagious, with the effect that many of the huntsmen and the maids-in-waiting were growing equally annoyed. By the time the princes, 7 of whom were clearly suffering from hangovers, joined them, a large part of the day had been wasted. Maybe we won't bother to dress for dinner, Alassa muttered. Do you think Father would allow us to eat in our hunting outfits? Probably not, Emily said. Besides, it was hot, and she was already starting to sweat. They'd be dirty and smelly by the end of the day. Why don't we eat down there? Father wants a dance every day, Alassa explained quietly. I think Mother wanted to make sure she got a good look at the princes before he made his decision. She will insist on having a say. Good for her, Emily said. She looked up as the grooms brought their horses over to them, already saddled with the new stirrups. One of the grooms helped her onto the horse, which snickered unpleasantly at her.
She could tell that the beast was wondering if she really knew what she was doing. "Is this horse a safe one?" "I told them to give you the most docile horse we have," Alassa assured her. She scrambled up into her saddle without apparent difficulty. "And compared to this one, that one is a lazy old nag." She smiled, then raised her voice. "Open the gates!" The gates opened. Alassa's horse cantered forward, passing through the gates and heading down the long road towards the forest outside the city. Emily shivered as her own horse started to follow Alassa, praying that the citizens had heard they were coming and made sure to get out of the way. The last thing she wanted to do was watch a child crushed by her horse's hooves. She clung on tightly as the horse picked up speed, the princes cantering past her and closing in on Alassa. Behind them, the retainers and huntsmen followed at a more sedate pace. "I will learn how to teleport," she promised herself again. Maybe she could convince Void to teach her the moment she was old enough to channel so much power. Or maybe there were potions that boosted one's power. No, that was dangerous. Several necromancers had started out that way, but anything would be better than riding a horse. No matter how many times she rode, she doubted she would ever grow used to it. The buildings started to fade away as they passed through the gatehouse and headed towards the forest. From what Alassa had said, it was clear that the forest had been preserved by royal authority and kept well stocked with game. Commoners were not allowed to hunt in the forest, at least not without special permission. Reading between the lines, Emily suspected that obtaining permission required a huge bribe for the royal gamekeepers. No doubt there were hundreds of poachers who risked killing deer, boar, and whatever else there happened to be in the forest. They needed the meat to feed their families. They paused just outside the forest. The huntsmen advanced forward into the gloom, while the retainers handed out weapons. Emily was offered a long spear and then a bow, both of which she declined. Alassa winked at her and stuck out her tongue, then accepted a spear and a sharp knife that looked almost large enough to be a small sword. Emily made a face in response. She might give chase, but she wasn't going to kill the poor animal. "They're all going to try to impress me," Alassa muttered, the moment Emily was close enough to her for the princess to whisper without being overheard. "Just watch them." Emily rolled her eyes, causing her friend to giggle. Most of the princes were swapping stories about hunting creatures in their own kingdom, including a handful of beasts that had been touched by wild magic. Emily had some problems accepting that the story of a rabbit carrying a knife and proving extremely difficult to defeat was actually true, although she had heard of stranger things. Other princes bragged about the number of boar or deer they had taken in a single day, reducing the entire population to nothing if all of their claims were true. Was it actually possible, Emily wondered, to kill two boar with the same spear at the same time? A horn blew from the gloom. Alassa let out a hunting cry and spurred her horse forward, the dogs yapping as they raced ahead. The princes followed, cheering loudly as they trampled their way through the undergrowth. Emily sighed and grabbed tight hold of the reins as her horse gave chase. She leaned down and pressed her head into the horse's neck, praying that she wouldn't run smack into a branch that would knock her off the horse's back. A fall at such speeds might result in serious injury. The trees started to blur into a confused mass of green light as the horse moved faster. Hundreds of birds and rabbits fled from the hunters, although the hunters largely ignored them. They were after bigger game. Emily could barely see anything past the princes, all of whom seemed to be trying to cluster together as they chased Alassa. Alassa herself was almost hidden behind them, only her long blonde hair visible as it streamed out. The maids hadn't tied it up very well. Emily shuddered as the horsemen started to split up, the trees growing thicker and thicker. Just for a moment, she caught sight of a brown shape ahead of them, ducking and weaving in a desperate attempt to escape before it was hidden again behind one of the pursuers. The deer was moving too fast for her to get a clear look at it, but there was no mistaking it for what it was. Emily felt a brief stab of guilt, remembering the movies she'd watched as a child, before the deer was cornered. It came to a halt and stared around, looking for an opportunity to jump past them and flee again. But between the hunters and the dogs, there was no way out. No, Emily thought, as Alassa dismounted. But there was nothing she could do. The deer hissed at the princess as she advanced with a spear, pawing the ground in its helpless fury. It couldn't seem to decide if it wanted to attack Alassa or the dogs, which were hanging back. They were well trained, Emily decided. No one was holding them in place. She looked away as Alassa braced herself, then heard the howl from the animal as she drove the spear into its head. A moment later, the retainers were moving forward to pick up the carcass and carry it back to the castle. Emily felt sick as she saw the blood on the ground. She knew Of course she knew that people hunted for food. Hell, she knew that meat came from animals, rather than simply appearing out of nowhere, as some of her old acquaintances had seemed to believe. The price of roast beef or a simple hot dog was a dead animal. But knowing it and actually believing it were two different things. But is that really what's bothering you? She asked herself. Or is it that they turned the hunt into a blood sport? She considered it as the huntsmen headed off in search of the next deer. The sergeants had hunted deer, rabbits, and fish, and she hadn't felt disgusted, even when they'd made their students help prepare the meat for cooking. Gutting a fish was thoroughly disgusting, and yet she hadn't felt so sick. Maybe it was because she'd been hunted. The hunt often affects people that way, Lady Barb said, at least on their first true hunt. Emily turned to see Lady Barb sitting on her own horse. She hadn't even realized that Lady Barb was accompanying them, but it shouldn't have been surprising. Alassa's retainers needed someone in charge, and Alassa herself needed a chaperone. Emily wasn't sure why they bothered when her father could simply interrogate her if there was any doubt about her conduct, but maybe they just didn't want the question to arise. "Oh," she said finally, "how many more are they going to kill?" "All of them will want a turn," Lady Barb said. "Right now they're trying to decide who gets to go next. Then they will split up into smaller groups and start charging through the forest." "Alassa said that there would be a reward for the prince who kills the most," Emily muttered resentfully. It was stupid, and yet she couldn't help it. Why don't they just flip a coin to determine who gets to sit next to her every day? Lady Barb shrugged as the horns blew again in the distance. "Protocol," she said. "Besides, this keeps them out of mischief." Emily scowled as the horse started to move again, following Alassa and the princes. Lady Barb was probably right. If they were hunting, they weren't trying to make agreements with King Randor's nobility. It would be easier for the king to decide who his daughter should marry if the aristocrats weren't trying to bring pressure to bear on him. This time, the creature they were hunting looked nastier than the deer. Emily caught glimpses of a large black shape crashing through the forest. For a moment, she thought she was looking at a panther. Were there panthers in Zangaria? It didn't seem too likely. And then the creature turned and threw itself at one of the horses, knocking Prince Jean off the back of his mount. The other princes laughed as Jean hit the ground with a thump. He didn't seem to be badly hurt, but his dignity had been bruised. A mortal wound, Emily thought, and smiled. Alassa kept her face under control, but Emily could tell that she was amused. "The black boar is a cunning foe," she said, deadpan. "He's slipped off while we were laughing." Prince Jean got to his feet, muttering in a language Emily didn't recognize. It had to be old, Emily guessed, old enough to be unrelated to the Empire's official language. Or maybe it was something from his kingdom. It was quite possible that the various kings would encourage their people to start speaking in a different dialect, even though it struck Emily as absurd. Unless, of course, they didn't want their people talking to people from neighboring countries. Alassa didn't bother to inquire after the prince's health. "We split up," she ordered imperiously. The princes didn't try to argue. "I'll lead one party that will give chase. I want 2 more parties to try to outflank the boar. The creature is too fast to be caught easily. Then Prince Hildebrand can take his shot at him." The sergeant would probably have approved of her manner, Emily decided. They'd had lectures on command presence, but it wasn't easy to learn, particularly for her. There was no easy way to avoid the simple fact that she was the youngest and least experienced student in martial magic, and would remain so for at least 2 years, unless someone else from her age decided to try to join in second year. Jade had been able to command with ease. Emily had been morbidly convinced that her teammates were laughing at her when she took command. It had always seemed harder for her to get them to do what she told them to do. She sighed when her horse started to follow Alassa's horse, when the hunting party broke into a gallop. The black boar was definitely a wily foe, even though the creature should have been easy to see against the greenery. It was black, Emily realized, as black as the night, and very fast. It rounded on Alassa, ran between her horse's legs and past Emily before she could do anything. Alassa winked at her as she pulled her horse around and gave chase again. The princes thundered past Emily in hot pursuit, ignoring her completely. 2 more of the princes had suffered small but humiliating accidents by the time the black boar was finally cornered. Up close it looked fearsome, with nasty tusks ready to leave their mark on its tormentors. Its eyes were disturbingly human-like, mouth lolled open, revealing very sharp teeth. The creature snarled, a long sound that made Emily's blood run cold. If it hadn't been for the dogs, Emily realized, It might have been able to nip past the hunters again and vanish into the undergrowth. But it was cornered. Prince Hildebrand dismounted, sword in hand. The boar eyed him maliciously as he stepped forward, the growling dogs shifting aside to let him pass. Emily stared, unable to look away as he lifted his sword, and the boar moved backwards at terrifying speed. The other princes tittered as Prince Hildebrand's first swing missed the boar completely. Behind him, the dogs started to bark, and then the boar lunged forward. For a heartbeat, Emily was convinced that Prince Hildebrand was dead. Who knew what would happen if a prince happened to be killed while hunting? And then he stepped to one side, lashing out at the boar as it crashed past him, through the dogs and into the forest. Emily saw a trail of red blood from where Prince Hildebrand had managed to wound the creature, although it wasn't immediately fatal. The dogs yapped, scenting blood, and gave chase. Alassa and the princes followed in its wake. This time, following the boar was easy. There was a trail of blood leading right towards its final resting place. Emily was tempted to ask if they could let the beast go to die in peace, but she knew it wouldn't happen. They'd eaten roast boar at 2 of the kingdoms they'd visited, and it had presumably come from the hunting parties. Besides, Prince Hildebrand wanted to have a trophy, his first kill of the day. There was no way he was just going to let it go. The boar had come to rest in a hollow, turning to face its tormentors one last time. There was a desperation on his face that made Emily's heart wince in pain. Prince Hildebrand dismounted again and advanced forward, not bothering to be careful. It was clear that the beast was weakening fast. He would only be able to claim a kill if he actually killed it directly. A wound that caused the beast to bleed to death might not count, although the logic escaped Emily. Maybe it just wasn't as heroic as killing the beast with a swing of the blade. Prince Hildebrand lifted his sword and the beast stopped, almost as if it welcomed the final swing. Emily stared, unsure of what she was seeing, as the sword swung down and bit into the beast's head. It emitted a long growling sigh and then lay still. A moment later, Emily felt a burst of magic twisting through the air. It seemed to be coming from the boar. Her eyes went wide with horror as she saw the boar change. She'd seen enough animal transfigurations to know what they looked like, but somehow this was different. The magic that trapped someone in beast form snapped the moment they died. She stared, realizing just why the boar's eyes had been disturbingly human. There was a shimmer. Then a middle-aged man was lying on the ground where the boar had been, and he was very definitely dead. One of the huntsmen dismounted and stepped up to the body.
"Black Andrew,"
he said after a cursory look at the dead man's face.
"He deserved his fate."
Emily stared at Alassa, unable to speak. What the hell had they done? The huntsman didn't seem to notice her shock.
"I will record you as his killer," he said to Prince Hildebrand.
He sounded businesslike, as if it were all in a day's work. Perhaps it was to him, but it was still horrific.
"There will be many people who will wish to thank you."
Emily made a strangled sound. Alassa's head whipped around to stare at her. Had she known? Of course she'd known, Emily realized. Alassa had been hunting since she had been a little girl, barely tall enough to carry a small knife. She had to have known that they were hunting humans. After months, perhaps years as a boar, the humanity would be almost gone, but the beast would still be intelligent. It would have proven. It had proven. Challenging prey. How could you? Emily asked. She barely recognized her own voice. That was human. There was a snicker from one of the princes. Emily felt her magic start to boil up within her, ready to lash out at him. A single thought would be all that was required to blast him into fire, to wipe him completely out of existence. She thought that Alassa was her friend, but how could she do that to anyone? How many others had died in the hunting grounds, killed by noblemen for their sport? She had known that permanent transfigurations were possible, certainly when the victim had no protections, but she'd never realized where it could lead. How could she? It had been unthinkable. How could anyone be so evil? Fighting her rage, she wheeled the horse around and dug in her spurs. The horse broke into a gallop, taking Emily away from the hunters, even though she had no idea where she was going. But it didn't seem to matter. All that mattered was getting away. Chapter 25. Someone was following her. Emily heard the second horse coming after her, even over the noise her own horse was making. One person, as far as she could tell. Alassa? Or one of the princes coming to laugh at her? Raw magic crackled around her hand, and she forced it back into her wards, trying hard to calm down. But it was so hard to think. She just couldn't escape the final horrific view of the dead man. She reined in her horse and pulled it around. Lady Barb was cantering after her, her face twisted with concern. She slowed to a halt as she realized that Emily had stopped and looked over at her. Oddly, Emily had the sense that the concern was genuine. Maybe Lady Barb wasn't as bad as Void had hinted, or maybe she knew better than to allow her dislike for Void to contaminate her relationship with the princess's best friend, if she still was the princess's best friend. "Are you all right?" Lady Barb asked finally. "You gave everyone a scare." Emily stared at her. No, she admitted. Fresh tears welled up as she realized that she was on the verge of crying. She never cried. How can anyone do that? Lady Barb studied her for a long moment. "Would it help if I told you about his crimes?" "No," Emily said. She slipped off the horse and leaned against its flank. "It would have been kinder to kill him outright." "He robbed and murdered travelers leaving the city," Lady Barb said, ignoring her. "One of them was a young girl, about the same age as yourself. The guardsmen who found her were hardened men, but they all felt sick when they saw what he had left of her. And when he was dragged in front of the judge felt that hanging was too good for him." Emily felt her entire body shaking. How could anyone, even the brat Alassa had been, do that to a human being? But it should have been obvious. If transfiguration was common, why not use it as punishment? Why not create new game to hunt by transforming criminals into animals? And with truth spells, they'd know who was guilty and who was innocent. The innocent had nothing to fear. And yet it was still horrifying. The horse shifted as she shivered against its bulk. She heard Lady Barb climbing off her mount, then felt her wrapping her in a hug. Something broke inside her, and she started to cry openly. Great heaving sobs that tore through her as tears fell from her eyes. Lady Barb patted her on the back, holding Emily until she finally regained some control, and then she reached into her pouch and produced a small gourd of water. "Drink this," she ordered flatly. "Water helps calm people down." Emily scowled at her, but obeyed. The water tasted oddly flat, as always. It would have been boiled, along with the gourd itself, just to kill all the germs. She wiped her eyes, suddenly aware that she'd broken down in front of Void's enemy. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "Don't worry about it," Lady Barb said briskly. She loosened her grip and stepped back, leaving one hand resting on Emily's shoulder. "You're a teenage girl. No teenage girl is ever stable." Emily flushed, angrily. "I've messed up Alassa's wedding plans, haven't I?" "I don't think so," Lady Barb assured her. "Prince Jean made a snide remark, which made Alassa give him a piece of her mind, but he didn't have a very good chance of winning her anyway. They cantered off in the other direction while I went after you." "They're all going to be laughing at me," Emily said. She'd made a mistake, simply by not bothering to think through all of the implications. The princes might not say anything out loud to Alassa, but they would certainly snigger amongst themselves. The world doesn't revolve around you, child of destiny or no," Lady Barb pointed out. "What makes you think they care?" She was right, Emily realized. If Alassa could ignore the presence of a lower-ranked man in her bedroom while she was dressing, the princes certainly wouldn't consider Emily to be very important, even if she was Void's daughter. And even though they had seen her trap a cockatrice, they might still not take her seriously when they were here to court a princess. "You've upset enough kingdoms already," Lady Barb added a moment later. "Give them a chance to get used to the last set of changes, hey?" Emily found herself giggling helplessly. They thought the changes she'd introduced so far were upsetting? She couldn't wait to see their faces when they saw the steam engine. Maybe it would take years to produce a working locomotive, but the basic theory was easy to describe and spread around the Allied lands. And steam power led to all kinds of useful applications, from steamboats to railroads. What would happen to the Allied lands once there was a network of rails binding them together? And if they worried about the roads having military applications, she thought to herself, they will panic when they realize what the trains can do. Lady Barb squeezed her shoulder, hard enough to hurt. "That isn't funny," she snapped. "Your charges have put one guild out of business already and risk damaging others." Emeka's father had told Emily that the accounting guild, or at least some of its members, had been corrupt. Even those who hadn't been outright thieves had used their advantages ruthlessly over those who couldn't read a balance sheet, or at least one of the old balance sheets. Double-entry bookkeeping, Arabic numerals, and abacuses had made it laughably easy to spot the fraud. The accountants might have survived, There would certainly still have been a place for them if they hadn't been so unwilling to punish their guilty members. They could have adapted, Emily muttered. Sooner or later, someone would have stumbled on something comparable to Arabic numerals, something so useful that it would have spread like wildfire. The world changes all the time. You're just like your mentor, Lady Barb snapped, doing something without ever bothering to consider the long-term consequences. Emily flinched. She wanted to defend herself, but Lady Barb was right. She hadn't considered the long-term consequences of what she'd introduced to Zangaria, let alone the rest of the world. Some innovations, like stirrups, would have been adopted by the various armies without dissent, but others. The printing press alone was likely to cause problems. And on Earth, some of those problems had become the bloodiest times in the planet's history. And she'd been wrong. Lady Barb still disliked her because of her connection to Void. She stared down at the muddy ground, her thoughts churning around and around in her head. If she did nothing, if she went native and allowed her knowledge to die with her, what would happen? The world would remain stuck in a rut that would last until a native produced similar changes, or until the necromancers came over the mountains and destroyed the Allied lands. No, that wouldn't happen. What she'd done already had ensured that change would come. The only real question would be just how much chaos it would bring in its wake. What should she do? What could she do? It hadn't been she who had perfected the first printing presses or produced the increasingly advanced designs. Local craftsmen had done that, working from her ideas and then improving on them as their experience grew. They'd done the same with the abacuses and would probably wind up doing the same with steam engines once they produced a working model. Come to think of it, they could combine science and magic to make it work. A binding spell on the locomotive might stop it leaking or exploding if metallurgy wasn't quite up to the task. "Tell me," Lady Barb said, "where is this leading?" She told King Randor that it was leading to a better world, a simple answer that hadn't really told him anything useful. It certainly didn't include the troubles that were going to come when education was widely available and merchants were making more money than the aristocrats could extract from their estates. The king might side with the assembly and use them to weaken the barons, or he might side with the barons and try to strangle the changes in their cradle. Either way would almost certainly lead to civil war. It was easy to say that the aristocrats needed to be removed, but what would happen then? France had fallen into civil war after the Revolution, eventually leading to dictatorship. Britain and Russia had gone through similar phases, and she knew Alassa. She was Emily's best friend, if they were still friends. And how well had she known her if Alassa was capable of killing a man? But she came from a very different culture. It was easy to forget that at Whitehall. "I asked you a question," Lady Barb said, a hint of steel in her voice. "Where is this leading?" Emily swallowed hard, then tried to answer. "The vast majority of the population never has a chance to use its full potential," she said. It was true enough. "The changes I have introduced will allow more of them to attempt to realize their potential, allowing them to produce greater wealth, which in turn will make the kingdom wealthier." Lady Barb studied her for a long, thoughtful moment. "Do you really believe that?" "Yes," Emily said simply. "So you do," Lady Barb observed. "Explain." Emily blinked at her, then realized that a combat sorceress would have ways to tell if someone was trying to lie, or at least lie deliberately. Sergeant Miles had talked about the various levels of truth spells, although he had only taught them to the more advanced students. There was one that could detect a spoken lie without compelling the speaker to talk. Ideally, the speaker would be completely unaware that the spell was even in place. Emily certainly hadn't realized that Lady Barb might be testing her words for truthfulness. "Money is useless if it is tied up," she said carefully. She'd worked out the basics of economic theory at Whitehall, but she suspected that theory was going to prove insufficiently close to practice. Plenty of fine-sounding theories had run into unsuspected rocks and shoals in real life. "Those who have money can simulate the economy by spending it." She grinned suddenly as she used concepts that few others in Zangaria would even have considered. "If a man makes 2 gold coins by selling tunics, he can use that gold to buy food from a farmer's stall, passing the gold on to the farmer. The farmer in turn can use that gold to buy farming tools from a craftsman who needs to dress himself, so he goes to the tailor and buys more tunics." "Craftsmen don't wear tunics," Lady Barb said. It took Emily a moment to realize that she was being teased. "Or whatever craftsmen wear," she said tiredly. The The point is that the money keeps going round and round. Every stop on its journey means that someone new can have the power to buy something for themselves, and so on. In the meantime, the authorities can tax a little from each person, which gives the state the funding to produce things that help stimulate the economy further. Lady Barb frowned. Really? Yes, Emily said. Projects like producing a new harbor or making roads can be expensive, too expensive for small businessmen. But if the authorities have the funds, they can do something that benefits everyone. Better roads mean faster transport between the farms and the cities, while better ports mean that there can be more shipping heading out to the rest of the world, all of which will bring in more wealth. And your changes help people to do their own accounts and to read, Lady Barb said. How does that create wealth? The more they know, the more they can do, Emily said. It had actually been the motto of a college that had been trying to recruit students back home, although she'd never been convinced that the colleges were worth the mountains of debt she would have had to assume to go there. Sharing information leads to greater progress. That's why we have places like Whitehall. How true, Lady Barb mused. And do you think that the barons are going to be happy when they realize their peasants are moving off the land? Emily hesitated. Zangaria's lowest class, apart from the slaves, who were treated as animals, was tied to the land, forbidden to leave the noble estates on pain of death or enforced servitude. Unsurprisingly, their treatment was horrific, even by the standards of most of the world. Equally unsurprisingly, many of them had been slipping off the land and fleeing to the cities, or learning to use the new letters and alphabet. Emily couldn't understand how anyone could expect the peasants to be grateful when they had no reward at all for their labor, but it wasn't unprecedented. The slaveholders of the American South had believed the same thing. And what would it mean for Zangaria? I wish I knew, she admitted, but she had a feeling that she did know. There would be repression and resistance and outright war, just like in Russia. Prior to the revolution of 1917, it had been the Bolsheviks who had finally crushed resistance from the peasants. Maybe the king can do something. But what? The barons would resist any attempt to strip them of their power. Given time, it was quite possible that the assembly would be able to create enough wealth to support King Randor's military, or produce an army for itself. But would the barons realize the danger in time to stop it? They seemed pretty sure that they'd gelded the assembly. I think you'd better think about it, Lady Barb said. She looked into the forest, then back at Emily. Do you want to go find the hunters? Emily shook her head. Whatever else happened, it would be a long time before she forgot the dead body. No, she said. I want to go into town and find Emeka. I need some space. Most people wouldn't give the princess any space, Lady Barb said. Her tone was so artfully neutral that it was impossible to tell if she approved or not. But you would be well advised to return to the castle and go visit your other friend tomorrow. Send a message, tell her that you're coming, and I will accompany you to her home. That isn't necessary, Emily objected. Oh, Lady Barb interrupted. You know how to find her house? Emily flushed again, cursing herself. She should have realized that it would be impossible to find Emeka's house without a street map or a local guide. Come to think of it, did they even have numbered houses? All of the letters Emeka had sent home had been mailed directly to her father. Lady Barb was right. She would need someone to help her. Point, she admitted, grudgingly. Lady Barb motioned for Emily to mount her horse, then mounted her own. For what it's worth, I agree with you, she said. Transforming someone, anyone, into a different form is not amusing, and hunting them for sport is unpleasant. But I cannot change it. Emily looked at her sharply. There had been something in her voice. The kings believe that punishment must be horrific in order to deter, Lady Barb added. And you will agree that the punishment is horrific. Cruel and unusual, Emily thought. But what did that mean here? And was it even unusual? Who judges? She asked. Does King Randor pass sentence? Lady Barb snorted. The king hear every case in Alexis, let alone the rest of the kingdom? She shook her head. Most cases are heard by a town councillor, she added. Anything involving the nobility is judged by the noble estates, the noble part of the assembly. Anything involving magic is the problem of the court wizard. Thankfully, Zangaria doesn't have many magicians. Zed is more interested in alchemy than actually carrying out the duties of his post. I've often ended up dealing with them myself. Emily listened as Lady Barb outlined what happened at court. A criminal case was always conducted under truth spell,
with everyone involved bound to speak the truth. Civil cases tended to be less simple, with, Emily guessed, reading between the lines, a great deal of bribery involved. The person with the most money probably won. At least there was no chance of sending an innocent man to be hunted to death. By the time Lady Barb had finished speaking, they were almost back at the castle. "I'd suggest that you make an appearance tonight," she said. "Most of those cocksure men think women are too frail to be sorceresses. They'll take your departure as proof they're right. You owe it to Alassa to look strong this evening." Emily winced. "How often do they give you trouble?" "The first day I came here, I had to whip 3 royal guardsmen in a bare-knuckle fight to convince them that I had earned my rank," Lady Barb said. "You can't fight the princes, any more than Alassa can, so you need to look strong." "I'll do my best," Emily said, finally. She didn't want to attend the dance at all, but Lady Barb was right. She had weakened Alassa's position, even though Alassa probably looked strong compared to her. But then most of the princes probably didn't think of her as the fearsome necromancer's bane. "And tomorrow you can take me into town." Chapter 26. "I think the court wizard is annoyed with you," Alassa said the following morning. "You might not want to visit his lair alone." Emily winced. King Randor would have had time to talk to his daughter, and then to the court wizard. It wouldn't have been a very pleasant discussion. Even if Emily was wrong, and she had to admit it was a possibility, the long-term effects of the royal bloodline could be disastrous, and that would be bad enough for anyone. But Zangaria's political stability depended upon a line of succession. "Very annoyed, I should say," Alassa added. "The last I heard, Father had to speak to him quite severely about not threatening guests." Alassa's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure about this?" "I don't know," Emily admitted. "It just seems odd to have a fertile line start to have fewer and fewer children until you wind up an only child." She looked around Alassa's dining room, shaking her head inwardly. What sort of mentality suggested that a young girl needed her own place to eat? But she was glad of it, and of Alassa's invitation to a private breakfast. The last thing she wanted to do was face King Randor or the princes. But what if she was wrong? There would be panic, perhaps some paranoia, but no serious harm. But if she was right, the royal family was in deadly danger. It would simply come to an end. Emily wished she knew more about genetics, but for once, Zangaria and the allied lands seemed to be capable of doing more than Earth. As far as she knew, it was impossible to produce children to order, at least outside science fiction. It took generations of inbreeding to produce a catastrophic effect, particularly if the original matches weren't between brothers and sisters. Introducing newcomers should dilute the bad genes and add vigor to the family line. But Zangaria was altering the genes of any newcomer as well, preparing them for inclusion in the royal bloodline. What did that do to any new genes? Were they just turned into copies of native-born royalty? Did they actually introduce anything new at all? "I should have spent more time with Professor Thand," she admitted out loud. "If I knew more—" "The day I am crowned, you and I are going to have a very long talk," Alassa said. "I don't think my father knows what to make of you." She smiled. "I know you don't mean anyone any harm, but you can make mistakes," she added a moment later. "And I love you for it." Emily grinned. "When did you become such a good judge of character?" "I think I always was," Alassa said. "It just happened that my idea of what made a good character changed after I met you." "How true," Emily said. They shared a long smile. "What is your father going to do?" "I think he was talking about calling in other alchemists and asking them to inspect the royal bloodline," Alassa said. "Unlike his brother, he isn't a trained magician. Someone independent should be able to provide proper answers, and then they can decide what they want to do to retrieve the situation." If it can be retrieved, Emily thought. "Mind you," Alassa added, "he will be very upset with you if it turns out you are completely wrong." "I wouldn't blame him," Emily admitted. "Alassa, he does want you to remain involved in the kingdom," Alassa interrupted. "But he also needs to ensure that there is a certain degree of stability. And you have a habit of turning the world upside down." Emily nodded miserably. "But I do need to ask," Alassa said, changing the subject. "Why did you flee from hunting?" "You killed a man," Emily said after a long moment. She'd had nightmares about it after going to sleep. Animal transfiguration was one of the common jokes played at Whitehall, but it had never occurred to her that it could be used as a permanent punishment,
let alone to create semi-intelligent creatures for huntsmen to chase. I hated to see that. She found herself groping for words, but none came. How did one explain to someone from a radically different culture that their culture was wrong? Emily found it hard to oppose the death penalty for truly awful crimes, particularly if a person's guilt could be conclusively proven. But hunting humans for sport? She'd been hunted herself by orcs and goblins. Maybe that was why she found it so appalling. Or maybe it was just her culture's morality clashing with Zangaria's morality. What would Zangaria make of Earth if the two cultures ever met? I wish I understood you better sometimes, Alassa said softly. And then there are times when I am merely glad you're on my side. She shook her head. I've got to spend most of the day in court, hearing petitions from various noblemen. The princes are supposed to see my spontaneous responses to their requests for help. Emily lifted a single eyebrow. And how spontaneous are they going to be? Alassa smirked. My father and I are going to be spending the morning discussing the petitions, she said. Every one of them will be answered properly by me. I won't actually have to think at all. You mean your father wrote the petitions himself? Emily guessed. And he picked topics that would allow you to shine. Alassa winked at her. Clever, Emily said. What happens if someone asks a question you haven't prepared for? My father will be very unhappy, Alassa said. She looked down at the remains of her breakfast, then back up at Emily. I wish I could come with you. You could, Emily said suddenly. We wrap a glamour around you, and no one would ever realize that you were the princess. My father would be furious, Alassa said. Maybe after the confirmation, when we can all relax a little. Oh, and Nightingale will be briefing you on your part later in the week. I'm supposed to tell you to pay close attention to him. Emily stood up and walked around the table. I'll do my best, she said, as she gave Alassa a hug. The thought of being bored stiff for an hour as Nightingale droned on about etiquette wasn't appealing, but it was better than hunting. And if you don't mind, I'm going to change. Lucky you, Alassa said, and give Omega my love. Emily nodded and walked back to her rooms, where she changed into the clothes she'd convinced one of the maids to find for her. The outfit looked simple, a shirt and a pair of trousers, yet it was made from fine materials, suggesting that she was nothing more than the daughter of a wealthy merchant. It was loose, but allowed her to move easily, just like the uniforms they wore in martial magic. Emily hid her knife in the belt and checked her money pouch, then strode down to the hall. Lady Barb was waiting for her. You look acceptable, Lady Barb said, after a long moment of inspection. There are plenty of young women who dress like that. Good, Emily said. Will I attract attention? You shouldn't be connected with Lady Emily, Necromancer's Bane, Lady Barb said dryly. On the other hand, you do look like an attractive middle-class girl. There will be men who will ask for your father's name. Emily flushed. Was it ever going to end? She didn't feel attractive. She'd always been too thin, her breasts too small, her face too plain to be conventionally attractive, and what little male attention she'd received had been largely unwelcome. But now, having admirers made her feel strange, and the thought of total strangers trying to court her just because of her looks was terrifying. However, Lady Barb continued, a mischievous glint in her eye, you may tell them that your father has already betrothed you to another young man. They should know better than to press you if they believe you to be engaged. Thank you, Emily said tiredly. Maybe she should start wearing a wedding ring. Did women in Zangaria wear wedding rings? How do you tell a married woman from an unmarried woman? A married woman of the lower classes will cover her hair with a scarf, Lady Barb explained, at least until her hair turns gray. The upper classes are less formal, but everyone is supposed to know everyone anyway. She led Emily away from the main gate, somewhat to her surprise, and down a long flight of stairs that seemed to go a very long way down. Finally, they reached a dank set of dungeons, seemingly completely empty. Emily shivered as she remembered the prison cell Shade had dumped her into, back when he'd first kidnapped her, and looked away when Lady Barb headed towards a stone wall. She pushed her hand against a particular place, and the wall clicked open silently. Emily sensed the presence of a powerful silencing charm as Lady Barb stepped into the darkness, conjuring a light ball to illuminate their path. Without the charm, she realized, the noise would have been heard on the upper levels. Inside, there was a second set of stairs leading into the darkness. Lady Barb pushed the light ball ahead of them as she walked, picking her way down a flight of stairs that seemed dangerously thin. Emily followed her, carefully placing her feet so that if she fell, she'd fall upwards rather than down the winding staircase. She sensed the presence of more spells as they went lower, a thin cobweb of wards that watched for unwanted intruders. It was hard to escape the feeling of claustrophobia. Lady Barb stopped at the bottom of the stairs. "We're deep under the mountain now," she said softly. Her voice echoed oddly in the confined space. "Very few people know there are tunnels under the inner city, let alone where they lead. The king granted me special permission to show them to you, but you are not to attempt to explore them on your own. If you do, and you are caught, you will be lucky if you are merely hung." Emily swallowed. "How many others know about these tunnels?" "The king and his family, as well as a handful of trusted retainers," Lady Barb said. "I swore a binding oath that I would never reveal the secret to anyone, without his permission, and I may not use them for my own purposes." She led the way forward into the tunnel network, the light ball flickering oddly as it brushed against the wards. Emily took a deep breath, tasting the dryness in the air, then followed Lady Barb, catching sight of dozens of passageways leading off under the city. It was impossible to tell how old the passages were, but they might easily have been hundreds of years old, predating Zangaria's time as an independent kingdom. A handful of tunnels seemed to be dead ends, as if someone had been altering the network in the years after it had been constructed. Emily found herself wondering just how far the tunnels actually went. Was there a secret passageway that opened up outside the city? Or did one go even further? The royal family would definitely want a private bolt hole, or did it have more mundane uses? If King Randor had a mistress, he might want to sneak her in and out of the castle without anyone actually seeing. The strange laws of etiquette that governed the kingdom might prohibit anyone from taking notice of the mistress as long as the king didn't show her too publicly. "I will never understand," Emily muttered. "Few people do," Lady Barb said. She looked back, a faint smile on her face. "What are we talking about this time?" "The etiquette and protocol," Emily said. "Why are there such strange rules?" "Sometimes they serve a useful purpose," Lady Barb said, "and sometimes they just exist so the upper class can detect an imposter from the lower classes. It has been known to happen." "I see," Emily said. She stopped as she caught sight of a handful of bones on the ground. How long have they been there?" Lady Barb shrugged. "Years," she said. "People are not supposed to find their way into the tunnel network, Lady Emily. If they do, they don't come out again. Try widening your senses." Emily concentrated, reaching out with her mind to sense any nearby source of magic. She was talented. All of her tutors said so, but it still took her several minutes to detect the charm woven through the stone walls. It was so subtle that it seemed to fade away the moment she looked at it, as if it was capable of adapting to hide itself from anyone. Someone who wasn't looking for it would miss it completely, unaware that it was gently confounding their senses and ensuring that anyone who stumbled into the network without permission would never come out again. They'd keep on walking in circles until they collapsed and died. Magic, she'd been taught, could be flashy, with effects that ranged from animal transfiguration to giant castles floating in the clouds. Or, for that matter, a school that was literally much larger on the inside than the outside, designed to alter its interior to suit the school's requirements. But the subtle magic spells could be more dangerous. Someone could be influenced into doing something stupid, or trapping themselves, without ever realizing what was happening. Even a very low-level magician with little formal training had to be taken seriously. He might just be capable of tying someone with more power, but less experience, up in knots. That spell. Even as Emily spoke, she could feel it trying to fade from her awareness. That spell is very dangerous. No, it was not just trying to hide. It was trying to make her forget that she'd ever sensed it. "You have no idea," Lady Barb said softly. The tunnel suddenly widened, revealing another set of stairs heading upwards. "And believe me, this place isn't very dangerous compared to sneaking into a dark magician's lair. It was easier sneaking into a necromancer's tower." Emily looked over at her. "You sneaked into a necromancer's tower?" "It was actually depressingly easy," Lady Barb admitted. "Necromancers rarely bother to take elaborate precautions, like subtle wards and tripwires. They just create the strongest defenses they can, and then rest comfortably. It never occurred to Dark that I could simply dig a tunnel under his wards and pop up inside his tower. He didn't even bother to have a general scan underway for intruders. Once I was inside, I was safe as long as I didn't attract his attention. I watched him for months before withdrawing as silently as I'd come. You could have poisoned him, Emily said. Why didn't you? Another necromancer was heading towards him, Lady Barb said. I hoped that one of them would kill the other, so I slipped away. And then their fight tore up the environment so badly that I had to throw caution to the winds and run. They reached the top of the stairs and stopped in front of a blank wall. The tunnel entrance is covered with a charm that ensures no one who isn't already clued into the secret will notice it, even when it opens, Lady Barb explained. Still, those tricks have their limitations, so don't do anything to attract attention. The king will not be happy if he has to seal up this tunnel. She smiled grimly. And don't bring any male friends here. Emily realized where the tunnel had to come out, just before the stone wall slid to one side, revealing white marble walls. She stepped through the gap and into the shrine for the crone goddess. No one seemed to be around, but she could hear voices muttering in the distance as the tunnel entrance closed behind them. Lady Barb winked at her, then led her down the corridor and into a larger room. A tall woman dressed in white robes looked up and nodded to them, before giving Emily an almost maternal smile. Emily found herself liking her on sight. "Use the side door," the woman ordered, "and don't forget to tell her about the sisterhood." "I won't," Lady Barb promised. They walked out the side door and into the streets. Emily wrinkled her nose at the smell, although it was better than some of the other cities. No one seemed to take any notice of a pair of women coming out of the temple, which didn't seem too surprising. In a society where worship was largely a matter of personal choice, why would anyone feel the urge to monitor who worshipped there? One idea Emily had no intention of introducing was religious war and genocide. The buildings clustered closer and closer together as they walked into the outer reaches of the inner city. Emily rapidly found herself becoming lost, despite all that the sergeants had taught her, although she was sure she could have walked back to the castle if necessary. Some of the darkened alleyways looked as threatening as they had on Earth, despite the presence of men in the uniforms of city guardsmen. They didn't look quite as corrupt as the guardsmen of Dragon's Den. "The buildings here are small and expensive," Lady Barb commented. "Even renting a tiny apartment can cost upwards of 10 gold coins a month. But few people would seriously consider renting an apartment on the other side of the wall, even if it was cheaper." She nodded towards a shop. It was larger than Emily had expected, with great boxes of fruit and vegetables outside, allowing passers-by to inspect them. Emily felt her mouth opening into a smile when she saw Emeka sitting at the counter inside. A moment later, she ran inside and gave her friend a hug. "It's good to see you," she said. "I've missed you." Emeka smiled back. "I've missed you too," she said as she hugged Emily in return. Her accent still sounded faintly rustic, despite Alas's tutoring. "Come and meet my father." Chapter 27. The back room of the store was crammed with boxes, a pair of tables, and something that looked like an insanely large abacus. Several smaller ones sat on the tables, surrounded by pieces of paper covered with scribbled notes. A young man, 2 years older than Emily, if she guessed correctly, waved shyly to her, and then returned to his counting. Emily recognized the bookkeeping system and smiled to herself. The accounting guild would never be able to rebuild itself now. Emeka led her through another door and into a small dining room. It was tiny, compared even to Alas's private room, but it felt much more comfortable. A short and rather stout woman turned to grin at Emily before picking up a large bowl of soup and putting it on the table. Emeka's mother, Emily guessed. They shared the same basic features, even though Emeka's were somewhat diluted by her father. Both of them looked vaguely Arabic, but her mother's features were sharper, hinting at her character. "Emeka has told us a lot about you," Emeka's mother said. She half bowed to Emily, as if she were unsure of Emily's precise standing. "You may call me Lynn."
"And I am Perrin," a deeper voice said from behind them. "We owe you a great deal." Emily turned and smiled at Emeka's father, liking him on sight. He had a shrewd face, with a short beard and twinkling brown eyes, and he wore a long silver chain that hung around his neck, glittering under the light. Emeka had told Emily that her father had been appointed to the city council. Emily guessed that the chain was his badge of office. It wouldn't be long before he became wealthy enough to merit a promotion to lower nobility, if it were possible. If sons of wealthy merchants could marry daughters from noble houses, why not have a rich man raised to the nobility? "Thank you," she said.
She hesitated, then remembered her manners. "Lady Barb is waiting outside. If you could—" "Of course we can invite her," Lynn fussed. "Johann, go tell the lady that she is welcome to join us." Another young man, one of Emeka's older brothers, as he shared the same basic features, stood up and walked outside. He returned a moment later to report that Lady Barb seemed to want to stay outside rather than join them for dinner. Lynn shrugged and started to hand out bowls for the soup, while barking orders at her sons to cut the bread. She didn't seem to consider herself automatically inferior to the men. Emily sensed Emeka's embarrassment as her father bombarded Emily with questions, some of them alarmingly perceptive. He'd built up a business from almost nothing a long time before he'd ever heard of Emily, or realized what she could offer him. Perrin was very far from stupid, and Emily suspected that the only thing stopping him from pushing any further was concern about Emily deciding to take her ideas elsewhere. If Alassa could deduce that Emily was importing mature concepts rather than inventing stuff for herself, no doubt Perrin could draw the same conclusion, and he would have been right. She brushed aside another question that came too close to the truth, and countered with one of her own. "How did you become a counselor?"
"It's really very simple," Perrin said.
Emily and Emeka shared a glance. Professor Thand said the same thing almost every lesson, generally before launching into a complicated explanation that left his students more confused than ever. Emily understood that following theory was important if she wanted to progress further, but it would have been easier if the theory had been broken down into bite-sized chunks. Once the printing presses were a mature technology, she intended to have proper textbooks produced for Whitehall. Even having a second copy of some of the books in the library would have been a great advantage for the students.
"There are 25 districts in the city, 20 inside the walls and 5 outside," Perrin explained. "Everyone who pays taxes gets a vote. I urged my fellow merchants to vote for me, or if they lived in other districts, to stand for election. In the end, we won around 9 seats. We would have had more if the nobility hadn't started bribing the voters."
"They tried to bribe us too," Johann said. He seemed torn between staring at Emily and half shying away from his sister.
"You told them that you couldn't be bribed."
Emily had to smile. "And what do you intend to do with it?" Perrin smiled back.
"Well, the 5 counselors from outside the walls are willing to work with us in exchange for some help," he said. "So we have a majority on the council, which allows us to push through new laws and, more importantly, cancel some previous legislation. Right now, we are funding a project to clean up the outer city and spread education as far as possible, as well as building up the city guard. There were just too many footpads on our streets."
He shrugged.
"The Great Charter allows the king the right of veto, but so far His Majesty has done nothing," he added. "We can't decide if he is supporting us or simply doesn't care about stopping us."
Emily shrugged. On one hand, the city council wasn't actually very powerful, not when compared to King Randor and the aristocracy. But on the other hand, someone with ambition and determination, and money, could turn it into a power base, complete with its own military force. Fighting crime on the streets was a good excuse for building a police force that was stronger than anyone would realize, at least until it was too late, and that force would be loyal to its paymasters, rather than the king. She mulled it over as Emeka chatted about her life in the city. It seemed her parents didn't really believe in school holidays. They'd put her back to work the moment she'd stepped out of the portal, either working at the front counter or doing the accounts. By now, Perrin owned several shops and had hundreds of people working, directly or indirectly, for him, but he seemed to want to keep his first shop in the family. Emily couldn't help wondering if it gave him some legal advantage, or if he merely wanted to keep his daughter where he could see her. But then Emeka was the only magician in her family. What would he do if she decided she wanted to live elsewhere? The soup was simple, and tasted far better than much of the food she'd eaten on the journey to Zangaria. Sergeant Miles had made snide comments about anyone who developed expensive tastes, but Emily hadn't really understood. She'd simply never had the money to develop expensive tastes before coming to Whitehall. And now, naturally, most of the expensive foods she'd admired on Earth were beyond her reach. She took another bite of the bread and thought she understood what he'd meant. Expensive tastes sometimes overshadowed good food. "I have to show you the workshop," Emeka said as soon as they were finished. "Father, can I take her?"
"Of course," Perrin said. "Johann can mind the store for you."
There was no sign of Lady Barb as they emerged onto the streets.
Emily glanced around, seeing only a handful of pedestrians, before Emeka led her off towards the riverside. Most of the citizens didn't seem to be taking any specific interest in her, although they did seem to be glancing at Emeka. But then her father was wealthy. They probably considered her to be above their station. Or maybe they just knew that she had magic and wouldn't be safe to court. "Johann used to bully me," Emeka admitted, as they walked. "I was the youngest and the only girl, so he picked on me. And when I came home, I turned him into a frog." Emily had to smile. When she'd first met Emeka, she'd been picked on daily by Alassa, unwilling to lift a hand against her tormentor. Now Emeka seemed to have picked up more self-confidence, as well as magical knowledge. Turning a bullying brother into a frog might have turned her into a bully herself, but she seemed to have avoided that fate. In some ways, Emily had to admit, Emeka was more mature than either Alassa or Emily herself. The smell of salt water and fish grew stronger as they walked down towards the waterside. Hundreds of boats, most of them small fishing boats, bobbled in the water, avoiding the handful of larger sailing boats with ease. A number of bigger ships were positioned in the middle of the river, with smaller boats transporting their crews to and from the shore. Hundreds of birds flew overhead, sometimes darting down to snatch a fish from the boats or right out of a fisherman's hands. Emily ducked as one almost brushed through her hair after scooping up a piece of fish from the ground. "My oldest brother went into fishing," Emeka said. "He used to bring us all fish back when I was a child. It was all that kept us alive. Now he has a small fishing fleet under his command, and plenty of people following him." Emily nodded. Scraping together the funds to buy a fishing boat would be difficult for a newcomer in the field. Most of them would have a boat passed down from their parents, or try to hire onto one of the bigger boats and earn enough money to buy a share. But if someone loaned the fishermen the money to buy a boat, then allowed them to repay it over years, they would have a good investment and a great many friends. And best of all, it hadn't been one of Emily's suggestions. They'd thought of it for themselves. "And now he wants to build the world's largest fishing ship," Emeka added. "But I ran the math, and it would be too expensive to build and maintain, particularly if he doesn't find a buyer. He was talking about something bigger than those boats out there." "And is he going to build it?" Emily asked. "Or, Father said that he could fund it for himself," Emeka said. She giggled. That shut him right up. She pointed to a long set of low buildings just behind the docks. "Those warehouses normally belong to traders," she said. "They used them to store goods for transshipment to the rest of the Allied lands. Now, however—" They walked up to a door, and Emeka pressed her hand against a panel. There was a click, and the door opened, allowing them both to step inside. The sound of screeching metal blasted Emily's ears before she managed to cast a protective charm to block it out. Emeka shrugged, her lips moving soundlessly. It took Emily 2 tries before she could widen the charm enough to hear her friend's words. "I built the wards," Emeka admitted, once they could hear each other again. "Father thought that if we placed the main factory here, fewer people would come visit, so he told me to construct wards to keep our work hidden." Emily rather doubted that the trick had fooled anyone, which did raise the question of just what Emeka's father thought he was doing. She pushed the thought to one side and allowed Emeka to lead her through a corridor and into a massive room, where several dozen craftsmen worked on a number of projects. Several of them were putting together a new version of the printing press, one that might allow printing in the local language without using English letters, although it looked incredibly cumbersome compared to the original models. But it might make it easier for the printing press to be adopted by the nobility. Most of the craftsmen were men, she noticed, but there were a couple of young girls working at their own tables. One of them was a woodworker, slowly putting together a child-sized abacus. The other seemed to be working beside an older blacksmith, who watched her with a gimlet eye. It took Emily a moment to realize that the girl was working charms into the metal, making it safer to use. They hadn't quite solved all of the problems presented by inferior metals just yet. "You'll want to see this," Emeka said, pulling Emily over to a large machine at the far end of the room. "It was built from your designs." It seemed to be nothing more than a giant metal container hanging over a fire, which was carefully tended by 2 young men who glanced at the girls whenever they thought they weren't looking. The container was connected to a smaller set of containers, which released puffs of smoke at regular intervals. She couldn't help smiling as she realized that it was a working model of a steam engine. Another one was being put together by a team of blacksmiths and craftsmen. Emeka was wrong, Emily saw, as she studied the half-completed model. Her original design had been badly flawed. The theory had been right, but local science and metalworking were simply not up to the task of turning it into a working model. But she'd given them ideas, and some genius had outlined one that was actually within their capabilities. They might still have needed spells on the boiler to ensure that it didn't burst, but it should be capable of powering a locomotive or steamboat. The craftsman waved at Emeka. She pulled at Emily's hand again, tugging her into a small side room. It had a large bathtub of water positioned right in the center of the room. Emily frowned, puzzled, before the craftsman dropped a small boat into the water. A moment later, it began to move of its own accord. The locals would take it for magic, she knew, but instead, it was nothing more than science. There was a tiny steam engine inside the boat. If Boy Scouts could build them, why not skilled craftsmen, once they'd gotten the idea? "I've been showing this off to fishermen and traders," the craftsman said. His accent was different to Emeka's, suggesting that he came from a different country. "Most of the smaller operators don't like the idea of abandoning their sales, but the bigger traders think that it will be brilliant once we manage to build a full-sized steamboat." Emily nodded in agreement. Steamboats would transform the world, making it much easier to build trading networks with the other continents. The necromancers would have real problems stopping them, which suggested that, in the long term, the Allied lands might be able to build up a position away from their interference. And then, if they built new weapons, they might even be able to cleanse the blighted lands. But millions of people would still be at risk, she thought. It would be impossible to evacuate the Allied lands. Even her own world, with far higher levels of technology, couldn't have evacuated a whole continent. Maybe new positions could be built up overseas, eventually producing the reinforcements that would beat the necromancers. Or maybe it was just a pipe dream. "Building the rails is proving harder, but we're working on it," Emeka explained as they walked back into the main room. "The real problem is obtaining enough iron to make them. Most of the mines are owned by the barons, and they're not keen to sell, unless we pay them vast amounts of money. My father has been trying to look for other sources in the mountains, but that will raise its own problems. The nearest kingdoms might object." Emily smiled inwardly, wondering if her friend or anyone else truly understood what was being born in the converted warehouse. The whole world would be transformed by steam power, and how long would it be, she wondered, before they made the jump to electrical power? She hadn't been able to work out how it had been done on Earth, but she knew it was possible. Perhaps she should have spent more time studying the latter parts of the Industrial Revolution. And then there was nuclear power. "Your father has good reason to be proud," Emily said, finally. "How far are these ideas spreading?" "Well, the basic technique is already out," Emeka admitted. "We've heard rumors that Drake, one of the Free Cities, is working on producing its own steam engine design. Other kingdoms have been quiet on the matter, but we have had quite a few visitors. If something happens here, the idea will still be out in the world. And someone will use it," Emily thought. Emeka led her back outside, into the bright sunlight. "I'd prefer not to go back to the shop," she said. "Would you like to explore the city?" "Why not?" Emily asked. She grinned at Emeka's expression. "You don't want to go back to work?" "It's just counting and minding the store," Emeka said. "Just because I have magic. Well, no one dares to steal from us, but it's tedious. And Johann keeps glancing at me oddly, and sometimes other magicians come in and offer to marry me." Emily started to laugh. "You too?" Emeka stared at her. "You too?" "Yes," Emily admitted. She hesitated, then plunged on. "Jade offered to marry me." "That was nice of him," Emeka said. "But are the two of you really suited to be together? You come from very different backgrounds." Emily snorted. Her friend didn't know the half of it. "I don't know," she said. "Do you want to marry him?" "I could do worse," Emeka said. "If father hadn't become so rich, I might have been pushed into marrying one of the other magicians. But right now he's holding out for another match." She grinned up at Emily. "And that is all your fault," she added. "So, thank you." Emily had to laugh. "There have been quite a few other suitors," she said, changing the subject. "And poor Alassa has 22 princes after her." Chapter 28. It felt wrong to admit it, but there were times when Emily felt more comfortable with Emeka than Alassa. The royal princess could be overbearing and thoughtless at times, both character flaws that could never be ascribed to Emeka. And besides, Alassa had to act more like a princess when she was at home.
Alassa was fun, but Emeka was steady. They compared notes on marriage proposals as they walked through the streets, exploring the city. Emeka, being a new-blood magician, had had quite a few offers, all from local magicians interested in using her blood to boost the vigor of his children. Some of the offers had been relatively good ones. She would have no other obligations, apart from bearing children. In a sense, she wouldn't even be the magician's wife. As long as she was careful, the magician had assured her, she could take lovers. "I was warned that it would only get worse as we grew older," Emeka said. "Second years can be approached directly, rather than talking to parents and guardians. If someone makes a magical oath—" Emily winced. She had made an oath, one that she suspected would return to haunt her in the future. If someone swore to marry someone or bear his children, they risked the oath rebounding on them if they broke their word. A young girl like Emeka would be in particular danger, but then she had been warned of the possibility. No one had ever told Emily that people might try to marry her just because of her genes. They probably assumed that Void told me, she thought. Or perhaps it was simpler than that, more fundamental. The boys she knew always affected a particular deafness when anything approaching women's matters was mentioned. They'd been too embarrassed to even think about it. But then it was much simpler for the guys. She looked over at her quiet friend and shook her head. "Do you want to marry?" "I don't know," Emeka said. "I do want to have children one day, but I haven't found anyone I would actually like to marry, and Father would insist on having a say." "He does seem to boss you around and keep you working," Emily observed neutrally. "I'm surprised he doesn't have you putting up wards everywhere for money." Emeka shrugged. "Basic wards that keep out mundanes are easy," she said. "You ought to know that, after all those lessons in martial magic. No one wants to hire me for that. Keeping out another magician, let alone a sorcerer. My wards won't stand up to them for more than a few seconds. You could break in simply by applying enough force to the ward." "But I could be worse off," she added. "Poor Alassa will have to put up with her husband for the rest of her life, no matter how horrid he is." They walked through the middle of a vast market. No one paid them any attention, apart from a handful of children who ran up and begged for money. Emily felt something twisting inside her heart, but she knew better than to actually give them anything. Mistress Irene had made it clear on her second visit to Dragon's Den that it merely encouraged the beggars, and the children rarely managed to keep their gains. Their older masters would take the coin and give them scraps, if anything, in return. Any objections would result in a beating. "Your father should adopt some of these kids," she muttered, as the beggar children ran on to seek other victims. "Why are they even here?" "Richer folk come to the market," Emeka explained, "and some of them are quite happy to give the children coin." She hesitated. "Why would my father want to adopt them?" "Buy a large house and turn it into an orphanage and school," Emily suggested. Some orphanages could be awful, but surely they could find a staff willing to work without treating the kids like monsters. They'd have enough of an education to be able to repay him when they were adults, and he'd have a small army of loyal servants willing to support him later on. Emeka shook her head. "It's not that easy to escape a life on the streets," she pointed out. "The street children are always seen as thieves and murderers, or worse. Not many people would give them a chance." Emily shook her head in dismay, but said nothing. Instead, she allowed Emeka to buy a handful of oddly shaped fruits from a stall and pass her a couple to eat. It was hard to figure out how to eat them. The skin was leathery and looked inedible, until she saw Emeka use her fingernails to tear one open, revealing a juicy white mass inside. The fruit tasted unfamiliar, but nice. One of the later stalls was selling abacuses, ranging from very crude designs to one that had been decorated by the craftsman who'd produced it. The stall next to it was offering lessons in using an abacus, with a handful of young men and women signing up for tuition. Emily looked up and saw a lesson in the alleyway, with one young man showing the others how best to use the devices. It didn't take long to master the basics, Emily knew, and then they could advance on their own. She picked up the decorated abacus and studied it. Back home, it would probably have been mass-produced, but here it would have been designed and produced by a master craftsman. It was covered in a numbers motif, suggesting the triumph of Arabic numerals over the old system. Emily couldn't help admiring the skill and dedication that had gone into the work. What would happen to the craftsman, she asked herself, when the techniques for assembly line production were worked out? Somehow, she knew it would be almost as disruptive as the new numerals had been for the accounting profession. "I think I'd like to buy this," she decided suddenly.
A quick glance revealed that the seller wanted 1 gold piece for the abacus. "Maybe let me do the bargaining," Emeka said quickly. "I've seen you try to bargain." Emily flushed. Bargaining wasn't a skill she had managed to acquire. She always wound up paying more than strictly necessary for almost everything. Emeka stepped forward and sweetly pointed out that 1 gold piece was excessive, unless the gold piece was very small. Surely the seller could see that no one would buy it at that price. 20 minutes later, they finally came to an agreement. Emily could buy the abacus for 3 silver pieces. She produced the coins from her pouch, watched the shopkeeper check them carefully, then picked up the abacus. Emeka had to remind her that it needed to be wrapped up first. "I can deliver it," the seller offered. "Where do you want it to go?" "My home," Emeka said before Emily could mention the castle. She gave him her address and accepted a receipt, then turned back to Emily. "You can pick it up when you next come to visit me, although if there really is a cockatrice in your luggage—" Emily snorted as they walked onwards, passing several other stalls offering various forms of tuition, including one run by an elderly lady who offered various alchemical potions for young women. Several of them looked to be comparable to the ones she'd been given at Whitehall. Others seemed to be love potions, and one promised a healthy baby boy to the girl who took it before conception. Love potions were banned at Whitehall, even the ones that only lasted long enough to do no real harm. But then the effects might wear off, but the embarrassment would be eternal. "The strongest of fixation potions, of which love potions are a prime example, can cause permanent effects," Professor Thand had said. "Anyone who drinks one may become permanently fixated on a person, whatever their prior feelings. The only way to deal with such permanent effects is to redirect the fixation to something harmless, which can cause its own problems. A victim may never be the same again afterwards. If any of you experiment with them while you study here, you will wish that you had merely been expelled." "Those never work," Emeka said, following Emily's gaze. "If they did, that woman would have to explain herself to the court wizard. All they really do is give someone the courage to make the first move, confident that it will not be rejected." Emily gave her a sharp look. "How do you know that?" One of my friends, before I came into magic, wanted to use one," Emeka said. "She had a boy she fancied. My father yelled at me for being stupid when he heard about it, then told me that the potions were useless and that we had wasted our money, and then everyone else found out about it and they laughed at us." She nodded towards one of the temples as they drifted back into the upper parts of the city. "My father worships there. He donated a large chunk of money to the priests in exchange for the favors the gods had showered upon him," she said. Her face twisted into a droll smile. "But the priests favored him in future. They backed his candidacy to the council and offered him support among the holy orders. They wanted more money, you see." Emily nodded. It wasn't an uncommon racket. Bribing the priests convinced them to support you, whatever their gods were supposed to have said. If the gods were actually real, this world had had the fairy, vastly powerful entities composed of raw magic. Why not gods or demons? Certainly, there were people who claimed to have visions of the gods or pick up messages from the higher realms, but she'd always assumed that they were just deluding themselves. But here, who knew what might be true? She listened politely as Emeka told her about the major gods. Most of them seemed to represent a single aspect of existence, although there were actually several different gods of war. Emily inquired if they were actually different names for the same entity, and Emeka shook her head. They were apparently separate gods. Emily decided that there must have been a great deal of cross-contamination when the Empire was at its height, but there was no way to know. The history monks didn't seem to touch on religion. "There's a shortcut back this way," Emeka said, leading Emily through a tight alleyway and down to a flight of stairs that headed back towards the docks. "Father insisted that I explore this part of town thoroughly. One day we're going to be living here." "Then you won't be very wealthy for long," Emily pointed out dryly. The higher addresses might be a symbol of wealth, but it was clear that the junior nobility couldn't maintain them indefinitely. Only the barons and the royal family could maintain themselves permanently in the upper reaches of the city. Or does he think he can parlay it into something more permanent? "I've said as much to him," Emeka said, "but he wants to make it—" Emily held up a hand. Something was wrong. She glanced around in puzzlement, then saw a single, shadowy form advancing towards them from out of a darkened alleyway. She wondered, for a moment, if it could be Void, and then realized that the figure was not alone. Cold ice ran down her spine as she glanced back up the steps and saw two more figures blocking their line of escape. Emily reached for her magic and felt it, shimmering just below her skin. If they were ordinary footpads, they were in for a nasty surprise. One of the men drew a sword as he advanced. Emily noted absently that he'd obviously had some training. Sergeant Harkin had taught his class how to use a blade, and he'd pointed out a number of the more common mistakes made by amateurs. Standing up and striking a dramatic pose was a good way to have a knife shoved between your ribs while you were posing, or so he'd said. The other men were drawing their own weapons. They didn't need to threaten two harmless girls with swords. And she let them get too close. She shaped a spell in her mind, one that Sergeant Miles had hammered into her head, and cast it towards the men. There was a blinding flash of light. Emeka yelped in shock, and their armor glowed, but they didn't stop. Emily blinked in surprise. The spell should have sent them all tumbling to the ground, and threw a second spell at the first man. His armor glowed again, absorbing the magic harmlessly. It had been enchanted to provide some protection for the man inside. Emily's hesitation almost killed her. She was only vaguely aware of the man behind her until there was a crash and he hit the ground, his sword jangling as it fell down beside him. A half-seen form advanced forward and slammed into the second footpad, knocking him down with ease. Magic flared out of nowhere and blazed over two more forms. Emily saw their armor glow with bright light before it failed. The two men let out horrific screams before their skin caught fire, and they vanished in towering flames. Pushing her fear aside, she scooped up the fallen sword and used it to block a swing from one of the remaining men. The sword was heavier than the one she was used to using, and she winced as his blow sent the weapon twisting in her hand, but she managed to use it to hold him off long enough for the shadowy figure to cut in from the side. There was another blast of magic, causing the man to drop his sword and raise his hands in surrender. The newcomer cracked him on the head with the flat of their sword, and he fell to the ground, stunned. And then the shimmer faded away completely, revealing Lady Barb. Emily fought to gather her breath. She'd relied on her magic to protect her. Why hadn't she thought of enchanted armor? And then she'd come too close to panic, freezing up at exactly the wrong moment. Sergeant Harkin would have laid her flat on her back, then made an example of her in front of the entire class. Why not? He hadn't hesitated to point out everyone else's failings. And she would have deserved it. She could have been killed. "You should have seen them from the start," Lady Barb said. Irritatingly, she didn't even seem to be breathing heavily. But then she had 10 years of experience, after graduating from Whitehall. Or did you assume that raw power alone would suffice? Who are you?" Emeka asked. "Who were they?" "Interesting question," Lady Barb observed. "Enchanted armor is not cheap. How many rich and powerful men has your father pissed off?" She leaned down to examine the stunned men. "The key to beating enchanted armor, Lady Emily, is to keep hitting it with different spells," she added. "You will no doubt be aware that organic wards can be adapted on instinct, as it were, but material wards are much harder to configure against general threats. Your wide paralysis spell was insufficiently powerful to overcome them. You needed to hit them with other spells, too." "Thank you," Emily managed. Her body was starting to shake. She was a powerful magician, a potential sorceress, and yet she'd come very close to dying at the hands of men in enchanted armor. "Who sent them?" "That is indeed the question," Lady Barb said sarcastically. "Let's see. If you were the target, there's no shortage of enemies. If Emeka was the target, oh, she has no shortage of enemies either. Or at least her father has no shortage of enemies. But we know this wasn't a random attack. They knew they were facing magicians, and they came prepared." She pointed a hand into the sky and muttered a spell Emily didn't recognize. There were no visible effects, but Emily felt a tingle of magic and saw a flock of birds take flight, no doubt scared by whatever Lady Barb had done. Sergeant Miles had told her that some animals had better senses for magic than humans. Dogs, in particular, were often good escorts for soldiers when there was no magician accompanying them. She wondered if some birds had their own sensitivities to magic. "And enchanted armor is also quite rare," Lady Barb added. "I wonder who made it." Several soldiers appeared at one end of the alley, carrying weapons and looking alert. They must have been summoned by the signal, Emily realized. A properly configured spell would have been largely undetectable, save by the magicians watching for it. "Take these men back to the guardhouse and have the magician freeze them," Lady Barb ordered. "Take the bodies back too, along with their weapons. I want them held until I arrive. If they're missing, I'll turn you all to mice and feed you to the cat."
Emily glanced at her, shocked.
"Whoever did this has connections," Emeka muttered, drawing Emily's attention back to her. "If they were after me, they might have friends in the castle." "I'll escort you home, then take Lady Emily back to her rooms," Lady Barb said. She hesitated, then gave Emily an odd look. "Or do you want to witness the interrogation?"
Emily hesitated.
She didn't want to witness anything of the sort, but she knew that she would have to learn how to conduct an interrogation, sooner or later. It would be counted towards her final grade in martial magic.
"I think I should."
Lady Barb frowned, leaving Emily with the odd feeling that she'd failed some kind of test. "We'll take your friend back home," Lady Barb said, "and then I have to report to King Randor. He's not going to be pleased." That, Emily was sure, was an understatement. One of his guests had just been attacked, and the nature of the attack proved that the attackers knew who they were attacking. The king would be furious. Chapter 29. Emily felt the wards the moment she walked into the dungeons. They crackled through the air, an invisible web of power that threatened to suffocate her, even though she wasn't a prisoner. The dark walls, illuminated only by tiny balls of light drifting in the air, were marked with powerful runes, each one channeling magic around the cells. No one could escape without help from the outside. Lady Barb met her at the bottom of the stairs. "You froze up," she said bluntly. "If I hadn't been there, you and your friend could have been killed." Emily flinched at the cold contempt in her voice. She wanted to object, to fight back, but Lady Barb was right. If they hadn't had an invisible escort, they might have wound up dead, or kidnapped again. But she hadn't expected any form of enchanted armor. Magic should have provided more than enough protection for both of them, and yet it had failed. She could have died. She forced her hands to stop shaking, drawing on the mental disciplines she'd been taught. There was no time for fear, not now, but her mind kept reminding her that she could have died. "You've been in martial magic," Lady Barb pointed out, her eyes never leaving Emily's face. "Don't you know how to cast Berserker?" "We're not supposed to use it without permission," Emily mumbled, although she knew that it was a poor excuse. The truth was that she'd simply forgotten she could use it. And nothing," Lady Barb snapped. "I think you and I are going to spend the next week practicing both magical and mundane combat. You could have been killed today." Emily winced. The sergeants had been firm believers in the school of hard knocks. Each practice bout had left the students feeling sore, even if there had been no permanent injury. And they'd been good at what they did, to the point that they measured their blows so that they were always just a little ahead of their students. Jade had once asked Sergeant Miles why he held back, and Miles had pointed out, after ordering Jade to perform 100 press-ups, that they wouldn't learn anything from just being knocked out time and time again. Emily couldn't help feeling that Lady Barb would be just the same. "Thank you," she said finally. She did need the experience, she told herself. And besides, it would provide an excuse not to attend the endless round of hunting, sporting, and such like that were giving the princes a chance to show off. Maybe Lady Barb should offer Alassa the same training. "I just don't make excuses," Lady Barb said. She turned and strode into the dungeons. "Just learn from your mistakes before the next one kills you." Emily followed her, thinking hard. Why had Lady Barb chosen to follow them invisibly? Had she known that Emily and Emeka were likely to attract trouble, or had she just wanted to know what they would talk about when they were alone? And she was good at remaining undetected. Emily had never even sensed her presence until she revealed herself. It wasn't easy to sense an invisible person in the crowds, but still. And how long had she been following them? The wards around the warehouse workshop wouldn't have kept out a hedge wizard, let alone a combat sorceress. Lady Barb could have slipped inside behind them and watched as the craftsmen showed off the steam engine and the other long-term projects. What would she make of them all? And what would King Randor make of them when they were finally revealed? Steam technology would change the world. She pushed the thought to one side as Lady Barb stopped in front of a solid metal door. It looked utterly impregnable, even without the runes carved into the metal. Lady Barb gave her a sharp glance. She had been rather doubtful about allowing Emily to come with her, even though she hadn't forbidden it, and then pushed her hand against the door. Emily sensed a brilliant shimmer of magic as the cell unlocked, allowing Lady Barb to pull the door open and step inside. It was as dark and shadowy as the grave. Lady Barb created a light ball and directed it forward into the cell. It was a dark chamber, with a single chair sitting in the exact center of the room.
Heavy manacles kept the chair's occupant almost completely immobile. Emily realized that he was weighed down with so many chains that he would have had problems moving, even if they weren't secured to the metal chair. More runes had been carved into the chair itself, shaping the wards that added an extra layer of security. It struck Emily as rather excessive. But Sergeant Miles had lectured them, more than once, on keeping prisoners secure. It was easy to believe that a person without magic would be unable to escape a magical prison, but overconfidence was a gross weakness. Besides, warding each and every cell in a prison would be expensive. Matters only grew worse when the prisoners included actual magicians, who had to be drugged to keep them under control. Most of them, the sergeant had said, were kept in pocket dimensions, where they could remain secure, and a really skilled magician might even be able to escape from there. The prisoner looked up at them as Lady Barb fixed the light ball over his head. Emily had barely had a chance to look at him when she'd been attacked. Now, she realized that he was a young man, almost certainly younger than Jade. His armor had been stripped from him, leaving him dressed in nothing more than a long undershirt that revealed scars covering his body. Emily looked away, feeling a flicker of shame, as she realized that some of the wounds were new. The Royal Guard would not have treated him with kid gloves. "We checked him for signs of mind control," Lady Barb said to Emily. "We found none." She leaned down to look at the prisoner. "Good evening," she said. Her voice was so cold that the prisoner flinched. "Let me start by explaining just how much trouble you're in." She leaned closer to the prisoner, her eyes boring into his skull. "You and your friends attacked a personal friend. 2 personal friends of the Crown Princess," she continued. "And you clearly knew who you were attacking, because you had enchanted armor to cope with their magic. And given the weapons you were carrying, you intended to cause serious harm, or death. Your actions were effectively treason. Do you know what happens to traitors? You couldn't have afforded that armor on your own. Someone provided it, along with the intelligence that allowed you to plot your attack. Cooperate with us, and I will petition the king to have mercy on you. Refuse to cooperate, and I will be forced to extract the information from your mind. That may well break you, destroying your mind and leaving your body a helpless mess. Whatever is left of you will be ritually tortured to death, the fate reserved for traitors. What do you choose?" There was a long pause. The man looked almost hopeless. Emily couldn't imagine how he was feeling, although she knew what it felt like to be trapped. She'd been held prisoner before, by Shade and Malefic, but she couldn't feel any sympathy for the prisoner. He tried to kill her and her friend. "You don't get to change your mind once I begin," Lady Barb said gently. "This is your last chance to cooperate." The man sighed. "I will not talk," he said. His accent marked him out as coming from Zangaria. "I cannot talk." Lady Barb shrugged. "If someone has charmed you into keeping your mouth shut, I will break it," she said. "And if I break you, well, I will have learned enough to ensure that I don't break your friends when I interrogate them. Your mental integrity is not one of my concerns." Emily frowned. If she'd been a hired footpad facing ritual torture or permanent transfiguration as punishment for treason, she would have tried to make a deal. The man should have been trying to bargain. It was his only hope. And yet he was refusing to even consider the possibility. What did that mean? Someone fanatical enough to believe that he couldn't be forced to talk, or someone who believed that his masters would punish him for confessing, even though he was safely in the royal dungeons. She considered it, working through the various options in her mind. The first attack might have been aimed at her or Alassa. The second attack might have been the same. This attack had been specifically aimed at Emily herself, which implied that she'd been the target of all 3 assassination attempts, if the cockatrice had actually been an assassination attempt. The barons, she thought, and shivered. She'd upset the kingdom's apple cart, unleashing forces that would eventually destroy the aristocracy if they didn't learn how to cope in the brave new world she'd created. They would want a little revenge, perhaps believing that killing Emily would allow them to get the changes under control. Didn't they realize that life didn't work like Atlas shrugged? Eliminating Emily wouldn't eliminate the changes she'd already introduced, let alone the craftsmen who had taken her ideas and run with them. But they might not have realized the truth. How could they? It made sense. A baron might have the clout to get someone out of the dungeons, or to have him killed if he opened his mouth. And if he knew it, he would be caught between 2 fires, unable to appease the king without risking the ire of the baron who had hired him.
This is your final warning, Lady Barb said. Her voice had, if anything, grown colder. I will break into your mind and... Emily touched her arm. Lady Barb turned and looked at her sharply. Let me talk to him, Emily muttered, after casting a privacy ward in the air. The spell reacted oddly with the ward securing the prison, but it seemed to work. I think I can try to convince him to talk. Lady Barb gave her a sarcastic look. And you have extensive experience in interrogating prisoners? No, Emily admitted, but I do have an idea. She outlined her thoughts. If the prisoner could be convinced that he would be protected, he would talk, and then they could decide what to do without having to break into his mind, which would avoid the risk of killing him. Interesting, Lady Barb said finally. She sounded unconvinced. Good cop, bad cop wasn't something that existed in her world. And are you sure that it will work? Emily felt a flash of irritation that she fought down. If it fails, you can dig into his mind anyway, she pointed out crossly. Did Lady Barb have to question everything Emily did? We lose nothing by trying and gain much if we succeed. Very well, Lady Barb said. She stepped backwards. Good luck. Emily cancelled the privacy ward and leaned forward, allowing the prisoner to get a good look at her face. He cringed back the moment he recognized her. You're in trouble, she said bluntly. It was very much an understatement. Your master is powerful enough, or so you think, to reach into the prison and kill you if you breathe a word of his existence to anyone. But we can hide you and protect you if you talk to us now. If not, we have to break into your mind, and that might kill you. Talk, or risk death. There was a long pause. How? The man said. He coughed and started again. How can you hide me? Emily grinned. I'll turn you into something and hide you in my room, she offered. I can rig the spell to make it impossible for anyone else to find you, and you won't even be aware of time passing. Lady Barb gave her an unreadable look. The students at Whitehall had been told, quite specifically, that they were not to perform any spells that risked permanent transformation, or spells that could only be undone by the caster. If Emily had cast one within the school's wards, it would have meant instant expulsion from Whitehall, if not worse. Permanent transformation was not a joke. But if the man was unable to sense time passing, if he simply couldn't think at all, he would never be able to work the spells that would allow him to break free. If he could work the spells, he didn't seem to have any magic at all. The king will not treat with me, the man said. He looked up at her, then at Lady Barb. Are you going to defy him? Lady Barb stepped forward. If someone paid you to attack Lady Emily, she said, the king will be more interested in knowing who ordered the attack rather than simply punishing you. I believe that I could convince him to give you a lesser punishment. Besides, a few years of slaving in the mines would be better than spending the rest of your life as a hunted animal. My name is Trahas, the man said slowly. I am a guardsman in the Iron Guard. It meant nothing to Emily, but she saw Lady Barb's eyes open wide with shock. I don't believe you, Lady Barb said. There was a harsh note in her voice. If you are trying to trick us... The Duke himself issued the orders to kill Lady Emily, Trahas insisted. I saw him personally. Lady Barb lifted her hand and cast a privacy ward of her own into the air. The Iron Guard is the personal guard of the Duke of Iron, King Randor's brother, she said by way of explanation. If he issued the orders... Emily shivered. King Randor's brother, Alas's uncle, and a man without children of his own. If he was attempting to make himself king, it wouldn't last past his death, unless he thought his wife could still have a child. Even if not, the power would be tempting. He might just take power, rule for the rest of his life, then let the kingdom fall into chaos. Or maybe he thought he could become king, then allow Alassa to succeed him. Or maybe he just wanted to be rid of Emily, the girl who had turned his world upside down. But he cannot lie to his brother, Lady Barb said. I do not understand how he could lie. He's part of the royal bloodline. He cannot lie to the king. Emily looked down at the stone floor as she realized that Lady Barb was right. Alassa had told her that she couldn't lie to her father, even through a mission. She was compelled to tell the truth. Maybe someone with more experience could dissemble, but if it worked anything like a standard truth spell, it would be very difficult to dissemble while under the influence. But then a powerful sorcerer could push a truth spell aside. Perhaps the Duke was an unregistered sorcerer. Lady Barb cancelled the privacy ward and glared down at Trahas. I want to verify your words, she said as she touched his forehead. He flinched back from her touch, but the manacles kept him from moving too far away from her. "Do not try to resist me." Magic flickered around Lady Barb as she probed into his mind. Emily shivered. She'd been warned never to try any form of mental spell until she was older, with the discipline to keep her thoughts under control. A single mistake could be disastrous. Or, for that matter, someone could have buried a nasty surprise in the target's mind, just waiting for someone to come along and stick their head into the trap. If the Duke was a sorcerer. But how could he be without training? Lady Barb stumbled backwards, deeply shocked. "It was the Duke," she said in disbelief. "He saw him personally." Emily swallowed. How did one arrest the most powerful nobleman in Zangaria? "I will have you transferred to my own personal custody," Lady Barb said to Trahas. "Lady Emily shouldn't have to take care of you. For what it's worth, I won't surrender you to anyone until after the whole matter is sorted out." She looked over at Emily. "You do realize that this is disastrous?" Emily nodded mutely. "All of the barons are in Alexis, ready for the confirmation," Lady Barb added. "If they realize that the Duke of Iron has turned into a traitor, they could jump either way." They might be involved, Emily thought sourly. The barons had strong reasons to oppose the changes Emily had brought to the kingdom. What would happen if they decided that the Duke was in the right? If it truly was the Duke? But Lady Barb had confirmed it. And yet, how had the Duke managed to get around the royal bloodline's effect? "Go to your rooms and wait there," Lady Barb ordered. "I will speak to the king, then he can decide what to do. And watch your back. If the Duke ordered your death, he could influence the servants in the castle as easily as his own guardsmen. He's keyed into the spells binding them." Emily stared at her. "Why, because he would have been regent if the king had died before Alassa reached her majority," Lady Barb said tiredly. "Go now. I will send for you when we know what we are doing." Emily nodded once and left the dungeons. Behind her, she sensed a faint surge of magic and hoped that Lady Barb would ensure that Trahas was safe. He had tried to kill her, but he'd been obeying the orders of his superior, and that was a workable defense in a medieval society. The Duke's men were sworn to obey his orders, even if they were unpleasant or outright crimes against humanity. Hell, they didn't even have a concept of crimes against humanity. "Alassa is going to hate me," she thought numbly as she walked up the stairs. A handful of maids caught her eye and curtsied, then looked surprised as Emily ignored them. "I keep turning our country upside down." Chapter 30. Lady Barb came for her 2 hours later. "The king has summoned his brother to the Grand Hall," Lady Barb said as soon as she stepped inside. "You will be there when the Duke is challenged." Emily nodded. She'd spent the time working on personal protective spells, wrapping them into the wards that surrounded her. They were more complex than the standard wards she'd been taught to ward off practical joke hexes and jinxes, and they drew on her power, but there was no real choice. The next attack might be lethal, and if the attackers used enchanted blades, it might still be lethal. Lady Barb looked her up and down, then nodded. "In the event of anything unexpected happening," she added, "follow my lead. If it really is the Duke, he'll have a contingency plan to deal with early discovery." "Understood," Emily said, although she had no idea what they would do then. The Duke was the only nobleman allowed more than 200 personal armsmen, and he was the commander of the royal army. If he decided to rebel, it could get very nasty. "Is he coming?" "Apparently," Lady Barb said. She walked over to the door and stopped, her hand on the handle. "And don't talk to anyone about this, apart from the royal family and myself. They need to show a united front to the barons." Emily rolled her eyes at that as she followed Lady Barb down the stairs and into the great hall. Someone had been making frantic preparations in a hurry, for there were several dozen guardsmen outside and a handful of magicians. Zed stood at their head, looking annoyed at being dragged away from his work. There was no sign of Brain anywhere. The court wizard gave Emily a nasty look as he caught her eye, then ignored her as Lady Barb led her into the throne room. Alassa was standing beside her father's throne, looking worried. "Stand over there," Lady Barb ordered, pointing to the corner nearest the throne, "and keep your mouth shut unless you are spoken to." King Randor looked badly worried. His expression as he saw Emily was unreadable, but she couldn't help wondering if he blamed her for the upheaval too. If his brother was plotting against him, the plot might be on the very verge of success. Armed guards, loyal to the Duke rather than the king, might be on their way to secure the castle.
Emily was the bearer of bad news rather than the bad news herself, but would that really matter? It was only human to blame the messenger. She pulled herself upright and waited, concentrating on the pose the sergeants had hammered into their heads. Remain calm, they'd ordered. Don't waste a single motion. She clasped her hands behind her back and steadied her breathing, quietly readying magic just in case it was necessary. This time she was not going to freeze up or be taken by surprise.
"Your Majesty," the herald boomed, "His Grace the Duke of Iron."
The Duke of Iron looked formidable, Emily realized, even though he also looked thoroughly unhappy. His scabbard hung loosely from his belt, demonstrating that he was unarmed. Emily wondered, absently, just how carefully the guards had searched him. Sergeant Harkin had carried nearly 30 different weapons on his body, she'd been told, and most of them had consisted of devices that were not immediately recognizable as dangerous. His tunic could conceal anything from a knife to a length of steel wire, ready to use as a makeshift garrote. And if he was a sorcerer... He didn't feel like a sorcerer, Emily decided. There was no sense of barely restrained power, or the hints of instability she'd sensed on other powerful magicians, but magic was woven into the royal bloodline. Alassa could become a sorceress, if she had the time to concentrate on studying magic. Could her uncle have studied magic in secrecy? His wife accompanied him, her eyes glancing from side to side, nervously. She looked as if she couldn't decide if she should be holding her head up high or throwing herself on the ground in front of the king, begging for mercy. Emily felt a flicker of pity for the young woman. She simply seemed too young to really understand what was going on. Her husband was in deep trouble, and she didn't understand why.
"Your Majesty," the Duke said in a surprisingly deep voice, "you have summoned me, and I have come."
Emily frowned. It didn't sound as though the Duke knew he was in trouble, but anyone who had spent years in a royal court would be a skilled dissembler. He could make his voice suggest whatever he wanted it to suggest. And yet there was a hint that suggested innocence and puzzlement and... If the Duke is innocent, she asked herself, what does it mean?
"We have called you here to address a difficult situation," King Randor said. "Word has reached us that several of your guardsmen were implicated in an attack on the Lady Emily. When interrogated, the guardsmen claim to have been given instructions by you personally, even though you are aware that the Lady Emily is our guest and therefore protected by our will."
His voice darkened.
"We must ask you now," he continued, "if you issued such orders. Did you order your men to kill the Lady Emily?"
The Duke threw Emily a sharp glance, then looked back at his brother.
"I issued no orders to kill the Lady Emily," he said. "I issued no orders to injure her, or to scare her."
King Randor studied his brother for a long moment.
"The Lady Emily was with her friend Emeka, daughter of Lynn," he said. "Did you issue orders to bring any harm to her or her family?"
"No," the Duke of Iron said. There was a cold note to his voice.
"I do not sneak around like a common footpad. My opinion of the changes the Lady Emily has brought to your kingdom is well known, but I would not order anyone assassinated to forestall change." "Which leads to the next question," King Randor said. He never took his eyes off his brother. "What do you think of the Lady Emily?"
Emily flushed, despite herself.
"I think that she has meddled in matters that are none of her concern," the Duke of Iron said coldly. "I think that she is a most unsuitable companion for the Crown Princess. I think that she is dangerous. She defeated a necromancer and refused to tell the Allied lands how she did it. I think that she should be sent back to Whitehall, where she belongs."
The Duke of Iron didn't look embarrassed at having the truth dragged out of him.
"I have always been loyal to you, my brother," he said crossly. "Why are you interrogating me like a common criminal?"
"The report had to be checked," King Randor said.
"Are you planning to usurp our throne?"
"I am not," the Duke said simply. There was a long pause.
"We are sorry for interrogating you," King Randor said finally. "We trust that you understand our position in such matters."
He looked at the Duke's wife.
"Lithia, Duchess of Iron, we thank you for your presence here," he said. "You and your husband may depart." "I wish to face my challenger," the Duke of Iron said.
There was a harsh note to his voice that made Emily cringe inwardly.
"This is slander against a member of the royal bloodline, and as such, punishable by death. I will face him or her,"
he threw Emily another unreadable look,
"on the field of honor." The investigation has yet to be completed, King Randor said. You may go.
The Duke of Iron bowed. His wife curtsied and backed out of the room. He couldn't turn his back on King Randor, Emily realized. She watched him go, then looked up at the king.
He didn't look happy at all. He was telling the truth, he said, addressing Lady Barb. I could feel it within the bloodline.
The truth spells agreed that he was telling the truth, Lady Barb agreed coolly. I checked. The king glared at her.
You cast truth spells on my brother?
Technically, I cast them into the air, Lady Barb countered. And I swore to protect you and your family. Protecting you from him and protecting him from false accusations are part of the oath.
I see, the king said dangerously.
And what of your guardsmen? He was also telling the truth, Lady Barb said. He genuinely believed that the Duke had sent him with orders to murder Lady Emily.
They cannot both be telling the truth, King Randor pointed out.
Emily frowned, remembering a comic strip she'd once read. Captain Kirk had been stabbed, and when he'd recovered, he'd blamed one of his crewmen. The crewman had denied the charge, and the telepath who'd investigated had claimed that he was telling the truth. They'd both been telling the truth. Eventually, the crew had discovered that a shapeshifter had impersonated the crewman, ensuring that no one would look for him. Only sheer coincidence had allowed the real assassin to be uncovered before he could try again. And then there had been Harry Potter's attempt to impersonate one of his fellow pupils. The guardsman wouldn't be familiar with the Duke, she said slowly. Could someone have impersonated him? That would be against the law, Lady Barb said, deadpan. You mean someone could have used a glamour to pretend to be the Duke? Emily nodded. And perhaps a hint of compulsion as well, to override any doubts they may have, she added. Besides, if the guardsmen were junior enough, they wouldn't question his orders anyway. They'd believe that they were following orders from legitimate authority. The truth spells can only tell what someone believes to be true. It's possible, Lady Barb said. And yet, if the guardsmen were issued their orders in the barracks, whoever issued them had to be capable of breaking into the castle.
Or was invited, King Randor said darkly. One of the barons, intent on taking the throne for himself, might have managed to issue the orders while waiting for an audience.
A simple glamour might well have escaped notice, Lady Barb agreed. How many noble women have glamours to hide unsightly features?
You will continue to investigate, King Randor ordered. And Lady Emily?
Emily gulped. Yes, Your Majesty.
The confirmation ceremony takes place in a week, King Randor said. Try not to upset anyone else before then.
Yes, Your Majesty, Emily said, flushing.
And several of our young bucks have made known their interest in you, the king added, clearly enjoying Emily's discomfort. If you want to get married...
He laughed at Emily's expression.
Refer them to your guardian, he suggested. After all, you are clearly not yet ready to carve out an independent life.
Emily nodded. Anyone who tried to negotiate with Void would find it a maddening task. At best, he'd just tell them that he couldn't approve the match, after making them waste time trying to convince him to support their proposal. Alternatively, he'd simply ignore their letters in the hopes that they'd go away.
And Nightingale wishes to brief you on the etiquette for the confirmation, the king concluded. You may speak with him in the library.
Emily curtsied and backed out of the room, silently grateful for the times Alassa had made her practice. Walking backwards wasn't easy. She had no idea how Duchess Lithia had managed to walk in a dress without tripping over herself. Once the door closed, she turned and walked towards the library, mulling over what she'd heard. If the mastermind behind the assassination attempts wasn't the Duke of Iron, who was it? He should have asked the Duke if he was a sorcerer, Emily realized, as she reached the library. We could have checked that too. Could the Duke have found a way to defeat the royal bloodline? The king placed a great deal of faith in it, and why not? He had presumably been unable to lie to his father too, just like Alassa. What if the truth-telling effect no longer worked once the previous bloodline prime had died? Could there be an exception to the rule, and the alchemists had simply missed it? And yet that seemed too simple to be missed easily. Why not? She asked herself sourly. You forgot to use Berserker. Nightingale was sitting at a table inside the library, reviewing a set of parchments that looked old enough to date back to the Empire. He looked up as she entered, and then stood up, bowing to her. Emily walked over to him, nodded once, and took the seat facing him. You are aware, no doubt, that the confirmation is the most important part of the Crown Princess's path towards the throne,
he began, as self-importantly as ever. While she was the acknowledged heir, as soon as she was born, she was not formally presented to the barons as their future monarch. Custom decreed that the confirmation had to wait until she was 17 years old, capable of ruling without a regent. Emily nodded impatiently. Zangoria prioritized male heirs, just like medieval Europe. A younger brother would have automatically taken Alassa's place as heir. But a child, male or female, would not have been expected to be able to rule. Someone else would have served as regent, and given enough time, have been able to build up a power base they could use to replace the heir. Or, perhaps, push Alassa into marrying him. The confirmation will prove to the assembled nobility that the princess is capable of ruling them, that she is healthy and of sound mind as well as sound body, that she can take her father's place when he dies, Nightingale said. It must not be allowed to go wrong. I understand, Emily said sharply. What do you wish me to do as part of the ceremony? The crown prince is assigned a knight to accompany him, Nightingale said. But the princess is female, and it would not be appropriate for her to be accompanied by a male knight. King Randor has therefore consented to allow you to serve as her knight. Emily blinked. Could a woman be knighted? She'd certainly never heard of it. But she wasn't sure that she wasn't a knight. There will be other noble women, surely, she said finally. Why me? You don't have any relationships within Zangaria, apart from your friendship with Alassa, Nightingale pointed out. Any noblewoman would have her own interests at stake, or those of her husband. He didn't seem to realize that Emily's other best friend also came from Zangaria, but Emeka was a commoner. Maybe she just didn't count. Alassa will go into seclusion the night before the ceremony, Nightingale informed her. She will be expected to pray to the goddess that she will have a long and happy and fruitful reign once she takes her father's place. You will be there with her. The following morning, you will bear witness as the baronesses inspect her, making sure that she is healthy. Once they certify her, you will join her for breakfast and then proceed to the assembly. Emily wondered what would happen if the baronesses refused to confirm that Alassa was healthy. It made sense, particularly in a medieval environment, but she couldn't help feeling a moment's pity for Alassa. The baronesses would poke and prod at her entire body just to make sure that she was completely healthy. They couldn't just hire a healer to do it? The king will present his daughter to the assembly, Nightingale droned on. Once they have acclaimed her, the Duke of Iron will formally abandon his right to be regent and accept her as the crown princess, the first in line to the throne. She will in turn confirm him as her heir, to become the monarch in the event of her death. After that, the barons will come forward one by one and swear to be loyal to her when she assumes the throne. They will be followed by the lesser nobility and finally by the assemblymen. He took a breath. And after that, he concluded, the competition for her hand begins in earnest. Emily gaped at him. It hasn't already begun? There is a difference between a crown princess who has not been confirmed and a crown princess who has been confirmed, Nightingale said. Emily shrugged. It seemed a matter of semantics to her. Alassa had been her father's heir from the moment she had been born. But the whole ceremony was clearly important to the locals. Confirming that Alassa was healthy, and presumably fertile, would give them the promise of an heir to replace her when she died. But that really required her to marry. Nightingale leaned forward. There is another reason for your role, he added. His voice grew tighter as he spoke. You must ensure that she remains awake overnight while in seclusion, to honor the traditions, and you will have to swear that she has done so. I see, Emily said. The sergeants had pushed them to the point where Emily could get by on little sleep, but Alassa hadn't been in martial magic, and it was cruel to force her to remain awake the night before she was confirmed. How long would the ceremony even last? And what am I supposed to do if she falls asleep? Keep her awake, Nightingale said. He looked oddly reluctant to speak further, even though he knew he had to specify. Whatever it takes, keep her awake. Emily snorted. How many people volunteered for this job? None, Nightingale admitted. But then, everyone who could have taken the role had other commitments. Answer me a question, Emily said. Why am I not surprised? Chapter 31 Emily shifted uncomfortably on her seat as Baron Bronze droned on and on about how much he loved King Randor, his crown princess, and his country. It would have been a more impressive speech if the Baron, who seemed never to have to pause for breath, hadn't kept jumping back to the topic of his own services to the kingdom. But then every dinner since the Duke's interrogation had included one of the barons having a chance to talk. Emily couldn't decide just who, if anyone, was meant to be impressed. Lady Barb hadn't been joking when she'd promised Emily that they were going to be practicing magical and mundane combat. Every day, once Alassa had finished breakfast and taken the princes hunting or jousting, Lady Barb had sought out Emily and brought her to a training room. There, she'd forced Emily to practice and practice and practice, often sparring with her at the end of the session. She didn't allow Emily to use any sort of pain-killing potions either, leaving Emily aching for the rest of the day. Like the sergeants, Lady Barb seemed to believe that pain was the ultimate teacher. Emily had looked in the mirror every night and been astonished to see how many bruises were covering her body. She looked over at Alassa, sitting beside Prince Hedrick, a faintly bored expression on her face. This was the night before her confirmation. Alassa had chosen Hedrick as her escort, simply because he wouldn't say anything to her. Emily swallowed, not looking forward to the evening at all. The records Nightingale had found for her, after some persuasion, suggested that some previous princes had spent the night in silent contemplation that was so loud that no one could sleep. Alassa might not be much better. But then there will be just the two of us, Emily thought. She had toyed with the idea of inviting Ameka, but Lady Barb had talked her out of it, pointing out that the nobility would see her presence as an insult. Emily had asked why she was acceptable. After all, the standard account of her birth placed her as barely above a slave, and Lady Barb had pointed out that she had killed a necromancer, and that put her ahead of even a fully trained sorcerer. The Baron finally came to an end and sat down, much to everyone's relief. There was a pause, then King Randor stood up and announced that there would be no dancing. Instead, everyone was urged to spend the evening in prayer for the crown princess. Several guests looked surprised, although it had been announced days ago. Every last detail of the formal dinners was carefully choreographed by the king's staff. Perhaps the guests simply hadn't bothered to find out what was actually going on. "You are all welcome tomorrow," the king concluded, "and I thank you for your acclaim." He walked behind the curtain. Protocol dictated that no one was allowed to leave before the monarch. His departure signaled that the revels were now over. Emily stood up, following Alassa as she walked out the door and headed up towards her chambers. She saw Zed scowling at her as she passed, clearly considering throwing a spell at her, before thinking better of it. The alchemists King Randor had summoned to investigate Emily's concerns about the royal bloodline were poking their noses into his work. But you'd hate it too if someone did it to you, Emily thought ruefully. Magicians disliked anyone messing with their workspaces, to the point where it was common for them to scatter trap spells over their books, papers, and equipment. Every day Whitehall saw a handful of students trapped by spells set by their fellow students. She'd heard enough stories to know about what could happen to someone who broke into a magician's house, to understand that anyone who tried would be a candidate for the Darwin Award. Alassa grinned at Emily as she stepped into her rooms. Most of the servants seemed to have been banished, leaving only a trio of maids to help Alassa undress and don a long white gown that looked faintly odd to Emily's eyes. It took her a long moment to realize that it seemed to have been designed for an older woman rather than a young princess. The maids caught hold of Emily before she could object and undressed her too, then passed her a black gown that was the same cut and style as Alassa's gown. "The supplicant before the goddess always wears white," Alassa explained, as soon as the maids had left the room. "Anyone who comes with them to bear witness wears black." Tradition, Emily guessed. Symbolism, Alassa countered. She stepped over to one of her chests and opened it with a touch of her magic. "The goddess will only grant one's prayers if the formalities are honored." Emily frowned as she saw Alassa pull a book out of the chest. "What is the book?" Alassa smirked. "Most of the men in the city do not approve of the crone goddess," she explained as she passed Emily the book. "The book is charmed to appear like an ordinary textbook to any man who happen to gaze upon it. Those who look inside find themselves blinded." Emily looked down at the book. Some of the letters on the front were recognizably part of the Empire's language. Others were unfamiliar, yet she couldn't help feeling that she'd seen them before. She ran her hand down the spine, feeling an odd tingle as she sensed the magic buried within the pages, then opened it to the first page. The insignia that stared up at her was instantly recognizable.
It was the same as the one on the front page of Void's untranslatable book. "The crone is the ultimate representation of womankind," Alassa said. "Her sisters, the mother and the maiden, are transient. The crone is eternal, but men fear her deeply, even though she is not unkind. They believe that those who follow the goddess think for themselves." "Oh," Emily said. Alassa hadn't done much thinking for herself before she'd met Emily. "What happens to those who follow her?" "Nothing," Alassa said. She smiled at Emily's expression, then rolled her eyes, suggesting that she wasn't entirely serious. "Those who tinker with the rights of a goddess come to bad ends. Everyone knows that." She walked over to the far corner of the room and knelt down, facing the blank wall. "I am going to read from the book," she said, "and then try to meditate. You can kneel behind me while I read, then you can move around or read one of the other books." She waved a hand at her bookshelf. "While I meditate. Just don't let me fall asleep." Emily grinned. "What would you like me to do if you do fall asleep?" "Feel free to wake me up," Alassa said. "My father told me that my uncle never even let him get a wink of sleep." She scowled. "I feel bad for him," she added. "Being interrogated like that is not pleasant." Emily nodded. Lady Barb's investigation had gotten nowhere, even though she was convinced that the true suspect was someone with access to the castle. Indeed, her suspicions seemed to have focused on Prince Hedrick, simply because he was the only trained magician amongst the princes, and the maid who had tried to kill Alassa, or Emily, had come from his kingdom. But why would he risk summoning a cockatrice? Emily asked herself. It could have killed us all. Alassa began to read out loud from the book, using a language that Emily didn't recognize. Could it be that she should have asked Alassa how to read Void's book from the start? It had honestly never occurred to her. But what was the language the book's authors had used? Why was it the same as that belonging to the crone goddess's followers? Emily concentrated, then cast a translation spell. "Of all we see," Alassa said, her words suddenly understandable. "You bring us into the world, you marry us, you lay us out when we die." Her words died away suddenly. Emily watched as she closed the book, folded her hands in her lap, and then started to meditate. Silently, Emily rose to her feet and walked over to the bookshelf, examining the books the young princess had been allowed to read. Several of them looked to be storybooks that were surprisingly Victorian, complete with fixed gender roles, a hefty dose of orthodox morality, and heroes so brave, noble, and true that they were effectively Mary Sue's. One of them detailed the Empire's views on how a princess should behave, and two final ones were books on magic. Emily opened one of the magic books and skimmed through it, only to conclude that the writer had been writing a book for dummies. Alassa could have used this to grasp the basics, she told herself sourly, but she stayed with her memory instead. The other magic book was, if anything, even worse. It was merely a listing of minor spells, ranging from practical jokes to a handful of spells for domestic purposes. One of them promised to clean tables if used by someone with enough mana to work it. Judging by the handwritten notes next to the words, the person who had originally owned the book had gotten frustrated with the spell and warned his successors not to bother trying to get it to work. A final spell was a very basic lie detector. Emily had a feeling that she knew who had given Alassa the books. She started to read the storybooks out of boredom, while glancing up at the meditating princess to be sure that she hadn't fallen asleep. Alassa seemed to be coping with the vigil much better than Emily would have done, although there were hours to go before first light. Emily had been forced to stay on watch for a couple of hours on camping trips with martial magic, but she'd always been relieved before she dozed off. The sergeants had a number of brutally effective punishments for anyone who did fall asleep, pointing out that a sleeping sentry was an invitation to murder. Emily was still reading when morning came, and the maid started to knock on the door. Alassa rose to her feet and grinned at Emily, then walked over to the door and opened it. A small army of maids appeared, carrying jugs of water and a bathtub. Alassa was undressed, helped into the tub, and scrubbed clean. Emily watched with some amusement as her golden hair was washed, then left to hang down her back. Emerging from the water, as naked as the day she was born, Alassa looked almost like a goddess. "The baronesses are coming," one of the maids said, as Alassa wrapped a towel around herself. "Should I show them in?" Alassa made a face. "May as well get this over with," she muttered to Emily, then raised her voice. "Show them in, by all means." Emily had been introduced to the barons and their wives during the first couple of dinners, but she couldn't really say that she knew them. They all seemed to share the same disapproving expression when they looked at her,
although Emily couldn't tell if they disliked her because of her official origin story, or because they hated and feared the changes she had brought to their country. This time they seemed content to ignore her and clustered around Alassa, their black dresses making them seem almost like a flock of crows surrounding a dove. They poked and prodded at Alassa, their fingers exploring every inch of her body, testing every last muscle. Emily wanted to curse them as Alassa yelped in pain. One of the women had just pinched her in a sensitive spot. "Healthy," Baroness Silver said finally. The other women echoed her. "You should be capable of living long and bearing many children." Alassa watched them go and then muttered a curse, barely loud enough for Emily to hear. "When I am queen," she said, "that one will not be welcome in court." Emily shook her head, unable to avoid feeling anger at the red marks on Alassa's skin. They were fading quickly. Quick healing was part of the royal bloodline, but it proved just how badly they'd mistreated her. Maybe, if she were lucky, Lady Barb would uncover proof that the Baroness who'd poked her worst was the one whose husband was behind the plot. The woman deserved to suffer before she died. The maids returned. 2 of them were carrying a white dress for Alassa. The others were carrying more jugs of water. Emily found herself being stripped and pushed into the bathtub before she could object, then felt hands scrubbing all the dirt and sweat away from her. By the time she was pulled out and dried, Alassa was in her dress, and the maids were working on her hair. Emily's own dress was blue. The maids helped her into it, and then did up her hair. "I could just use magic," Emily protested, as the maids started to insert hairpins. "It will stay up." Alassa laughed sweetly. "Tradition," she said. She struck a dramatic pose in front of the mirror. "How do I look?" "Like a blushing bride," Emily said. "What are you going to wear on your wedding day?" "Oh, green, probably," Alassa said. "That, too, is tradition." Emily puzzled over that as the maids finished fixing up her hair. White symbolized purity and virginity, which was why it had been adopted for wedding dresses. But green was often taken to symbolize regeneration and rebirth. Perhaps it did make sense. Marriage was often a step away from one's parents and into a whole new world. Once they were ready, the maids escorted them downstairs into the great hall. Emily hung back as Alassa walked up towards her father, seated on his throne, and bobbled a curtsy to him. King Brandor rose to his feet, embraced his daughter, and then looked at Emily. "Lady Emily," he said, "was she checked and certified as healthy?" "She was," Emily said. As she had been told, she dropped a curtsy of her own. "Your daughter is fit, healthy, and ready." The breakfast was small, nothing more than small fruits. Emily was silently grateful. She couldn't have eaten much, and she wasn't the star of the show. Alassa's face was expressionless. Most of the nobles in the room were watching her like hawks, but Emily could see her tension in how she held her body. She was more nervous than she wanted to admit. If the ceremony went wrong, it would be taken as a bad omen. God alone knew what would happen then. King Randor rose to his feet and announced that the march to the assembly was about to begin. He took his wife's hand and led her out of the hall. Alassa hesitated, then followed him. Emily walked by her side as the rest of the nobles came after them, heading out of the castle gates and down towards the assembly. The streets were lined by cheering crowds, all waving banners or yelling encouragement to the princess. Emily wondered, rather cynically, if the armed guards were there to protect the nobility or to encourage the population to cheer. Up close, the assembly was larger than she'd realized. The elected assemblymen were lined up outside, bowing to King Randor as he walked past them and into the main hall, followed by his court. Inside, there were 2 long rows of seats for the nobles and elected assemblymen, and 3 golden thrones placed at one end of the hall. One for the king, Emily remembered, one for the heir, and one, left empty, with a sword placed nearly on top, for the emperor. But the empire was gone. Tradition, she thought. But it was an odd tradition, one that puzzled her. Zangaria was trying to demonstrate that it was an independent kingdom, yet it was honoring the days when it had been part of a mighty empire. Or was it a reminder of why the allied lands were so important? Unity was strength. Disunity meant weakness, with the necromancers lurking in the blighted lands, ready to swoop down on the allied lands if the defenses ever weakened. King Randor sat on his throne and waited for the assembled guests to find their seats. Emily herself had been given a chair near Alassa's throne, one half hidden in the darkness. But no one would be paying attention to her anyway, not when a princess was being confirmed as heir. Alassa herself stood in front of her throne, waiting for permission to sit. She couldn't sit down until the ceremony was completed. The trumpets blared as the heavy wooden doors closed with a loud thud. "My lords," the herald shouted, "stand for your king." Everyone rose to their feet, including Emily. King Randor studied the guests for a long moment, and then stood up himself, motioning for the guests to sit down. They obeyed slowly, keeping their eyes on their monarch. Here, he was supreme. "King Alexis I found this kingdom in a state of chaos," King Randor said. His voice was quiet, but amplified so that everyone could hear his words. "He brought it order. He founded the monarchy, while his followers became the core of the aristocracy. Successive generations of royalty have honored the pledge Alexis made to his people: strength, unity, order, and protection. Now my daughter Alassa, daughter of Marlena, comes to take her place as heir," he continued. "It is time for her to be certified as the rightful heir, so that she may take my place when I leave this world." The Duke of Iron fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A moment later, all hell broke loose. Chapter 32. Emily came to her feet as a thunderous impact knocked the heavy wooden door off its hinges and sent it falling onto the people at the rear of the hall. Armed soldiers and men carrying wands crashed into the chamber, shouting for everyone to remain still. No one seemed interested in paying attention. Noblemen were jumping up, shouting for their guards, while others were hitting the ground. A handful of guards appeared and were ruthlessly cut down by the newcomers. A spell struck King Randor, and he froze, then toppled over and hit the ground. Emily jumped forward and knocked Alassa down as another spell crackled over their heads. The entire situation seemed to have dissolved into chaos. Emily couldn't tell what was going on or who was attacking. She rolled off Alassa and readied her magic, just as a trio of men carrying wands approached the thrones. Her wards deflected their spells. Then Lady Barb crashed into them, lashing out with her magic. None of them stood a chance. "Get Alassa out of here!" Lady Barb shouted. Magic crackled around her as the newcomers attacked, trying to overwhelm the combat sorceress by sheer weight of numbers. "Now!" Emily hesitated for a long second. King Randor was down, clearly frozen in place. His wife, the Queen, was on the ground beside him, and the newcomers were getting closer. Emily caught at Alassa's arm and pulled her towards the rear of the hall, where there should be a way out. The princess seemed dazed, but followed, keeping her head low. Emily took one last glance at the fighting, realized that the newcomers seemed to have won, and then pulled Alassa out of the hall. They found themselves in a small corridor, heading deeper into the building. Sergeant Harkin had said that a situation could go from placid to absolute chaos in less than a second. Emily had never really understood what he'd meant until now. Someone had launched a coup, attacking King Randor and almost all of the senior nobility at the same time. But who? Why would one of the barons risk their own death in the crossfire? Could it be that the true enemy was a commoner? Maybe there was a commoner wealthy enough to buy enchanted armor. She pushed the thought aside as she pulled Alassa down the corridor. Simple logic suggested that the intruders, whoever they were, would try to block all exits, but they couldn't have risked doing that before they burst into the main hall, or they might have alerted King Randor's guardsmen. If they could get out of the building before they managed to secure the grounds, they could escape into the city, and then, Emily didn't know, but they would at least have some time to consider the next step. They turned the corner and ran into 4 men wearing armor and carrying swords, perfectly placed to block the escape route from the main hall. Emily gritted her teeth as they advanced towards her, casting 3 separate spells towards them in hopes of overloading their armor. Magic flared around them, but seemed unable to touch them until Alassa started to cast spells of her own. The guards screamed in pain as their armor flared bright red and failed. Then the spells took effect. Emily felt a moment of pity for them as she scooped up 2 of the dropped swords and passed one of them to Alassa. So many spells combining would produce results that were almost impossible to fix. Traitors, Alassa seethed. Who are they? Emily shrugged. The Duke had collapsed first. What did that mean? She couldn't escape the odd feeling that she should know what had happened to him, but her conscious mind refused to provide answers. Had he broken his oath and suffered the consequences? But if he was behind the coup, he'd lied to his brother despite being part of the royal bloodline. How the hell had he done that? "Down here," Alassa said. "We can get into the tunnels and escape underground." "But the Duke would have known about them," Emily protested.
He'd been his father's spare and his brother's military commander. The Duke would know all of the secret passages. He, like the students at Whitehall, would have had ample time to explore the building and locate them all. We can't risk using them. Alessa stopped and stared at her. I don't know how he did it, she said. If he did do it. There was a shout behind them as two armed guards appeared.
"Stop!" one of them bellowed. "You are our prisoners!"
Both girls cast spells at once, directing them at the guards. One guard's armor overloaded, sending him falling to the floor. The other one kept coming, balefire crackling around him without touching his skin. For a long moment, Emily stared in disbelief before realizing that the guardsman was actually a magician in disguise. He lifted one hand and threw a powerful paralysis spell at the two girls. Emily parried it with an effort and threw back a blast of raw power. The magician would have no trouble deflecting it, but he'd be blinded for a handful of seconds. Emily lunged forward, sword in hand, and lashed out with a more focused spell she'd learned in martial magic. The magician's wards failed just for a long second, long enough for Emily to bury the sword in his chest. He let out a grunt and staggered backwards, toppling to the ground. Emily pulled the sword out and then beheaded him, just to be sure. There was no time for horror and revulsion at what she'd done. Emily turned and rejoined Alessa, leading her rapidly down the corridor towards the tunnel entrance. They rounded a corner and stopped dead. 7 heavily armed men and 2 magicians were standing in front of the tunnel, clearly ready to prevent anyone from escaping into the underground network. Alessa used a vile word and lashed out with her magic, but the 2 magicians deflected it from their companions. Emily caught Alessa and yanked her backwards as the magicians started throwing spells back at the girls. One of them struck Emily's wards with something that almost knocked them down before they got out of range. Oddly, the guards didn't seem interested in giving chase. They have to guard the tunnels, Emily thought grimly. Can't risk having King Randor or his family getting back to the castle. Alessa led the way through a pair of wooden doors and into a smaller chamber that was less ornate than the main hall, but built along the same general principle. The commoners had to sit here, Emily decided, as they ran through the middle of the hall and out towards the commoner exit. There would be guards outside by now, she knew, but if they failed to break out, they might as well surrender. No, that couldn't be risked. Alessa would probably be forced into marriage to one of the barons. Assuming the barons were actually behind the plot, Emily herself would be executed, unless Void came to the rescue. Wait, she said, before Alessa could run out of the building. We need to disguise ourselves. Alessa gave her a blank look, then nodded in understanding. Every girl at Whitehall, and at least half the boys, learned how to use glamours to change their appearance. Some were simple illusions, designed to hint at larger breasts or clearer faces. Others were suffused with tiny compulsion spells, which insisted that no one should look too closely. It would be easy to place a more powerful version of the charm on themselves, but it was too likely that they would run into another disguised magician. He might well spot the glamour and then wonder what it was concealing. Emily recalled the first set of guards they'd encountered and carefully shaped the glamour spell, casting it over them both. As always, it felt faintly odd to be wearing a glamour of any kind. She hadn't been able to understand why so many girls used them when they made their magic feel a little strange. But then vanity had never been one of her vices. "You look like a hairy man," Alessa said. She giggled suddenly. "What do I look like?" Emily frowned. Was Alessa going into shock? The coup had to be the most shocking event in her life, even more shocking and terrifying than the moment Emily had almost killed her. She did know that people could fall into shock as soon as they had a moment to reflect. God knew she'd certainly felt that way after Void had snatched her out of Shaday's clutches, and he had used a spell to keep her calm. "Like there's 2 of you," Emily said. She knew the glamour was there, so it seemed like an insubstantial shadow concealing the girl below. The guardsman was only an illusion, after all. She took a breath, then transfigured Alessa's dress into something smaller, small enough that it wouldn't break the glamour. "Remember, you have to walk naturally, not run. The last thing we need is to attract attention." She pushed the door open and stepped out into the bright sunlight, wincing as the light stabbed into her eyes. Outside, a small group of guardsmen stood at the edge of the grounds, while others were heading into the building. Emily wondered just what they intended to do with the captives before pushing the thought aside. There was nothing she could do for them now, apart from keeping Alessa safe, and then... She didn't know. They'd have to work out some kind of solution, or flee back to Whitehall. "Stay calm," she muttered, as they headed for the gates. The sergeants had told her that you could get away with a great deal simply by acting as if you had a perfect right to do whatever you were doing. Someone who looked shifty, on the other hand, would attract immediate attention. If anyone asks, we have been sent with an urgent message to the castle. The sergeants had also hammered observation techniques into her head, reminding her that combat sorcerers and sorceresses were often called upon to spy. She counted upwards of 40 guardsmen near the assembly, a sizable percentage of the force legally available to any of the barons. But if someone had determined on a coup, they wouldn't let little details like a ban on more than 200 armsmen get in their way. None of the guardsmen wore anything that identified them, suggesting... What? Was their master still unsure of success? She pushed that out of her mind as they reached the gates, silently cursing Whitehall under her breath. The tutors allowed the students to use glamours freely because it taught them how to sense their presence and peer under the illusion. If one of the guardsmen happened to be a magician, he might well realize that two people were trying to escape. Emily nodded to one of the guards as they walked through the gates and out into the streets. No one moved to stop them. "Thank the goddess," Alassa breathed. "Back to the castle?" Emily glanced up the long road towards the castle gates and shook her head. There were squadrons of horsemen patrolling the streets, with heralds bellowing commands for everyone to remain indoors and lock their doors. They didn't seem interested in giving explanations, Emily realized, although that wasn't too surprising. King Randor was a reasonably popular king. He was certainly more popular than any of the nobles, particularly the barons, and the populace might rise up in his support if they knew what was happening. "I think we'd be caught if we tried," she said. "And even if they did get into the castle, what could they do? Just sit there and wait for the enemy forces to catch up with them? It probably didn't matter. By now, the castle had to be crawling with enemy troops. Where else can we go?" "The shrine," Alassa said. "The priestesses would give us sanctuary, but—" She broke off. "They wouldn't help us fight back," she added. "They're not allowed to involve themselves in mundane matters." Emily wasn't too surprised. From what Alassa had said, the Sisters of the Crone Goddess lived on the very edge of acceptable society. It was easy to see their existence as a challenge to male authority, even if the very concept of male authority was thoroughly absurd. The temples could be closed down, and the sisters scattered if they annoyed enough people in power, whatever defenses they might believe the goddess offered them. No, they'd be unwilling to assist openly. It was more likely that they would simply keep Emily and Alassa within their shrine, unable to leave. "We can't stay here," Emily muttered. By now, the faceless enemy would probably have realized that they hadn't caught Alassa. They'd start hunting for her as soon as they had secured the castle and the garrison. If they worked along the same lines as Dragon's Den, they might well have secured the gatehouses leading out of the inner city, too. "Come on." She felt an odd flash of déjà vu as they slipped down the stairs where she and Ameka had been attacked, barely a week ago. "Stop here," she ordered, summoning charms Sergeant Miles had taught her. "We don't want them tracking us." The simplest way to track someone, Sergeant Miles had said, was by using a trained dog. There were no shortage of huntsmen in the nobility, all of whom owned dogs. A simple spell broke the trail, making it impossible for the dogs to follow them any further. A second set of spells disrupted the link between Alassa and her father, at least to some extent. But then Alassa was almost as unique as Emily. Given time, the royal bloodline could probably be used as a needle to point directly at her. There were other ways. Sergeant Miles had tracked Emily and Jade through the forest near Whitehall so effectively that Emily had been convinced that he'd used magic. He hadn't. Afterwards, he'd taken them back along their route and pointed out all the subtle hints they'd left that had shown him their path. It would be harder to leave a trail in the city, but if someone could track them, they'd better be prepared to fight. Who knew what would happen once they fell into enemy hands? "They'll want Alassa alive," Emily told herself, "but they won't want me." "I'm going to alter the illusion slightly," she said out loud. "We won't look like guardsmen, but ordinary citizens. Just remember to walk with your head slightly bowed." "Understood," Alassa said. Her voice was uneven, but she was holding herself under control. "Where are we going?" "We need help," Emily said, and Alassa needed a place to collapse for a few minutes. "There's only one place we can go." "Emeka's," Alassa said. Emily nodded, thinking hard. The problem was that their unknown enemy, if they knew anything about Alassa, would almost certainly draw the correct conclusion. Alassa didn't have any friends in Alexis apart from Emeka. Who else would she run to? And Emily shared the same friend. If she'd been in command of the hunt for the missing princess, she would have staked out Emeka's apartment right from the start. We could go to the warehouse, she thought instead. I could break in easily and then... What? Nothing came to mind. They needed help, and Emeka's family were the only ones who could provide it. They will be targeted too, Emily thought, although she wasn't sure if she really believed it, or if she was trying to salve her conscience. The coup might well be aimed at reversing the changes Emily had brought to Zangaria before it was too late, in which case Emeka and everyone else associated with the new knowledge would be targeted for elimination. Maybe they had moved too far, too fast. Maybe other guilds had feared their own destruction and decided to help the aristocracy strike back. "Come on," she said, shaking her head. There would be time to unravel the mystery of who was behind the coup once they were safe. "We need to move." They kept to the shadows as they walked away from the castle, heading down towards the docks. The streets were being patrolled by horsemen, who paused long enough to bellow instructions to the citizens, ordering the market sellers off the streets and back into their homes. Here, where people actually had to work daily for a living, there was grumbling and defiance, even outright resistance. The horsemen looked ready to draw their swords and lash into the crowds as Emily and Alassa slipped by them, hidden under the glamour. Passing through the market would also add some more confusion to their trail, Emily told herself. Thousands of people passed through it every day. "They can't keep everyone off the streets forever," she muttered as they slipped into a darkened alleyway. "The entire city would grind to a halt." The thought was chilling. Alexis depended on a constant supply of food from the farms surrounding the city. If that supply line were to be broken for more than a day or two, the citizens would start to starve and then die. The new authorities would have riots on their hands. Or is that what they want? She asked herself. Do they want the entire city dead? She was tempted just to run into Emeka's shop, but held back, checking out the entire area first. There didn't seem to be any guards or magical surveillance, apart from a handful of wards that had Emeka's signature. Bracing herself, Emily stepped into the store and saw Emeka sitting behind the counter, her eyes narrowing as she saw the glamour. Emily smiled, allowing the glamour to fade away into nothingness. Emeka stared at them as she looked up. "Emily? Alassa?" Chapter 33.
"Your Highness," Emeka's father stammered. What's going on?"
"I'm not quite sure," Emily admitted. She ran through a brief outline of the attack on the assembly, concluding with their escape from the attackers and flight through the streets. "Do you have a place where you can hide us?" Perrin hesitated, studying Alassa thoughtfully.
"Hiding you may be difficult, Your Highness," he said finally. "You're quite recognizable."
Emily couldn't disagree. She could pass for a local, at least once she'd changed into more basic clothes and undone her hair. Alassa, on the other hand, was the result of a breeding program that had produced a stunningly beautiful girl. She'd draw eyes wherever she went, no matter what she wore. Perhaps they could give her a headscarf and claim that she was married, using the scarf to conceal her blonde hair, but her face would still be recognizable, and a glamour might well be noticed once the enemy started searching in earnest. Lynn marched over to her husband, pulled him to one side, and started whispering to him angrily. Emily wondered what she was saying, perhaps insisting that her husband helped, or perhaps urging him to get rid of them as quickly as possible, before looking over at Emeka, who had brought in a small pile of clothes. "They're my size," Emeka stated, "but you should be able to wear them." "I should have taken that class on clothing transfigurations," Alassa said ruefully. She still sounded shaken, and from the glances she was directing at Emeka's parents, could hear too much of their conversation for her own peace of mind. "I could have altered them to fit." "Get in here," Emeka ordered, pulling them into a small chamber. "Change into these clothes, then your old ones can be turned to dust. They can't be found here." She hesitated as Emily started to strip off the dress the maids had given her. Had it really only been a few short hours ago? It felt like years had passed since the coup had been launched. But then Alassa and she had spent the night awake. She really needed to get some sleep. So did Alassa, or they'd be completely exhausted when the enemy finally caught up with them. "Can you find Alassa a scarf?" Emily asked, as she finished pulling on the trousers and shirt. They felt uncomfortably tight, but it should help to convince any watchers that she was simply too poor to buy clothing in her own size. "Her hair is simply too recognizable." "Here," Emeka said. She smiled brightly at Emily's expression. "I thought of that." "Thank you," Alassa said seriously. She took the scarf and tried to put it on. "How do you do this?" "Like this," Emeka said and demonstrated. "Remember, you're a married woman, and you cannot take the scarf off in public." Alassa snorted as Emily inspected her. She didn't look like a princess any longer, unless one paid too much attention to her face and realized that it was inhumanly perfect. Emily wondered if they could find something that could be used to mar Alassa's skin, perhaps creating the impression of a wart or even a simple pimple, but it would have to be done carefully. Perhaps they could create two glamours, one to suggest a nasty birthmark on a lass's face, and the other to cover it up. Anyone who looked too closely would see the birthmark, and hopefully not look any further. Or we could just use dirt, she thought. It would be completely undetectable, and cheap. Perrin was waiting for them as they stepped back into the living room.
"I've sent out messengers to the craftsmen to suggest that they go into hiding," he said.
His tone suggested that he'd had a contingency plan for that all along.
"However, Your Highness, I would like to know why I should risk my family to help you."
There was a long, uncomfortable pause. "The only people who could make the coup work are the barons," Alassa said finally. If she found the question offensive, she kept it to herself. "I don't understand how the Duke could have risen against my father, if it is the Duke, but both he and the barons have one thing in common. They both disapprove of the changes that have recently been introduced into the kingdom." Her eyes sharpened. "You are one of the most prominent merchants involved with spreading new knowledge," she added. "Even if I'd never come here, you will be targeted. They will seek to make horrific examples out of everyone they can catch. If you help me restore my father to his throne, you will have his gratitude, and you will have safeguarded your own lives." Emily nodded when Emeka's father looked at her. Alassa was correct, although it wouldn't make the knowledge any easier to bear. Lady Barb had been right, Emily decided. She had been careless when she started offering Emeka the benefits of her knowledge. If they'd moved more carefully, perhaps the coup would have never happened. But then, once certain items became common knowledge, they would have spread like wildfire. The arrogance and corruption of the Accountants Guild would have seen to that.
"True, Your Highness," Perrin said finally. "But how can we help restore your father to his throne?"
"I don't know yet," Alassa admitted. "There will be loyalists out there."
"There's a place where you can hide for a few days," Perrin said. "I'll be sending most of my children to other hiding places. Emeka will take you there."
"Thank you," Alassa said, "and I will see you rewarded for this." Emeka led them both out of the room and into the store. "You'll need some food," she said, picking up a small knapsack. "The bread is freshly baked. Father buys it from the baker just down the street. The apples are tasty. Make sure you eat at least one a day. Everyone is eating apples right now. I'm not so fond of the cheese, but it will keep you healthy." Emily concealed her amusement. It had been her suggestion to set up a convenience store, one where people could buy whatever they might want without having to search through dozens of stores. Admittedly, it didn't work as well as it had on Earth, but it still brought in some additional money for Emeka's family. She added a couple of bottles of water to the knapsack, slung it over her shoulder, and waited. "I've wrapped up the swords," Emeka added. "If the guardsmen see you carrying them, they will certainly stop you and ask questions. Swords aren't permitted to commoners." She gave Alassa a rather droll smile. "And what would have happened to the coup if they were?" "Nothing," Alassa said. She still sounded nervous, almost unsteady. "Everything happened too fast for anyone to do anything." Emeka frowned, then looked at Emily. "I could get you some potions," she offered. "One of them ensures dreamless sleep." "No," Alassa said before Emily could say a word. "We can't risk being caught while we're drugged." Emily nodded. She'd used sleeping potions before when she'd had nightmares after Shaday's defeat, and they tended to work too well. Being woken up before the potion had completely worn off had produced hallucinations and waking nightmares, bringing back uncomfortable memories of the time Shaday had used her own blood to manipulate her. He'd moved her like a puppet and only lost control right at the end, and if Sergeant Harkin hadn't sacrificed himself, she would still be his slave, or dead. She tossed Alassa a puzzled look as Emeka opened the door. "When did you use them?" Alassa made a face. "My roommates insisted after you hit me with those spells," she said, one hand touching her jaw. Emily had turned it into stone when she'd been too angry to think clearly, coming within a hair's breadth of killing her. "I was having too many bad nights." Outside, there was a new sense of tension on the streets. Most of the sellers seemed to have vanished, apart from a single hopeful-looking man pushing a wooden trolley that advertised sausages in a bun. Emily couldn't help wondering how he got any business at all. His hygiene seemed almost non-existent, before seeing the marked prices on the side. Even a small bronze coin was fantastic wealth to some of the poorer people in the city. She looked away as the seller started to pick his nose, hearing the sounds of arguing in the distance. It sounded as though not everyone had decided to tamely accept the coup plotters' orders to stay off the streets. "Keep your heads down," Emeka muttered as she guided them into a cramped alleyway. "We don't want to be noticed." The city was normally clean.
Or maybe Emily had simply become used to the smell, but the alleyway stank unpleasantly. She saw a handful of people trying to sleep and looked away, granting them what privacy she could. It was a mystery what they ate until she saw the remains of fish bones by one of the sleeping vagrants, and realized that they probably helped out at the docks in exchange for food. Fish was cheap here. There was no real danger of fishing the waters until the fish were driven into extinction. That might change in the future, she told herself grimly. Who knew where modern technology would lead them? I should start writing about the pitfalls, she told herself, and added it to her ever-growing list of things to do. What will happen when they start producing factories? She hadn't studied the Industrial Revolution as enthusiastically as she had studied ancient history. It was closer to her own time, but she had read about cities draped in smog and the health problems it had caused, and factory owners had been just as bad, in many ways, as the aristocrats they'd displaced from the pinnacle of power. Who knew what Emeka's father would become when he no longer needed so many skilled craftsmen? The stench grew stronger as they turned a corner and walked into a slaughterhouse. A giant animal, Emily realized to her horror that it was a whale, lay on the ground, while fishermen cut and hacked at its body, slowly removing all of the flesh. She had no idea what whale meat tasted like, but they would be able to melt down the fat for oil and, if she recalled one of Than's lectures correctly, probably use it for alchemy as well. Whales had been a protected species back home, but not here. But at least hunting them would be difficult. She looked away as Emeka hurried them out of the far end and up a tiny flight of outdoor stairs. The buildings had become cramped, boxy apartments, designed to cram as much living space as possible into a tiny area. Emeka knocked on a door, whispered something to the woman who opened it, and then led the way inside. The woman gave Emily and Elassa a sharp look, but didn't seem to recognize either of them. Emily breathed a silent sigh of relief as she turned and beckoned for them to follow her. Inside, the corridor was dark, barely illuminated by light streaming in from a window at the far end. The woman stopped in front of a door and pushed it open. "You have paid for 10 days, she said in a scratchy voice that sounded vaguely foreign. Should you not pay for more days by the 7th, you will be evicted. You may not bring guests here without my permission." Emily nodded and stepped into the room. It was tiny, barely large enough for the three of them to stand upright together, illuminated by a single flickering lantern. Emily closed her eyes and concentrated, sensing no trace of magic within the tiny compartment. The bed was barely large enough for one person, let alone two. At least the blankets appeared relatively clean. One look in the washroom told her things she didn't want to know about it. Emeka closed the door and sat down on the bed. "I miss Whitehall," she said. "The rooms there were so much nicer than this." Elassa had a more practical point to raise. "Who was that woman?" "Madam Comfort," Emeka said, as if she expected the name to explain everything. It meant nothing to either of her friends. "She runs this place as a boarding house for female visitors to the city. Most places refuse to take women unless they are accompanied by their male relatives. Those that do take women are often rather unsavory. Just don't bring any men here." "Oh," Elassa said. "Is she discreet?" "She won't breathe a word about any of her guests to anyone," Emeka assured her. "And this is the last place anyone would look for a princess." "I can see why," Emily said. A small cockroach was crawling across the floor. Whitehall was nearly free of such pests, but they would be epidemic in the cities. Professor Thand had told the class that cockroaches were useful in certain potions that granted increased resiliency. Given how hard they were to eradicate, Emily could well believe it. "Are you going to stay here?" "Not now," Emeka said. She made a face. "Can you imagine what it would do to my father's reputation as a counselor if his daughter stayed here?" She stood up and put her hand on the door. "Cast one of those personal wards we played with at Whitehall," she ordered. "I'll be able to come in. Everyone else will have to break down the wards before they can get at you. Just be careful if you leave. This district is not safe." Emily watched her go, then cast the first ward into the air. They'd experimented for hours at Whitehall, learning how to shape wards that were keyed to the three of them, without allowing others to pass without a struggle. Like so much else they'd been taught, it did have a practical application, although it hadn't been perfect. Emily's expended wards had caught Emeka and Elassa, the other two, who were supposed to have access, several times. "Done," she said finally. The privacy ward was low power, but that wasn't a bad thing. Anyone who wanted to peek on them would still have to break it down, alerting her. "I should check the ways out." She hesitated as she realized that Elassa was shaking.
The shock was finally getting to her. Emily reached out and enfolded her friend in a hug, feeling her trembling. Alassa had seen her uncle collapse, perhaps die, and her father blasted down by madmen with wands. Who knew what had happened to King Randor? Emily knew that the coup plotters would probably want him to surrender his authority peacefully, or as peacefully as possible, given that they would be forcing him to abdicate with a knife at his throat. But what would happen then? Had enough of the confirmation been carried out to make Alassa his legal heir? "They won't kill your father," she said, and prayed that she was right. "They can't do anything to him until they get their hands on you." The possibilities kept spinning through her mind. The Duke could take the throne if Randor and Alassa were dead, but if he took the throne now, he would only legally be regent for Alassa. On the other hand, if he controlled the army and had support from a majority of the barons, it wasn't likely to matter. However, if the true plotters were some of the barons, they'd need Alassa to use as a puppet queen. Even with a royal bloodline, there were plenty of ways to make someone do what you wanted. "You need to sleep," she said as she pulled back the cover. They might have to leave without warning, so there was little point in getting undressed. Besides, she had her doubts about how safe the tiny box-like room actually was. "I'll secure the wards and then sleep next to you." "Don't go," Alassa said as she lay down. "Please?" Emily nodded, although Alassa couldn't see her. "I won't," she said out loud. "I'm going to be here." But what were they going to do? Getting back to Whitehall wouldn't be that hard, she suspected. With a little effort, they could catch a ship from Zangaria and sail around the Allied lands until they reached Vonda, where they could hire a coach to take them the rest of the way. And once they got there, no coup plotter could hope to get at Alassa, but she'd become a prisoner, trapped within the wards. Whitehall's political neutrality would prevent it from offering overt support to the princess. All it could do was offer safety, as long as she stayed there. She could ask Void to help, but she didn't know how to contact him. All of their meetings had been organized by him without warning. She wasn't even sure how to contact the Grand Master without risking detection, and the Grand Master might well refuse to pass on a message. God alone knew what he'd heard from Zangaria by now. And she had no way to know what had happened to Lady Barb. A prisoner, perhaps, or simply dead. The coup plotters wouldn't want to keep a trained combat sorceress alive, not when they could simply cut her throat. She could be too dangerous to them. Emily yawned and lay down on the bed, feeling Alassa pressing against the thin wall. She knew she should explore the building and make sure that she knew all of the possible exits, but she was just too tired. Staying awake all night had taken a toll out of her, even before she'd been forced to draw on so much magic just to survive. Her eyelids suddenly felt too heavy to keep open. Snuggled against Alassa, she quickly fell asleep. Chapter 34. It was pitch black when she awoke, the lantern having long since burned out. Emily started as she felt someone pressing against her, then remembered everything that had happened since the ceremony had begun. King Randor was a prisoner, she hoped, and Alassa and Emily were fugitives. Carefully, she pulled herself free of Alassa and cast a light ball into the air. It illuminated the entire room in pearly white light. Emily's head spun as she sat upright. How long had it been since she'd eaten? There hadn't been any time for a snack at Ameka's, which meant that the last time she'd eaten had been the small breakfast before the ceremony. How long ago was that? She could have been sleeping for hours after spending the entire night awake. Shaking her head, Emily reached for the knapsack and retrieved the bread, tearing it into strips with her bare hands. It was messy and sent crumbs falling everywhere, but there was no choice. The bread and cheese tasted almost heavenly as she wolfed it down. After testing the wards, she pulled herself to her feet and opened the door, stepping out into a dim corridor. There was no one around as far as she could tell, but she cancelled the light ball anyway, instead using one of the spells Sergeant Miles had taught her to see in the dark. Silently, she padded down the long corridor and peered out the window at the end. The sun was just starting to rise over the mountains. It had been early afternoon when they'd arrived at the tiny room. They'd slept for nearly 16 hours. Alexis looked dim to her eyes, although that shouldn't really have surprised her. There were no such things as street lamps in this world, even primitive gas lamps. The streets were wrapped in shadow that even her night vision spell couldn't penetrate completely. She could hear some chatter in the distance as the fishermen prepared for another day on the water, but she couldn't see any of them, and the window opened in the wrong direction to see the castle. Shaking her head, she explored the rest of the floor as quickly as she could. There were no such things as emergency staircases in this world, she realized, after checking out both windows.
If they had to climb out the window, they would have to drop down at least 2 floors before they hit the ground. There were spells that could help with that, if there was no other choice, but they were easy to disrupt. Sergeant Miles had told her about dozens of magicians who would love to fly, until someone disrupted their spells and sent them plummeting to their deaths. Returning to their room, she tested the wards again before opening the door. It had been bad enough being trapped by her own wards at Whitehall, where it had been humiliating, but here it would be disastrous. The wards allowed her entry, and she stepped back into the room, closing the door behind her. There was a brilliant flash of light, and she yelped in shock, covering her eyes. Alassa was sitting upright, her hand raised and ready to cast another spell. "I'm sorry," she muttered as she dimmed the light. "I woke up and found you gone." "I just needed to check out our surroundings," Emily explained, rubbing her eyes. "Can you remember how to levitate?" "I also remember getting yelled at for going up too high," Alassa said. She reached for the knapsack and pulled out an apple, which she bit into thoughtfully. "Why do we need it?" Emily explained quickly. "We might be able to get out that way, even if we weren't being chased," she concluded. "The woman who owns this place would never know that we were gone." "Maybe," Alassa offered, "but few things are completely missed. There was a man in the court who liked—" She shook her head slowly. "Something that I was too young to know about, or so I was told. It involved magic and a skilled witch, but he thought it was a secret, and yet everyone knew about it." Emily rolled her eyes. There were 5 books on sex magic in the library at Whitehall, and they had all been very well thumbed. Lady Aelia had told her rather sarcastically that almost every known book on sex magic, and rituals that required any form of sexual activity, had been written by adolescent male magicians. Emily had glanced through one of them and hadn't been able to decide if she should be impressed by their ingenuity or shocked by some of the more perverse aspects of the rituals. They certainly didn't seem very magical. They ate in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Anything could be happening outside while they were confined to a tiny room that had become their entire world. Emily wondered if they dared try to walk outside later, before dismissing the thought. They'd need to hear from Emeka first, but what if they never saw her again? The coup plotters could have arrested her entire family by now, and Emily would never know about it. The ward sparkled with energy. Emily looked up sharply, then relaxed as the door opened to reveal Emeka. She looked tired and worn, and not a little fearful. "Too many guardsmen on the streets," she said as she sat down on the bed. "I had to befuddle one of them to escape." Emily frowned. "They know they're looking for female magicians." "I befuddled him hard enough that he shouldn't know he was befuddled," Emeka said. "Besides, from the look in his eye, I don't think he was taking the search for you two very seriously at all." "Never mind that," Alassa said. "What is happening outside?" Emeka looked down at the wooden floor. "The heralds have claimed that King Randor has abdicated in favor of his brother, the Duke of Iron," she said. "Apparently, the Duke has the complete trust and support of the barons." Alassa snorted rudely. "They couldn't agree on jumping in the pond if their britches were on fire," she said. "And as for trust—" Her voice trailed off. "Is it really him, then? My uncle?" "I haven't seen him in person," Emeka said gently. "He could be a prisoner, too." Emily gritted her teeth. The interrogated prisoners had sworn blind, under the strongest truth spells Lady Barb knew, that the Duke of Iron had given them their orders to kill Emily and Emeka. But the Duke had also sworn that he had nothing to do with it, and he had been under truth spells as well. The only way to resolve the contradiction would be to assume that the prisoners had thought that the Duke had given them their orders. She looked over at Alassa. "Could the Duke have been replaced by someone else?" "I rather doubt it," Alassa said sarcastically. "I could feel him. He shares part of the bloodline. No one could fake that." Emily nodded. At least Alassa wasn't falling into despair. "Emeka," she said slowly, "what is the situation like on the streets?" "There are plenty of guardsmen on the streets in the inner city," Emeka said. "There have been a number of fights between them and locals who want to move their stuff around, but for the moment they have the streets under control. Father was at the council yesterday, and he told me that the councillors can't make up their minds what to do." "Right," Emily said. The sergeants had told her to gather intelligence, so that was what she would do. "How many of them are there in all?" "We're not sure," Emeka admitted. "At least 1,000, perhaps more." Emily considered it, tossing the thought over and over in her mind. Moving a vast army into Alexis without being detected would be difficult, to say the least. What if the enemy plotters were much weaker than they'd thought? Putting so many men on the streets could easily be designed to create the appearance of strength, to mask true weakness. It wasn't something they could count on, but maybe it could be confirmed. Alassa leaned forward, thoughtfully. "Who are they?" she asked. "The Royal Army, or the Duke's personal guard?" "The army," Emeka said. "Does it matter?" "It might," Alassa answered. She studied her pale hands carefully, then looked up. "If it is the regulars, it does point to the Duke." Emily heard the bitterness in her friend's voice and shivered. The Duke of Iron was a stranger to her, but he'd been Alassa's uncle ever since she'd been born. It was easy to imagine him urging her mother and father to spoil her, just to make her easy to manipulate in later life, yet he had been her uncle. She loved him. The thought of him betraying her had to be maddening. And yet it wasn't unprecedented. Mary of Scotland had been betrayed by her uncles, a betrayal that had led to the collapse of her reign years later. How many other queens and princesses had been manipulated and betrayed simply for having been born female and then assumed not to have the strength to hold on to the throne? But then male kings and princes were also the targets of intrigue. It just tended to be viler when women were involved. "He was bound to his father, King Alexis III, Emily said slowly. Would that binding have passed to your father?" "It should have done," Alassa said. "My father would have become the prime, the linchpin of the entire royal bloodline. I don't think the Duke could have avoided becoming bound to him." She looked down at the floor. "He has to be stopped," she said. "Whatever the cost, he has to be stopped." "My father wishes you to meet with some of the counselors," Emeka said softly. "They are unsure who to support." Alassa stared at her. "But they're just counselors," she pointed out. "They don't have any soldiers. They have city guardsmen," Emily said. "And they'd had funds from taxes. They might have more military power than you think." Emeka stood up. "There's also a reward on your head," she said. "Apparently you're being blamed for an attempted coup that crippled your father. Most people don't find that unbelievable." Alassa put her head in her hands, her long golden hair falling down over them. Of course they believed that she would strike against her own father. Everyone would have known her as the royal brat who used magic freely, without consequences, the girl who used to make Emeka do her homework while tormenting her at Whitehall. How many commoners had ever met her? Emeka was the only person in Zangaria, outside the aristocracy, who might understand that Alassa had changed. "My father believes me," Emeka added, "but the others, they don't know which way to jump." "They'll stay on the sidelines until it is too late," Emily muttered. If the coup plotters had any sense, they would refrain from purging anyone until their grip on power was secure. Then they'd start distributing terror and oppression. The Duke probably had a handful of barons lined up behind him already. Now, seeing they'd been taken prisoner at the assembly, he was probably collecting their oaths of loyalty. You have to talk them out of it before it is too late. "I'll talk to them," Alassa said. "I take it we're not meeting in their chambers?" Emeka shook her head. "They've been guarded since last night," she said. "The counselors, thankfully, do have other places to meet." She led them out of the room, cautioning them to leave nothing behind. The locks were flimsy. A good kick could easily break one down, while the owner hadn't bothered to pay for a magician to protect the rooms. On the other hand, most of the people who stayed in the rooms wouldn't have anything worth stealing. Adding additional protection might convince potential thieves that wasn't true. "There are few guards near the docks," Emeka offered, as they stepped onto the streets. "The fishermen didn't take kindly to their intrusion." Emily considered it as they walked quickly away from the docks, up towards one of the inns that catered for wealthy visitors to the city. Holding an entire city under control was not easy, even with modern weapons. 1,000 soldiers, most of them armed with swords and spears, would have real difficulty controlling anywhere outside eyeshot. On the other hand, if they held the gates and most of the main roads, they could probably bring up more troops against any rebellious district. And they did have magic. "But the attackers used wands," Emily recalled. "Does that mean they weren't strong magicians?" "The maid who tried to assassinate them on the first night had used a wand, too, and no one had been able to find out who had given it to her. Or so Lady Barb had told her, and Emily had grown to trust her, even though the woman seemed unable to decide if she liked Emily or not. Had the same person produced both sets of wands? Emeka led them into the inn and up the stairs into a small room. Emily's nose wrinkled as she sniffed tobacco in the air, along with a scent she didn't recognize. Emeka's father stood up and bowed formally to Alassa,
followed by the other men in the room, who watched her, and Emily, through shrewd, intelligent eyes. Their faces were hidden behind simple glamours. They're afraid, Emily realized. What would happen to them if the monarchy turned on them?
We have been told that the king is crippled, and his brother, the Duke of Iron, has assumed the throne until he recovers, one of the counselors said.
The glamour added an odd hiss to his words.
And we have been told that you, your highness, are responsible for your father's injuries. Why should we do anything to help you?
Alassa kept her voice under firm control. You have magicians, I assume, she said. One of them could cast a truth spell to verify my words. There was a pause as the counselors looked towards an empty corner. It was several seconds before Emily saw the magician sitting there, cloaked behind a glamour so powerful that she hadn't even realized it was there until they'd pointed it out. The magician lifted his hand, cast the truth spell into the air, and sat back, waiting to see what would happen. My uncle appears to have turned on my father, Alassa said. I do not pretend to understand how he was able to keep his plans concealed for so long, but he seems to have succeeded. Right now, he controls the castle, the army, and by holding the barons, he can prevent their families from interfering. Some of them will support him automatically. Given time, he can solidify his grip on power. My uncle is also highly conservative, she continued. He is strongly opposed to the new learning. She nodded to Emily, reminding them that Emily had helped many of them achieve wealth and power, and he will certainly refuse to allow it to spread further. In this, he will have the heartfelt support of all the barons. You will find yourselves targeted and jailed or executed. The wealth you have built up for yourselves will evaporate. Your families will be hunted down and killed. There was a long pause. My father wanted to embrace change slowly, believing that it would weaken the barons, she concluded. If you help restore him to the throne, that will continue. You will be able to make money and reap the rewards of having supported the rightful king in his time of need.
King Alexis III made an offer to the commoners, one of the counselors said, finally. He promised them a share in power. He promised them legal rights that all would respect. Those rights lasted little longer than it took the ink to dry on the parchment. We showed the nobility that we could be a powerful force. Then the king stood aside and watched as the nobles crushed those who dared try to claim those rights. Why should we do anything to help you, your highness? We have been betrayed once before.
He leaned forward, the glamour fading to reveal an elderly face.
If we help you, we will demand a steep price. You must bring the barons to heel.
Emily spoke before anyone else. If we fight the barons at the same time as the Duke, we could force them all into an alliance against us, she said. Why not ask for the right to levy taxes instead? Then you can deal with the barons later. The old counselor smiled.
That would suffice, if Her Highness swears to grant us that right afterwards, he said.
He looked up at Alassa.
Would you swear, your highness?
Emily saw Alassa tense and felt a flicker of sympathy. Oaths were dangerous things when sworn by magicians. Deliberately breaking them would result in death, or worse. No doubt Alexis III had found a way to wiggle out. I will swear, Alassa said. Emily was perhaps the only one who saw her fear. How do you wish me to phrase the oath?
Carefully, the old counselor said.
There were some chuckles from the others.
We do have some ability to help you, but...
Emily jumped as she heard a thunderous racket from downstairs.
Soldiers, someone shouted. They're outside.
One of the counselors pushed aside a curtain and gazed outside.
They're here,
he snapped, as something rattled off the window. He looked over at Alassa.
They've come for you.
Emeka grabbed Alassa's hand. This way, she snapped. The noise from downstairs grew stronger, suggesting that someone was trying to break in. Quickly! Chapter 35. There was a dark staircase hidden behind one of the curtains. Emeka yanked Alassa through it and up a flight of stairs that were barely large enough to take the three girls. A man in armor would have real trouble climbing up unless he was prepared to undress, Emily realized, as the sound of banging and crashing grew louder. It sounded as though an entire army was trying to break into the inn. Your father, she said to Emeka. What's he going to do? There are other ways out, Emeka said. They just wanted to make sure that you were safe. Me, Emily thought. Not Alassa, not his daughter, Emily herself. It left her with an odd feeling in her chest. Was that what it was like to have a proper father? Or should she be angry that Emeka's father had put Emily first, rather than Emeka or even Alassa? Emeka stopped as the stairway came to an end. "Hold on," she said, casting a light ball into the air. It revealed a wooden hatch set in the ceiling above them. "We just need to get this open." She levitated up and pushed the hatch aside, allowing bright sunlight to stream down into the stairwell. Emily tensed, realizing that they'd be caught like rats in a trap if the soldiers had already taken up positions on the rooftop, but no one moved to stop them as they climbed up and out onto the roof. The sound of angry citizens rose up from below, and she realized that gangs of youths had moved to confront the soldiers. Emily hoped they would provide a distraction, then cursed herself a moment later. They'd be slaughtered by the soldiers if it came down to a fight. "This way," Emeka said. "Hurry." She ran towards the edge of the rooftop and leapt to the next building, using a hint of magic to ensure that she covered the gap. Emily and Alassa exchanged glances, then followed, just as they heard shouting from down below. Someone had clearly seen them running for their lives. Emily landed on the next building and followed Emeka towards the edge of that rooftop. They had to keep running to get ahead of the men on the ground. Alassa giggled, despite the situation. "Good thing we're not wearing skirts," she said. Emily rolled her eyes. "Keep moving," Emeka called. "We have to get out of here." The sounds from the ground were turning ominous. There were hundreds of youths now, confronting the soldiers and slowing them down. Emily heard someone cry out in pain, but there was no way to know if it was one of the soldiers or one of the youths trying to slow them. People were hurling rocks at the soldiers now, along with rotting fruit and anything else they could throw as a missile, she guessed. Sergeant Harkin had told her that mobs could be the most dangerous enemy a soldier could face. It was funny that she'd never really believed him until now. She landed on the 5th building and glanced up sharply as she saw a flock of birds moving through the air. The sight reminded her of some of the lectures from the sergeants covering the many ways that magic could be used for warfare. There were certain magicians who could form a blood bond with animals and use them as spies. Birds, for some reason, were particularly useful for such magic. And who would be able to pick out the right bird when the skies were full of them, assuming they ever suspected at all? The birds, crows, she realized, hovered down in front of Emeka, blocking their escape. A moment later, they blurred together and became a man, wearing a long dark robe and hood that concealed most of his features. All she could see was pale skin, very dark hair, and a beak-like nose. How had he done it? Animal transformation was normally into one animal, not over a dozen different creatures. But if he'd spread his thoughts out over the flock, he might have been able to keep his thoughts almost completely human.
"Princess Alassa," he said gravely.
His voice had an irritatingly screechy note that made Emily wince.
"You have to come with me."
Alassa shook her head, stumbling backwards. Behind them, Emily heard the soldiers finally breaking out onto the roof and jumping after them. They had no magic, she assumed, to keep themselves from falling, but they were probably better trained and stronger. The boys in martial magic had almost always been able to outpoint Emily and the other girls over long exercises. No doubt they could leap over the gaps and reach them before they could escape. "No," Alassa said finally. "Who are you? A necromancer?" Emily doubted it. Shade had emitted an aura of power that had dwarfed that of every other magician, even the Grand Master and Void. But the newcomer didn't seem to be anything like as powerful. It was possible for a magician to conceal his strength by using his wards to shield himself, but a necromancer would find that tricky, if he even thought to try. Even so, that didn't mean the newcomer was less dangerous. If he could keep his thoughts together when in an animal form, multiple animal forms, he would be very focused, capable of using his magic more effectively than any of them.
"No," the newcomer said. "Come with me, now."
He advanced towards Alassa, who threw a spell at him. It struck the newcomer's wards and faded out of existence. His face twisted into an ugly sneer as he threw a spell back, a draining charm that slammed right into Alassa's wards and started to claw them down. Emily cursed and threw her own set of spells at the newcomer, trying to push as much power as she could into the attack. Raw magic was the easiest to dispel, but it would distract him, she hoped. "Drop your wards," she hissed to Alassa. No magician would do that easily, which was why the draining charm was so effective. "Quickly!" Emeka threw a cutting hex at the newcomer, who ducked it rather than trying to absorb it, and threw something of his own back. There was a massive gust of wind, and Emeka toppled backwards, falling off the edge of the rooftop.
Emily let out a shout of horror and threw the most lethal spell she had memorized at the newcomer. He exploded in a sheet of black light, which rapidly took on other forms, and crows swooped down to attack her. Emily ducked and tried to use her magic to swat them away, generating fireballs and throwing them at the birds, but they seemed to be very good at dodging. "She fell!" Alassa yelled at the birds. "What did you do to her?" One of the birds came too close, and Alassa caught it, holding it tightly in her hand. "What did you do?" The bird broke free, its sharp claws cutting at Alassa's hand. Alassa let out a curse and used a handkerchief to mop up the blood as the birds drifted away and gathered at the edge of the rooftop. The magician couldn't use magic in bird form, Emily realized. Most magicians had enough trouble keeping their human mentality in control, let alone trying to use magic. It was good to know that their unnamed adversary had some limits. There was a crash as the first of the soldiers landed on the rooftop and advanced towards them. Emily swore to herself. She didn't feel like she could generate enough magic to overwhelm the armor they wore, if it was enchanted armor. But then, the Duke had been one of the richest men in Zangaria. He could probably afford to buy enchanted armor from every kingdom in the Allied lands, and if he was careful, it probably wouldn't even raise eyebrows. She cast around for alternatives and saw the pile of stones someone had left on the rooftop. Before she could think better of it, she shaped a spell in her mind and hurled the first stone at the soldiers with staggering force. Sergeant Miles had told her that stone throwing had its weaknesses. Most warded locations included spells that would automatically disrupt the spells propelling the stones through the air, causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. Magicians accompanying armies could deflect stones before they crashed through the ranks if they saw them coming, but the soldiers facing her had no defenses at all, apart from the enchanted armor. And while it worked well against magical attacks, it was almost useless against physical force. Emily recoiled in shock as the first soldier seemed to disintegrate into a mass of blood-stained chunks. The others were slammed backwards, 2 of them toppling off the rooftop and falling to the streets far below. 1 more seemed to be dead, the other 2 badly injured. Even with the most powerful healing spells Emily knew, their survival would be in doubt. She hesitated, shocked at what she'd done. How could she inflict that much damage on anyone? There was a hissing sound behind her, and she spun round, just in time to see the birds merging together and revealing the newcomer. Alassa lifted her hand to throw a curse, but he got his spell off first, slamming a hex into her wards that sent her staggering backwards. The blood-stained handkerchief fell to the rooftop as Alassa fell over and landed on her rear, still trying to cast a spell of her own. There was a blinding flash of light, but the newcomer seemed unbothered. Emily couldn't have said what Alassa was actually trying to do. She gathered her magic, shaped a cutting hex of her own, and threw it right into the newcomer's wards. While he was dealing with that, she threw a second one, aimed at the rooftop below his feet. The rooftop shuddered and started to collapse inwards, forcing the newcomer to jump backwards before he fell into the room underneath. Emily took advantage of his distraction to summon up a wind of her own, shoving him over the edge of the roof. He fell, but a moment later a murder of crows rose up and hovered in front of them. It was easy to imagine that the sounds they were making were laughter. Alassa picked up a stone and hurled it at the birds, using magic to shape its trajectory. Several birds were hit and sent falling down towards the ground, forcing the others to dive after their comrades and save them before they hit the ground. Emily couldn't help wondering what would happen if 1 or more of the crows were to die. They'd been warned, time and time again, never to split anyone into 2 or more pieces. The tutors just hadn't been very clear on what would happen if they did. If we caught one of the birds, she asked herself, could he return to human form? Would he be missing a leg? Keep him busy, Emily ordered. She moved quickly to the edge of the rooftop and peered down. Emeka lay on the ground below, staring up at them. She'd broken one of her legs, Emily realized, but the impact should have killed her outright. Emily breathed a sigh of relief and made quick hand signals, promising that she'd be down as soon as they dealt with the bird magician. She just hoped that it wouldn't be before the soldiers reached Emeka. Sergeant Harkin had told them horror stories of what could happen when undisciplined young men discovered women who were apparently defenseless, and Emeka would be using most of her magic to hold back the pain. The bird magician shimmered back into existence, drawing all of the birds, even the stunned ones, back into his body. If it made the transformation harder for him, there was no easy way to tell for sure. Emily made a mental note to look it up when she got back to Whitehall. She'd never heard of a person transforming into more than 1 animal at a time. Maybe he could afford to lose a number of birds before he couldn't change back, or his thoughts were submerged within the bird mentalities.
It didn't make logical sense, but so much else about transfiguration didn't make logical sense either. Alassa threw a spell at him. He jumped to one side and advanced, firing off spells like they came from the barrel of a machine gun. He didn't seem to have the power Lady Barb had demonstrated when she'd been drilling Emily, she realized, but he didn't seem to be holding back at all. Alassa's wards started to stagger, then crumble under the endless series of impacts. Emily gathered herself and threw a handful of practical joke jinxes at the bird magician. It was odd, but she'd learned that the practical jokes could sometimes catch more experienced magicians by surprise. They tended to prepare for the lethal hexes and curses. The bird magician threw a final hex at Alassa, knocking her to the ground, and then turned on Emily. She had barely a moment to realize that she might have made a mistake before he started throwing spell after spell at her, each one hammering into her wards. The pounding sent her staggering backwards, forcing her to abandon her own offensive just to keep her wards in place. Desperately, she picked up a stone with her bare hand and threw it towards him. For a moment, the bombardment stopped. His wards wouldn't have stopped the stone, as it hadn't been propelled by magic, and Emily used the opportunity to shape a lethal spell in her mind. Sergeant Miles had warned her never to use it unless she was in deadly earnest, but there was no other choice. She started to cast the spell, and the bird magician threw a final hex into her wards. Bright green balefire flared around her, sending pain searing through her hands and arms. Half of the tutors at Whitehall had scarred hands, something that had puzzled Emily until she'd learned that the most small magical accidents tended to burn hands. Hands were, after all, used for casting most spells, if only to indicate the target. The pain was so intense that Emily almost blacked out before it faded, leaving only a dull ache in her temples. Her hands looked undamaged, but they were shaking so badly, she realized that it would be almost impossible to cast another spell for hours. She'd been lucky. If her spell had been closer to completion, the backfire would have killed her outright. It had already been within her wards, almost part of her. She wasn't quite sure what the spell actually did. Sergeant Miles had once told the class that investigations into that topic were discouraged, but she knew it killed. "Enough," the bird magician said. He threw a spell at her. This time Emily couldn't even move, let alone deflect it. It struck her, and she froze solid, unable to move. There was a counter-charm she could use to beat the paralysis charm. It was commonly used in Whitehall, but it required concentration, and she could barely concentrate on anything. The headache was growing stronger. He could just walk over to her and cut her throat if he wanted. There was nothing she could do to stop him. The bird magician ignored her and stopped in front of Alassa. Emily watched helplessly as he touched the stunned princess's forehead with one long finger. Alassa shrank, clothes and all, until she was barely larger than one of the dolls Emily had played with as a child. The bird magician stepped backwards, took one last look at Emily, and then exploded into a mass of birds. One of them swooped down and picked up Alassa before the entire flock headed off towards the castle. He had succeeded. Alassa was now a prisoner. Emily felt strong hands on her paralyzed form and realized that other soldiers had caught up with them. The bird magician had left her alive simply so she could be carted off to the prison. Raw anger flared through her mind as she saw the soldiers coming into view, poking and prodding at her body. Desperately, she reached into her mind and triggered the berserker spell. There was a rush of energy and the paralysis snapped. The soldiers had no time to react before Emily was lashing out at them with her fists. Sergeant Miles had scorned the very idea of a fair fight. There was no such thing in war. Anyone stupid enough to believe otherwise would very quickly learn better or end up dead. He'd taught Emily and the other girls that they had to outthink their targets, or male strength would prove decisive. Her training, combined with berserker, made her lethal in close-quarter combat. The soldiers never knew what had hit them. Emily staggered to one side and collapsed on the rooftop as the spell faded away. It was simply too dangerous to use for more than a few minutes, particularly when she was alone. The last time she'd used it outside training, Jade and the other red shirts had been there to carry her to safety. Here she was alone. Emeka was wounded, perhaps dead, and Alassa was a prisoner. Somehow, drawing on reserves she hadn't known she had, Emily stumbled to her feet and saw a white scrap of cloth lying on the ground. Alassa's handkerchief. Shaking her head, Emily picked it up, took one last look at the soldiers, and headed for the hole in the roof. There was no way she dared levitate down right now. Her magic was simply too unreliable. One lapse in concentration, and she would die. She had to save Alassa, she told herself, but she just didn't know how. But if she failed, the Duke would win outright. Chapter 36. The inhabitants of the building had vanished in the confusion. Emily couldn't blame them, any more than she could avoid a sense of relief that she wouldn't have to fight again. Her headache was returning in force, now that Berserker had faded away. It was all she could do to keep going, step by step. Making her way outside, she found almost no one in the streets, apart from a handful of youths who eyed her with a mixture of concern and puzzlement. Emily ignored them as she stumbled into the alleyway and found Emeka lying on the ground. "I didn't quite catch myself," Emeka whispered as Emily collapsed beside her. "My leg." Emily nodded. They'd been warned never to use healing spells on themselves, but numbing spells were actually quite effective. At worst, they simply refused to work. Emily tried to focus her mind enough to cast a healing spell, then scowled as her headache grew stronger. She had to fight down the urge to vomit. Her head spun so badly she was surprised that she didn't faint. The only thing she could do was sleep, but she didn't dare collapse into the darkness. God alone knew what would happen while they were helpless. "They took Alassa," she mumbled. Speaking above a whisper only seemed to lead to more sparks of pain in her head. What will they do to her?" Emeka shrugged. "Use her as a puppet," she said finally, "or have her executed to make her uncle's throne safe." Emily looked up as she heard a number of men entering the alleyway. Soldiers? She relaxed, feeling an overpowering sense of relief as she recognized the leader as Emeka's brother Johann. The men were wearing what looked like makeshift armor and carrying clubs and staves. Given some ingenuity, she decided they might be able to produce weapons for themselves, or, given that they were merchants, simply manipulate the records to ensure that no one noticed some extra weapons had been produced in the factories before being shipped to the army.
"By the god,"
Johann said.
What happened?"
Emily felt her head spinning. "Get her a healer and get me to bed," she ordered, "and then get water." The blackness rose up and pulled her into its depths. Emily felt almost feverish, as if she were caught in the grip of waking nightmares before something finally yanked her awake. A young woman was bending over her, gently pushing a straw against her mouth. Emily sipped gratefully, too thirsty to care that it might have been a trap. The liquid tasted vaguely like peppermint tea, but with the addition of some herbs that she didn't recognize. "Stay there," the woman ordered. "You're safe now." For the moment, Emily thought, Johann and his friends must have carried her and Emeka to a safe house, but they hadn't known to keep a watch for birds. Even if they had known, what could they have done about it? Come to think of it, someone must have tipped off the soldiers, or they would never have known about the meeting at the inn. Her throat felt too dry to speak, but she had to try. Who are you?" "I'm Pat," the woman said. She gave Emily a reassuring smile. "I'm a healer of sorts." She passed Emily a gourd of water and helped her hold it until Emily had swallowed all of the liquid. "I've seen spell addiction before," Pat added. "I think you should stay away from whatever spell you used for several months at the very least." Emily blinked in surprise, then nodded slowly. Berserker could be addictive. She'd been warned of that when she'd first been taught the spell, and repeated use could have disastrous side effects. But it wasn't too surprising that a civilian healer had never actually heard of the spell. The combat sorcerers preferred to keep certain kinds of knowledge firmly under wraps. "I'll do my best," she said. God knew if she'd be able to keep that promise. "What time is it?" 18 bells, 32 chimes, Pat said. Emily scowled. She'd been unconscious for at least 10 hours. Long enough to recover, perhaps, but long enough for something truly awful to have happened to Alassa. What would her uncle do with her? "Your friend healed quickly, once I cast the right spells on her leg." "Glad to hear it," Emily said, as she pulled herself upright. They'd been told back at Whitehall to go to the infirmary after using healing spells, no matter how successful the spell had seemed. She'd never been quite sure why. "How is she?" "Worried about you," Pat said, "and her father is waiting for you to see him." Emily swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up, gratified to realize that she wasn't shaky. Her hands didn't look scarred, she decided, as she looked down at them. But there was a hint of a tremble as she held them in front of her face. She'd just have to hope and pray that she hadn't caused herself any permanent damage. Professor Than's hand had been scarred so badly that Emily didn't understand how he could still use it. Magic has a price, she thought, remembering one of her tutors saying that to her. Sometimes the price is very high indeed. Even the necromancers pay a high price for their power. They lose their sanity. "Get me some proper clothes," she ordered, as she started to pull off what remained of the garments she'd borrowed from Emeka. Between the fight and stains caused by various potions, it was no longer wearable. Emily promised herself that she could buy Emeka a new outfit as soon as the whole affair was over, and then find me something to eat. Pat snorted. "Typical sorceress," she said. "Barely recovered from a life-threatening accident, and she's already barking orders." Emily flushed, realizing just how much she sounded like the old Alassa. "Don't worry about it," Pat added with a nasty grin. She picked up a dark bundle and passed it to Emily. "I believe that you will be eating with the others tonight." Emily finished undressing and donned the new outfit. It was a black tunic, loose enough to hide the shape of her body and allow her to move properly, but not dramatic enough to call attention to her. Emily had picked up more than she wanted to know about courtly fashion, thanks to the princes, and knew that it was the type of outfit that would be worn by a very minor aristocrat. The soldiers should leave her alone as long as she didn't do anything too suspicious. Once she'd finished dressing, she went through the pockets of her old outfit and recovered Alassa's handkerchief. It was still stained with her friend's blood. An idea occurred to her, and she carefully folded the handkerchief before putting it in her new pockets. Pat gave her an odd look, then beckoned for Emily to follow her out of the room and into a larger room. It was almost empty, apart from Emeka, her father, and two younger counselors, both wearing their chains of office. Emily wondered briefly how they'd managed to escape the soldiers who'd attacked the inn, but if the soldiers had been mainly concerned with Alassa, they might have ignored everyone else. Emeka welcomed Emily with a hug, her eyes showing her relief. Emily couldn't help noticing that her friend was limping slightly, although her leg had definitely been healed. Healing spells didn't always compensate for the shock caused by physical trauma, she knew, if only because it wasn't very well understood by the healers. There wouldn't be any physical cause for her pains, but they would torment Emeka for days before finally fading away.
"It's good to see you," Perrin said.
Emeka's father looked deeply worried.
"What are they going to do to the princess?"
Emily shook her head. "I have no idea," she said, "but I don't think it will be anything good." The thought made her scowl. No one in the room knew better than she how easy it was to turn someone into a puppet. Shade might have taken advantage of Emily's unique blood to control her, but Alassa had only a handful of blood relatives. The royal bloodline was supposed to provide some protection against mind control, yet would it really stand up to a sorcerer who was quite prepared to do whatever it took to take control of the lawful heir to the throne? Her scowl deepened as she remembered Zed's reaction to her questions about the royal bloodline. What if the court wizard, the same person who had carefully crippled Alassa's ability to learn magic, had been working on controlling the royal bloodline all along? If the Duke had been manipulated by an outside force, would he have been aware of it? And, as Sergeant Miles had pointed out more than once, a truth spell wouldn't work if the person lying didn't know that he was lying. The royal bloodline couldn't do any better. If the Duke had been unaware that he'd been used as a puppet, but if so, why bother with the coup at all? On the other hand, most powerful magicians hated the thought of anyone meddling in their field of interest. Zed might have been furious because Emily had dared to question his work and encourage King Randor to bring in outside experts, rather than because he was trying to hide something. And of course, she'd implied that his work had been less than perfect. Few magicians would take that lightly. It wouldn't matter if she was right or wrong. He'd still be dreadfully upset at the mere suggestion. Emeka's father tapped the table, drawing her attention to the map he'd placed on it.
"The problem is that we cannot storm the castle," he said. "Do you have a spell powerful enough to break through their wards?"
"Probably not," Emily admitted. She looked up at him suddenly. "You've been planning something for a while, haven't you?"
"Yes," Perrin admitted finally. "If the king decided to crack down on us."
He shook his head.
"But we couldn't storm the castle," he added. "The best we could do is lay siege to it, and that would take weeks at least before they had to surrender. In the meantime, other garrisons could march towards Alexis and reclaim the city."
Emily nodded. Unless they had a really powerful sorcerer on their side, the combination of the castle's wards and stone walls would make it effectively impregnable. Castles had been taken by storm before, according to Sergeant Harkin, but the attackers always suffered disproportionate casualties. Indeed, he'd added rather snidely, the attacking force had often won the battle, only to lose the war. They'd been broken in the hour of their triumph. We're going to have to invent gunpowder, she thought. But the early experiments had not proven successful. Pulling the basic formula out of her mind had taken a handful of memory spells, but the alchemists had been unable to get it to work properly. That might have been caused by the strict secrecy. She'd warned them that the aristocrats would explode when they worked out what gunpowder could do, yet it hardly mattered. Right now, there would be no cannons or rifles to help them take down the castle. "So, what do you have?" she asked. "And what do they have?"
"They've been running patrols through the inner city, as well as reinforcing the gatehouses," Aaron said. He tapped the map to illustrate his point. We have a few thousand men with limited training, but some are trapped in the outer city. What do you want to do with them?
Give the Duke time to organize, and he'll win by default, Emily thought. We don't have much time to deal with him before he makes his position impregnable. I'm going to sneak into the castle, Emily said finally. I need you to weaken the defenders as much as possible.
I told you that we cannot storm the castle, Aaron said sharply.
I don't want you to storm the castle, Emily said. The locals thought in terms of castle and other secure locations, which wasn't too surprising, but she knew that modern warfare was targeted on the enemy's army. I want you to target their patrols. She tapped the map. How many of them could you attack at once?
Some, Perrin said doubtfully. Maybe more if we didn't worry too much about coordinating it. What do you want us to do?
You hit the patrols and try to pin them down, Emily said. The soldiers will scream for help from the castle. I think the Duke will have to send out additional soldiers to back them up, or risk losing his men to us.
Drawing down the defenses of the castle, Perrin said. And how do you plan to sneak in through the wards? There's only one way into the castle.
That settled one thing that had been bothering Emily. Perrin didn't know about the tunnel network running under the city. She'd considered using it to sneak into the castle, perhaps leading a small assault force, but the wards would make that difficult. Lady Barb's warnings rang in her ears. It would be quite possible for them to walk in and lose themselves in the catacombs, never to be seen again. I've had an idea, Emily assured him. She didn't go into details, but the fewer guards in the castle, the better. I can enchant some mirrors to allow us to communicate, Emeka said. They won't last for more than a few hours, but we'd be able to coordinate our actions. Perrin nodded.
But tell me, he said, what do you intend to do once you're inside the castle?
Rescue Alassa, Emily said simply, and then try and take down the wards, allowing you to walk into the castle.
The wards aren't the only defenses, Perrin reminded her. Do you think we can take out enough soldiers to allow us to break into the castle, even without the wards?
Emily frowned. How many magicians do you have who are willing to help?
Not many, Perrin admitted. Most mages stay out of politics here. They don't entirely trust the council.
Emily looked at Emeka, who shrugged.
There was an accusation that a magician who specialized in mental magic had used magic to convince people to vote for him, Perrin said.
There was a dark tone in his voice.
The magician eventually had to withdraw from the council chamber, which didn't sit well with the other magicians. Most of them are likely to side against the council if they have to make a choice.
Even a handful of magicians could make the difference between success and failure if the wards were completely gone, Emily pointed out. She looked over at a large grandfather clock perched against one wall. How long will it take you to get organized?
Perhaps an hour or two, Perrin said. Night will have fallen by then, Lady Emily.
Good, Emily said. She tried to project a confidence she didn't feel into her words. It will make it easier to remain unseen.
I'll have food brought in for the pair of you, Perrin said, standing up, and I'll let you know when we are ready.
He left the room, followed rapidly by the other counselors. Emeka cast a privacy ward in the air as soon as the door had closed behind them. Are you sure that you can get into the castle? Yes, Emily said, and prayed that her friend wouldn't ask for details. I think I can. Most of the magicians they have seem to need to use wands, Emeka said. But the crow-faced magician who took Alassa didn't need one. Do you think he's a full-fledged sorcerer? More experienced than I, Emily muttered. The bird magician hadn't felt as powerful as Void or the Grand Master, but he could easily have been concealing his magic. But then, if he was that powerful, all three of them could have been taken prisoner easily. And I don't think he will be holding back the next time. If he was, Emeka reminded her, he came very close to killing me. Emily nodded, silently promising herself that the bird magician was going to pay for that. I could come with you, Emeka offered. Or surely there must be someone else. No one we can call, Emily admitted. If we had Jade here... She thought again about trying to contact the Grand Master and asking him to pass a message to Void, but it wouldn't be fair to him. And besides, it would take time for the message to reach her guardian, even if the Grand Master forwarded it without hesitation. It was just another reminder that instant communications were very rare in the Allied lands. You should have accepted his offer, Emeka said. She stuck out her tongue at Emily's expression. If he'd been engaged to you, he might well have come with you to Zangaria, just to make sure that a handsome prince didn't sweep you off your feet. Emily made a threatening gesture with her hand, then giggled. We'd better eat, she said, as a woman appeared with a large tray of food. Tonight. Victory or death? Or death, even if we win, she added, in the privacy of her own mind. There was one way to break through a set of complex wards, but it came with a price, and an automatic death sentence in some parts of the Allied lands. If they'd worried about what she'd done to Shade, they'd be completely horrified if they ever found out what Emily had in mind to break into the castle. You'll win, Emeka said. I have faith in you. Too many people have faith in me, Emily thought, grimly. When will it stop? Chapter 37. Emily had only been dimly aware of the stars on Earth. She'd lived in a city, after all, and even the poorer districts had had enough streetlights to make it hard to see the stars. If there had been a space program worth a damn, maybe she would have been interested. But as it happened, she had rarely looked up at the night sky. It had only been after coming to Whitehall that she'd learned how to use the stars to navigate, and by then she remembered almost nothing about the stars that shone down on Earth. She had no idea if the constellations that shone above Alexis were anything like the ones visible on her home world. The thought provided a distraction as she slipped through the streets, relying on stealth and a simple glamour to keep from being noticed. If the stars were similar, did that mean that her new world was actually an alternate Earth? But the continents were completely dissimilar to the continents she remembered from back home, suggesting otherwise. Although, if this were a different world rather than just an alternate timeline, how had humanity even evolved here? Had there been prior contact between Earth and the Allied lands? She'd read all the theoretical books on magic in Whitehall's library, and none of them had even mentioned anything resembling the many worlds theory. Emily had always assumed that she was the first interdimensional traveler in Whitehall's history, if only because she was sure that something would have been recorded if it had been commonplace. And Shade didn't seem to have realized that his search for a child of destiny might have plucked one from an alternate world. But there was no way to know for sure. Professor Locke had told the class, when they'd been working towards their exams, that history became legend very quickly. There was no shortage of stories about what had happened when the fairy had been at the height of their power, or the early days of the first necromancers, but many of the stories contradicted one another. Emily knew that historians on Earth had faced problems in uncovering what had happened during the Persian invasion of Greece, the first event in Western history to have been recorded properly, at least as far as she knew, and they hadn't had to worry about magic, or completely alien creatures with alien motives. All they'd had to worry about was the great king's understandable reluctance to dwell on his own defeat. Emily pushed the thought aside as she reached a position where she could see the castle. It had been darkened, illuminated only by a single glowing ball of light hanging above the gatehouse, but it glowed in her mind's eye. The wards surrounding the castle were nowhere near as powerful and specific as the wards guarding Whitehall. King Alexis hadn't had the chance to build on a nexus of power, and in some ways they were basic, but they were powerful enough to alert the defenders if someone broke in by force. The books she'd read about wards had pointed out that the larger the ward, the less it could effectively do. A very small ward could tell the difference between a friend and an enemy. A larger ward wouldn't do anything more complex than keep people out, or simply alert the guards if there was an intruder. Emily had been keyed into the wards when she'd arrived at the castle, along with the princes, but she suspected that the Duke would have revoked her permission to come and go as she pleased, if it was the Duke, and if he did have that authority. The only person with complete power over the wards was the king. But the authority would pass to the Duke if the king died, Emily thought, staring up at the castle. Is that why they attacked before Alassa could be confirmed? Carefully, she walked around the castle, studying the rocky mound that held it above the city. She could have climbed up to the walls if the wards hadn't been there, but scrambling up the walls would have been almost impossible, even without the surprises that might have been buried into the stone. Stone could hold magic for years, she knew, and a small team of enchanters could have prepared it for almost anything. A climber might suddenly lose his grip and plummet to his death, or a ladder might slip and fall at entirely the wrong moment. No, the only way up was through the gatehouse, and that would be dangerous. If they were checking everyone who went in and out of the castle, but there was no choice. She felt the mirror Emeka had given her vibrate in her pocket. Emily carefully cast a privacy ward into the air and then pulled the mirror out, wondering if they'd finally made steps towards a magical cell phone network. If only the enchantments lasted longer. Emeka's face appeared in the mirror, looking grim. The fighting would have begun. They're attacking the soldiers now, she said softly. We haven't actually tried to kill them, just to trap them. Emily nodded. The Duke was supposed to be a skilled commander. He'd suspect that the whole affair was a diversion if his soldiers weren't actually being killed. But what was he going to do about it? If he abandoned his men, his remaining followers would start wondering if they were going to be abandoned next. Morale would fall like a stone, she hoped. It seemed an unwise thing to base a plan on. Good, she muttered. I'll watch and wait here. She didn't have long to wait. The sound of the gatehouse opening was clearly audible in the still night air, followed rapidly by hooves as horsemen charged out the gate and down the road. A small army of armored soldiers followed them, carrying whips and swords. Emily couldn't understand why they were bothering with the whips, until she realized that it would keep civilian casualties down. She would have felt happier about that if it hadn't proved that someone had decided to try to avoid a massacre which might have caused the entire city to revolt. But the barons might actually consider that a plus, she thought, wondering just who was behind the whole plot. Destroying most of the city and killing the productive population would cripple the monarchy, no matter who was on the throne. They're coming, she muttered into the mirror. Good luck. She waited long enough to be reasonably sure that no one else was going to come charging out of the gatehouse, and then pulled Alassa's handkerchief out of her pocket. Her original plan, such as it had been, had involved using Alassa to gain access to the castle. There was no way she could be excluded from the wards, at least as far as Emily knew. But the bird magician had made that impossible. Emily hesitated, looking down at the blood-stained cloth. Blood magic was dangerous, as she, more than anyone else, had good reason to know. She'd been warned, right at the start of her time in Whitehall, to make sure that she took good care of her blood, if only to prevent someone from using it against her. And all of her precautions hadn't been good enough to prevent Shade from using a tiny sample of her blood to control Emily. If it hadn't been for Sergeant Harkin... She pushed the thought aside. After the Battle of Whitehall, she'd used her access to the library to find and read 2 of the books on blood magic, both heavily restricted and charmed to the point that she was surprised that she hadn't been caught. Reading restricted books was grounds for more than a simple thrashing, they'd been warned. The wrong kind of book, read without permission, could lead to expulsion, or worse. But she hadn't really had a choice. She needed to know as much as she could before someone else tried Shade's trick, with more success. Shade had wanted a subordinate as much as he had wanted a slave. The next necromancer might simply want her dead. If this goes wrong, or even if it works, she muttered very quietly, Alassa may never want to see me again. And if it saves her life, I will accept that as the price for my decision. In a way, blood magic was very like necromancy, close enough that Emily had wondered if one automatically led to the other. But she'd heard of blood magic users who were not necromancers. Blood magic didn't impose immediate costs, unlike necromancer, but using it involved crossing a moral barrier. If one could work through a person's blood, gaining some measure of power over them, it was a small step to make the decision to kill for power. Carefully, she reached out with her mind, feeling the hints of magic surrounding Alassa's blood. Even without the royal bloodline or any spells to preserve it, it could be years before the blood lost its potency as a magical tool. Skin barely lasted seconds, hair couldn't be relied upon for anything, but blood lasted years. The only thing that seemed to remain potent forever were bones, yet they created their own problems. None of the books she'd read had suggested that using bones for ritual magic was a good idea. She could feel the faint link leading off towards the castle, to wherever they were keeping Alassa. Most blood magic users would reach out along the link and try to influence the person at the far end, but Emily had something else in mind. Alassa's personality, the core that made her what she was, lay over the bloodstain like a curtain, and it was suddenly very easy to draw that curtain over Emily herself. The wards would simply mistake Emily for Alassa, or so she hoped. If the wards had been smarter, like the wards at Whitehall, they might have noticed that the same person was in 2 different places at once. Emily knew that it was a gamble, all the more so if there was another warden, apart from King Randor himself. A mind supervising the wards would make detection almost certain, but she'd gone too far to back out now. Bracing herself, pulling an additional glamour over her form, she started to walk up towards the castle. The buildings outside the castle were dark and cold, almost completely abandoned. Emily couldn't blame the occupants. They'd either been taken into the castle as honored guests, hostages, in other words, or had decided to suddenly move out to the edge of the inner city. Heron had told her that it had added to the confusion, making it harder for the Duke's men to track the council and their followers. Emily felt an odd spurt of pain as she caught sight of where the assembly building had stood. It was now nothing more than a pile of burned-out ruins. They can rebuild, she thought grimly, and the next one will be stronger. She felt the wards brushing against her as she approached the gatehouse. Whitehall's wards would have repelled her or frozen her in her tracks if she hadn't had permission to enter the building. Here, what could they do? The wards might only be able to alert the guards, which would be bad enough. Emily would have to fight or run, losing the advantage of surprise. She clenched her teeth as the wards grew stronger, poking at the illusion covering her. And a moment later, the ward seemed to fade away. It took her a long second to realize that she had just walked through without harm. The main gatehouse was closed and barred, unsurprisingly. It was only opened to allow large numbers of troops or guests to pass in or out without impediment. Instead, she headed towards the smaller door and braced herself as two guards stepped out of nowhere, glaring at her. Emily prayed silently that the glamour would hold as they studied her, then waved her through into the outer courtyard. The combination of a safe passage through the wards and a compulsion woven into the glamour, suggesting that she was someone in authority, had worked. In daylight, the courtyard had been bustling with life, but in darkness it was as still and quiet as the grave. Emily slipped across it, keeping to the shadows, and found one of the main entrances into the castle. It was unguarded, she realized in surprise as she stepped inside. She'd expected to have to use the glamour again. Inside, half of the lights seemed to have been allowed to burn out, without replenishment. It didn't slow Emily down any longer than it took to cast a night vision spell over herself. But they did think that the council was involved in plotting resistance, she thought, as she headed onwards. Maybe they intended to make it harder for their forces if they stormed the castle. She froze as she heard voices ahead of her, then leaned into the shadows and used another glamour to hide herself. 4 people walked down the corridor and past her, one of them recognizable as Alassa's maid. She didn't recognize the other 3, but from their garb, she guessed that they were servants. It puzzled her why they'd been allowed to stay in the castle before she guessed that they were still under obedience spells. As long as they didn't realize that King Randor and his daughter were prisoners, they would obey the Duke without question. He was the king's official heir and Alassa's regent, as the confirmation had never been completed. Emily slipped out of the shadows and reached the servants' staircase. It was nowhere near as ornate as the main staircases intended for the royal family, but it allowed them to move around the castle without actually being seen by important people. Their quarters were on the 4th floor, if Emily recalled correctly, isolated from the rest of the castle by a handful of wards. The royal family didn't want to have anything to do with their servants when they weren't actually working. Servants are invisible, Emily thought wryly, as she stepped out of the staircase on the 4th floor. It was a matter of seconds to find a maid's closet and borrow a robe suitable for a young housemaid, someone who cleaned the halls, dusted the tapestries, and generally remained unnoticed in the background. Emily was surprised to discover that the outfit was actually quite flattering, although in hindsight she should have expected it. Every ruler the country had had since its formation out of the ashes of the Empire had been male. Smiling inwardly, Emily reached the end of the corridor, and then stopped as she felt the blood-stained handkerchief jerk in her hand. Pausing, she closed her eyes and concentrated, and gasped in surprise as she realized that there seemed to be 2 princesses at the far end. That was impossible. Alassa didn't have a sister, and even if she did, the link wouldn't have reached the other girl. For a moment, Emily wondered if she was seeing the blood magic reflected back at her, before realizing that was unlikely too. Surely she would have seen it the moment she'd sensed Alassa's presence on the other end of the link. Controlling her breath, she concentrated again, and realized that one of the princesses was moving, head down towards the court wizard's lab. Emily hesitated, then made the decision to find out just what the court wizard was doing. Besides, it might be the real Alassa being taken to a ghastly fate. Returning the handkerchief to her pocket, Emily walked out of the servants' quarters and headed down towards the lab. A pair of young guardsmen leered at her as she passed, but did nothing to stop her. Emily kept her eyes on the ground and ignored their lewd gazes as they tracked her until she turned the corner. There were more guards on the lower levels, but they ignored the housemaid, apart from one who tried to pinch her bum. His superior reprimanded him and motioned impatiently for Emily to hurry onwards, which she did. It took all of her determination not to smile until she was safely away from them. The Duke must have picked noblemen to serve in his army. They never paid attention to the servants. God alone knew how many spies in history had posed as nothing more interesting than janitors or maids. But then, they thought that she was under an obedience spell. Resistance was not only futile, but inconceivable. Why not let the servants try to clean up the mess? She stopped as she reached the lab and glanced into the room. It had been devastated. The glass devices and test tubes Zed had been so proud of had been smashed, their remains left on the stone floor. The stench of hundreds of chemicals mixing together without restraint rose up to her nose as she stared at the destroyed workroom. It was easy to imagine Zed fighting to prevent outsiders from breaking into his private lab. And then she heard someone ahead of her in one of the rooms Zed hadn't shown her when she'd visited. Bracing herself, Emily crept forward and peeked through the door. The bird magician stood there, his back to her, working on a vial of blood that he'd placed above a glowing fire stick. Emily gasped as she realized that he had to have taken the blood from Elassa, and now he was preparing to use it to take permanent control of the crown princess and future queen. The bird magician turned, and their eyes met. Emily knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he knew who she was. The disguise wouldn't fool another magician. And then he threw a powerful curse right at her. Chapter 38. Emily jumped to one side, and the blast of balefire shot past her, slamming into the broken cabinets of alchemical ingredients against the far wall. She threw back a spell of her own, aimed at the vial of blood, then launched a cutting hex at the bird magician's face. Both spells struck his wards and vanished. Emily cursed. Destroying the blood had worked last time, and then smelled burning wood from behind her. She risked a glance and realized that the alchemical ingredients were starting to burn. Professor Thand had warned the entire class that randomly mixing chemicals could be very dangerous. She parried another spell and then stepped backwards towards the door. The flames were spreading quickly, changing color as more and more chemicals caught fire. Emily covered her mouth as green smoke started to billow up in the room, then ran for the door. The bird magician came after her, using a simple spell to ward away the smoke. Emily scowled as she reached the door, then summoned up a final spell of her own. Why hadn't she thought of that? Because Professor Thand taught you to keep magic to a bare minimum around the alchemical mixtures, her own thoughts answered. His lectures on safety had sunk in, particularly after watching one girl drink a shrinking potion and spend the rest of the lesson barely larger than Emily's finger. Emily summoned fire and blasted the room, then turned and ran for the stairs. The bird magician would have to deal with the fire before it spread further, she told herself. The stone walls were largely impossible to burn, but the flames and smoke could easily force the coup plotters out of the castle. And if she were lucky, the chemicals would make it hard for him to simply summon water and drown the flames. If not, she pushed that thought aside as she reached the stairs and started to run up towards her quarters. By now, the entire castle would know that something was wrong. She needed a diversion. 2 guards stared at her as she approached, unsure of just what she was doing in the castle. Emily snapped off a pair of quick freeze spells and sighed in relief as they both froze in place, then tumbled down the stairs. If they'd been wearing enchanted armor, they could have caught her before she managed to overload the protective wards woven into the armor. She heard a yell of outrage from below her and turned to see another line of soldiers, led by one of the barons. Emily shaped the strongest light spell she could and triggered it, shining a blinding light right into their eyes. The baron staggered backwards, clutching at his eyes. His soldiers weren't in any better state. Magic could heal them, Emily told herself, but it would take time. Until then, they were blinded. Emily pushed the guilt aside and ran onwards. A powerful spell struck her, and she stumbled to her knees, feeling her entire body jangling with energy. She couldn't tell what the spell was actually designed to do, which made it harder to deflect. Somehow she broke free and threw a kinetic spell of her own back down the stairs towards the bird magician. The spell missed and shattered part of the railings. Emily ran. She concentrated on warding herself as she reached the top of the stairs and fled towards her apartments. The sound of a man or men chasing her grew louder as she cancelled the ward she'd left on her own rooms, opening the door. It felt like she had left them a lifetime ago. Had it really been 3 days? The world had turned upside down. She slammed the door closed and pushed the ward back into place. It wouldn't hold more than a few seconds when the bird magician went to work. She knew that from martial magic, but it would keep him busy long enough. Her chest lay where she'd left it, right in the center of the room. This could easily go badly wrong, a doubtful voice whispered at the back of her mind. But there was no choice. The bird magician was powerful and experienced, and he wasn't alone. Even if most of the magicians she was facing used wands, which meant they were either very weak or didn't have any real magic at all, she was still badly outnumbered. She needed a diversion. She put her hand on the chest and sighed in relief as she realized that the charms worked into the pocket dimensions were still intact. After her unauthorized hacking and modification, it had been quite possible that the dimensions would snap out of existence completely. The door exploded inward in a shower of dust and splinters. Emily looked up to see the bird magician standing there, raw magic crackling over his fingertips. The ward shattered, sending jolts of pain flashing through her head, but she was used to ignoring such distractions. Instead, she stepped backwards, keeping the link to the chest, and tried to look like a cornered rat. It wasn't difficult.
"You are not very impressive for one who beat a necromancer," the bird magician observed. "Could it be that Shade was poisoned and your Grand Master decided to try to convince the world that you beat him in single combat?"
Emily said nothing, concentrating on the link to the chest. She was straining the enchantment still further, despite knowing the risk of breaking the chest completely. If Yodel's work had been less than perfect, but that hardly mattered. She'd screwed the warranty when she'd converted it into a makeshift prison.
Not impressive at all, the bird magician mocked. I expected much better from the necromancer's bane.
Most of the tricks I have invented are too destructive, Emily thought. She could split atoms with magic.
It wasn't very difficult if one knew the basic concept,
but doing it would destroy much of the city, as well as blowing herself up in the process. And if the necromancers learned how to make atomic bombs, they wouldn't hesitate before shattering the mountains and advancing on the Allied lands. The only thing holding them back would be a reluctance to kill the people they needed for sacrifices, but she doubted they were sane enough to remember that indefinitely.
"Goodbye," he said, and lifted his hand.
"Goodbye," Emily said, and released the cockatrice. The giant beast exploded out of the chest, slamming the bird magician back against the stone wall. Its tail lashed out, smashing into Emily's bed and reducing it to firewood as it roared its outrage and confusion into the air. Time hadn't moved within the chest, Emily knew. The cockatrice had to be hellishly confused. From its point of view, it had been in the mountains one second and her rooms the next, and the stone walls were hideously confining. The cockatrice roared again and blasted a wall of fire towards the bird magician, who barely managed to shield himself in time. Fire cascaded around the room, sweeping over the hanging tapestries and reducing them to ash. A portrait of King Alexis II, bearing a surprising resemblance to Alassa, caught fire and burned with a brief, fierce light. The cockatrice couldn't turn in the confined space, Emily realized in relief. If it had been able to turn around, it would have come after her. There was a flash of light and a wave of magic as the bird magician threw the most powerful curse he could muster at the cockatrice. It howled in pain, but it didn't seem to have been really hurt. Moments later, scaly claws lashed through where the bird magician had been seconds ago. Black crows rose up and headed for the door, only to be caught in a terrific fireball as the cockatrice roared its fury. Emily saw the crows catch fire and fall to the floor, burning. She heard, or imagined, the howl of pain as the bird magician died. The handful of crows that hadn't been incinerated fell to the floor and lay there, helpless. Moments later, the cockatrice snapped the birds up and swallowed them. The beast roared again, shaking the entire castle, then blew fire out the door, down towards the soldiers Emily knew had to be coming to find out what was going on. They'd probably decide that discretion was the better part of valor once they realized that there was a live cockatrice in the castle. She wondered absently just how long it would take them to comprehend what was going on. It was rare for cockatrices, or other large creatures, to pick fights with humans. Even if they did realize what was happening, it would take hours to assemble enough magicians to stun or kill the cockatrice. The flames alone would make it harder for them to do anything but run. She jumped backwards as the cockatrice lashed its tail about in Emily's direction. It knew she was standing behind it, all right. Emily ducked into the next room, avoiding the tail by a split second, then ran over to the window. It had been spelled to make it harder to open, but a simple blasting hex shattered it, blasting the debris out into the night. Emily hoped that some of the enemy soldiers were underneath, before pushing the thought aside angrily. The cockatrice might have saved her life, but it was also blocking her way out of the apartment. Going out the window was the only other way to escape. There was a fire in the distance, somewhere near the city walls. Emily felt a pang of guilt. She'd organized the resistance, and then pushed it aside as she cast the strongest night vision spell she could on her eyes. It was a risk. A single flicker of light would be blindingly bright, but there was no choice. If she'd had proper equipment... She pushed the thought aside, then transfigured some of her spare clothes into rope, tying one end to the fireplace and attaching the other to herself. At least she'd have some security if she lost her grip. Pulling the handkerchief out of her pocket, she pulled the illusion of a lasso around herself, and then climbed out the window. If she was right, the charms built into the walls wouldn't attack the crown princess. Sergeant Harkin had been fond of forcing them to climb up cliff faces and buildings that Emily would have sworn were impossible to climb. The trick, he'd claimed, had been never to look down, at least until she was confident in her own abilities. Here, so high above the ground, there were plenty of hand and footholds as long as she was careful. Emily felt dangerously vulnerable, almost naked, as she started to inch along the walls, trying not to think of the fall if she lost her grip. Cold wind seemed to bite at her as she pulled herself along, mockingly reminding her of the fall, and of the time she'd been abseiling and lost her grip. The sergeants might have had safety precautions in place to prevent anyone from actually injuring themselves, but they'd also been very sarcastic to those who made mistakes. There was a dull roar echoing through the stone walls as the cockatrice scented humans nearby. Emily grinned to herself, guessing that the barons hadn't believed the first reports and had sent more men to check just what was going on. Those men had run right into the cockatrice and discovered that the beast was furious. It had to feel trapped inside stone walls. Emily wondered suddenly just how they were going to get it back to the mountains. How far could a cockatrice fly? Or maybe she'd be able to trap it again and take the beast to Whitehall, as she'd planned to do. Wasting time, she told herself as she reached a larger window. She'd memorized the castle's interior, at least the parts she'd been told about, which didn't include the secret passageways, but she'd never had to try to imagine how the outside windows corresponded with the interior. If she was right, the next 3 windows should be connected to Alassa's rooms. Carefully, she pulled herself up to them and peered inside. The apartment certainly seemed luxurious enough. Emily summoned a small cutting hex and tried to use it on the window. It didn't work. Emily swallowed a curse and tried again. Naturally, the security precautions on Alassa's windows were tougher than the ones on her windows. Maybe they took them down whenever the windows needed cleaning. Emily shivered, wondering if she'd made a dreadful mistake, then started to put a spell together from memory. The concept had been easy to imagine once she'd sat down and worked out the concepts from Earth she could bring to her new home, but very dangerous. If the necromancers ever realized that they could destroy something by absorbing the energy that held it together. The window crumbled into dust. Emily coughed, clinging desperately to the wall, then flung herself into the room. She hit the carpet hard enough to knock the wind out of her, leaving her stunned and briefly helpless, but no one seemed to have heard her arrival. Pulling herself to her feet, she glanced around and realized that she was standing inside a nursery for young children. A large wooden cot, covered with gold and silver designs, stood against one wall. She felt an odd flicker of envy as she saw the toys scattered everywhere, from handmade dolls to board games, and realized that Alassa had to have grown up in this room. A large portrait of a chubby woman, glowing with life, hung above the cot. There was nothing to suggest who she might have been or who had painted her picture. She didn't look anything like Queen Marlena or Alassa herself. Alassa had everything, Emily thought, apart from friends. She lowered the night vision spell, then touched the handkerchief long enough to get a sense of Alassa's location. The door leading out of the nursery was unlocked. She stepped through, ready to unleash a hail of spells at any target, only to encounter nothing apart from another darkened room. This one appeared to be a small bedroom, too small for Alassa or her mother. Emily guessed that it was where the nurse had slept every night. The royal family had probably hired a dozen nurses and nannies for their child. A portrait of the royal family hung on one wall. The child in the Queen's arms looked around 5 years old. It was odd to realize that it had been painted at the same time as Emily's life was going downhill. Pushing the thought aside, she stepped into the next room and saw the guards. They spun around to stare at her in disbelief. They had to have searched the rooms and knew that no one was there, and then opened their mouths to shout an alert. Emily froze them both before they could get a word out, then walked over to the door and listened carefully. It sounded as though the cockatrice was still causing havoc. The tug from the handkerchief pulled her towards Alassa's bedroom. Emily took a sword from one of the guards, braced herself, and pushed open the door. The room was brightly lit, illuminated by a dozen glowing balls of light, with Alassa lying on the bed, staring up at nothing. Emily shivered as she realized that the bird magician must have put her under a spell before taking her blood. How long would it have taken him to turn Alassa into a puppet? The books had suggested that it could take days to build up the spells and weave them through the blood, but they hadn't been very specific. And besides, Alassa had the royal bloodline. How long would it take to break the protections and enhancements that were worked into the royal bloodline? Alassa looked peaceful as she lay on the bed, her hands folded on her chest. Emily took her pulse, then started to cast dispelling spells, one after another until she finally ran out of ideas. There were some curses and hexes that were resistant to standard dispelling spells. Whatever the bird magician had done to Alassa seemed to be one of them. Emily touched her finger to her friend's forehead, feeling something webbed over Alassa's mind, something so subtle that she wasn't even sure it was there. Maybe she was just imagining it. Maybe I should just kiss you, she thought grimly. There were spells that needed a kiss to break them, although they rarely lasted long when a trained sorcerer started to concentrate on breaking them down rather than humoring the caster. Emily was good at charms. It was her talent, but this was something different. It held Alassa's mind in thrall. A mistake could cause permanent damage. Emily hesitated, unsure of what to do. If she left Alassa here, the coup plotters could just continue with their plan, even without the bird magician. But if she risked using a spell to shrink Alassa to carry her out of the castle, what would it do to the spell holding her under control? She had to free her friend before someone else came into the room and discovered them. But how? There had been a few suggestions in the books. But they had all been long on flowery language and short on actual detail, as if the writers had been too scared to write down precise instructions. Emily wasn't too surprised. The more she had explored the concept of blood magic, the easier it had been to see how it could be abused. And the more she used it, the stronger the temptations would become. Bracing herself, Emily knelt down beside Alassa and unfolded the handkerchief. The link between Alassa and her blood was as strong as ever. For a long moment, Emily froze, unable to understand quite how to apply her thoughts in the right way. And then she plunged into Alassa's mind. Chapter 39. No book had told her about direct mental contact, or prepared her for the experience. Emily understood why the moment she fell into Alassa's mind, the experience was indescribable. A howling storm rose up to greet her projection, blasting her with thoughts and memories that came from her friend's mind. Hundreds of thousands of disjointed impressions lashed out at her, each one distracting her for a split second before vanishing again. Emily closed her eyes, but it was useless, naturally. She was navigating her astral projection within a person's mind. "Alassa," she said, or thought, "where are you?" The storm seemed to part, just long enough to show her a direction, and the spell, holding Alassa firmly in a trance-like state. It represented itself as an evil green webbing floating through the storm, gripping parts of Alassa's mind and securing them in place. Emily stared, wondering how she was even going to begin untangling the knot. The charms exam she'd been put through at Whitehall, one more complex than any she'd expected, had been nightmarish. But this was worse. This is her mind, she reminded herself as she started to float towards the core of Alassa's being. A very subtle mind control spell might be very powerful here. Thoughts and memories blasted up at her, each one slamming into her projection before she could look away. Alassa standing with her parents, Alassa meeting her cronies for the first time, Alassa laughing as a maid became a toad in a flash of light. A storm of emotion crashed over Emily as she pushed onwards. First, a sly enjoyment that became shame as the memories grew older. Alassa hadn't realized just how much her cronies had taken advantage of her until she'd almost been killed by the Child of Destiny. That memory rose up and swallowed Emily. She stood, facing herself, rage blasting through her mind. How dare this newcomer be so much better than she? Alassa had never questioned herself until after she'd come so close to death. Emily tasted her fear and shame and hatred, tempered by the sudden awareness that Emily was important. The meeting she'd had with the Grand Master, the brief eternity spent facing the warden, the letter she'd had from her parents. Emily tried to look away, but the memories kept coming. Alassa had been forced to take a good, hard look at herself, and she hadn't liked what she'd seen. And then Emily had saved her life. "Alassa," Emily called again, trying to hear her friend. "Where are you?" New memories surged around her. Alassa sitting on the bed, asking when her parents were going to come see her. Emily hadn't realized that Alassa had almost been abandoned for the first 5 years of her life, even by her mother. She'd been brought up by nannies and maids who had done whatever they were told, spoiling the little princess rotten. Emily had known, intellectually, that royal children were often given to others to raise, but she'd never really understood what it did to their minds. By the time King Randor had reluctantly accepted that there would be no other heirs, legitimate or illegitimate, Alassa had already been warped into becoming a brat. She should have been trained from the start. The memories grew stronger. Zed, the court wizard, teaching her the first few spells. Alassa hadn't realized that he had been growing exasperated with her. Emily, seeing through her friend's eyes, understood perfectly why Zed had eventually given up. The royal brat just hadn't had the patience to understand what she was being told. Or maybe Zed had been convinced not to push any further. He had always been more interested in alchemy than in teaching unwilling students how to cast spells. Alassa's first meeting with the daughters of the barons and how they'd fawned on her, treating her like a crowned queen. Emily could see that they were taking advantage of her, but Alassa had honestly never realized it. How could she? She'd never been taught how to tell when someone was crawling to her because they wanted something. Alassa learned to throw tantrums to get what she wanted, egged on by her first set of cronies. "Emily? I'm here," Emily said. Her friend's voice seemed to be coming from all around her, but as she concentrated, she saw the path to Alassa's soul. "What happened to you?" "Not sure," Alassa said. "He took me, stunned me, and then everything went so strange." "You're under a spell," Emily said. A final wave of memories struck at her, trying to force her back. She broke through and saw Alassa in front of her.
Her friend seemed to be chained down, the force of the spell holding her in place. "You have to wake up." "I don't know how," Alassa said thickly. This deep in her core, the spell couldn't prevent her from slowly recovering the ability to think. "I don't—" "Idiot," Emily told herself. "You're in a mental representation, not reality." Alassa's voice was puzzled. "What's a mental representation?" Emily flushed. Alassa had heard her thoughts. Of course, she reminded herself tartly. This was a mental representation, not reality. "I'm inside your mind," she said finally. She concentrated hard, trying not to think about Jade or anything else she would have preferred to keep to herself. It wasn't easy. "The spell is holding you trapped inside your own mind." Saying it out loud made it easy to visualize. "You have to take control back," she added. "Force yourself up and out of the spell's grip." Alassa rattled her chains. "I don't know how," she protested. "I can't break free." "This is your mind," Emily reminded her. "The chains could be made of anything." Reality, or her perception of reality, shifted. The chains were suddenly made out of parchment, which started to tear as Alassa pulled herself free. Emily felt her friend's mind suddenly expanding, growing more and more powerful with every second, forcing Emily to travel back down the link into her own body. There was a sudden rush of energy, and the world spun around her. When she opened her eyes, unaware that she'd closed them, she found herself looking down at Alassa. "What?" Alassa coughed and started again. "What did you do to me?" "I used some of your blood," Emily admitted. Part of her mind insisted that it wasn't wise to tell anyone, but Alassa would work it out for herself sooner or later, or tell Lady Barb, who would probably know enough to guess the truth. "It was the only way to find you." Alassa rolled out of bed and stood upright. "I think I got some of your memories too," she said. "What were the dragon things in your homeland?" Emily stared at her. She hadn't realized there was a possibility that Alassa would pick up memories from her too, although it would be only fair. But dragons? There were no dragons on Earth, unless they were very good at hiding. She'd certainly never seen a living dragon until after meeting Void. And how much had Alassa picked up from her thoughts? "I think we'll have to discuss that later," she said. She passed Alassa one of the swords, then walked towards the door. "We have to deal with the Duke and find your father." The guards outside were still frozen, thankfully. Emily picked up the other sword and held it in one hand, trying to decide if she should attempt to interrogate one of the guards. It would have been easy to take some of his blood and scan his mind. Angrily, she squashed the thought before it could tempt her any further. The whole concept of blood magic was terrifyingly easy to abuse. "Coming," Alassa said. She glanced up as the roaring grew louder. "You freed the cockatrice?" Emily grinned. "That should keep them busy for a while," she said. "Where do we go now?" Alassa pushed one hand against a stone in the wall. There was a rumble as a stone slab moved to one side, allowing them to enter the secret passageway. "No," Emily said. "If it is the Duke, won't he know about the passageways? They'll expect us to use them, and we'd be caught like rats in a trap." "I don't know," Alassa said, hesitating. "The Duke wouldn't share everything he knows with his people. But it only takes a few guards to trap us," Emily reminded her. "Come on." She walked to the door leading into the main corridor and stepped outside. Alassa followed her as she started to walk down the corridor, listening carefully for sounds of oncoming guards. It wasn't easy to hear anything over the roars that echoed through the castle. The entire city could probably hear the racket as the cockatrice fought for freedom. Could the beast actually break free? The cockatrice was strong, far stronger than a human, and the stories she'd read about dragons had talked about them tearing castles apart with their claws. Could the beast she'd unleashed do that? Emily held up a hand to stop Alassa as they reached a corner. 2 armed guards were standing in front of another door, backed up by a magician carrying a long wooden wand. Both guards wore enchanted armor. She realized grimly, and they were nervous. Whatever they were guarding had to be important. King Randor? Emily had assumed that the Duke had put his brother in the dungeons, but King Randor might have a secret way out of the dungeons. Why not? He could have easily had one installed that responded only to him. "I'll deal with them," she muttered. "You just stay here and watch my back." She walked around the corner and threw the strongest disarming jinx she could muster at the magician, then followed up by hitting him with a freeze charm. His wand shattered under the impact, releasing a flash of raw magic. He couldn't defend himself against the freeze charm at all. Not a real magician, Emily realized as the guards turned to face her. The leers on their faces suggested that they might not take a girl carrying a sword very seriously, even though they'd seen her do magic. Emily smiled inwardly and triggered Berserker. The guards had almost no time to react as she ran forward and swung the blade with superhuman strength. One of them jumped backwards, crashing into the wall. The other staggered as the blade cut deep into his chest. He collapsed to the ground as his companion hesitated, torn between fighting or running, then struck out at Emily with his sword. To Emily, it seemed almost as though he were moving in slow motion. It was the easiest thing in the world to step to one side and skewer him through the throat. She cancelled Berserker and staggered, feeling the effects catching up with her. It was just too dangerous to use often, she reminded herself, even if she was stronger than she'd been when she'd started to learn the spell. Alassa came forward and put a hand on her shoulder, then looked at the door the guards had been watching. She didn't look as though she knew what was inside either. "They won't have left my father here," she said finally. "This is one of the bragging rooms." Emily looked at her, puzzled. "Big rooms for the guests," Alassa said. She found a key on one of the guards and inserted it into the lock. "They come here to tell lies about their great deeds." The door clicked open, revealing Prince Hildebrand. He stared at Alassa, then started to laugh. Behind him, Emily saw the other princes sitting in the room. None of them looked very happy. They'd been taken prisoner and held for nearly 2 days. Chances were that holding them like that was a declaration of war. Or was it? Had anyone ever gone to war because a prince had been held prisoner? She honestly couldn't remember. Prince Hildebrand hadn't taken his eyes off Alassa. It struck Emily suddenly that they might feel ashamed of being saved by a woman, even though they obviously hadn't been able to break free themselves. Prince Hedrick looked as dull-eyed as ever. The remaining princes came to their feet slowly, staring at their rescuers. Emily couldn't think of what, if anything, they could say to them. Was an internal coup in Zangaria even their problem? "My father is a prisoner," Alassa said into the silence. "Will you help me to rescue him?" "Yes," Prince Hildebrand said simply. The other princes agreed quickly. Emily wanted to roll her eyes. She'd forgotten that they'd come to court Alassa, the crown princess of Zangaria. If they didn't take part in the counter-coup, they'd have to explain their inactivity to King Randor, who would definitely not allow them to marry his daughter. Emily concealed her amusement as she motioned for the princes to take weapons from the guards, surrendering her sword to Prince Hildebrand. Alassa flatly refused to give her weapon to anyone else. "Take the armor, too," Emily ordered, after checking that there were no nasty surprises attached to the metal. "Hurry." The princes hesitated. "Do as she says," Alassa said sharply. "Now." Emily didn't bother to hide her irritation as she led the way down the corridor. The roaring seemed to be fading away, leaving her wondering if they'd managed to do something about the cockatrice, or if the beast was growing tired on its own. She'd ridden a dragon from Void's Tower to Whitehall, and she'd never had the impression that the trip had tired the dragon, but the cockatrice was smaller. Perhaps it could be exhausted. Or perhaps it had eaten everyone sent to stop it, and then settled down for a nap. "There should be weapons in here," Alassa said, as they reached a small storeroom. "Take what you need, then we can inch downstairs to the Great Hall." The princes rapidly armed themselves, then formed a bodyguard around Alassa as they moved down the stairwell. Emily found herself feeling dangerously exposed, but they reached the lower floor without problems. There was a faint tinge of smoke in the air, suggesting that parts of the castle were still burning. Emily glanced from side to side, then picked the direction that should have led to the Great Hall. "Stop!" a voice bellowed. "This is none of your concern." Emily saw one of the barons standing there, surrounded by armed soldiers. He must have meant the princes, Emily decided. The whole thought of a coup in her country not being of concern to Alassa was ludicrous. "You are a traitor to my father, breaking oaths you swore when he was crowned," Alassa said very coldly. If she had any doubts at all, they weren't showing in her voice. "Surrender now, and I promise that you will live." But her father might not keep that promise, Emily thought. Alassa wouldn't suffer if her father was the one to kill the Baron. Come to think of it, the barons couldn't have sworn binding oaths to her father, or they would be dead by now. Unless the oaths had been neutralized somehow. She shook her head. Every time she thought she understood the rules, something changed. The Baron gestured, and his soldiers ran forward, slamming into the princes as they pushed Alassa back and shielded her. Emily watched the fight for a moment, then joined Alassa in hurling spells at the Baron. His enchanted armor rapidly overloaded, leaving him unprotected. Alassa's final curse tore off his head. "And so perish all traitors," Alassa said, her voice shaky.
The remaining guards threw down their weapons in surrender. To the great hall! The big stone doors were shut and warded, but the wards couldn't keep out anyone who shared the royal bloodline. "Stay here and guard the entrance," Alassa ordered the princes. "Come inside if I call, but not before." She opened the doorway wide enough to allow her and Emily to step inside before Emily could ask if leaving them outside was a good idea. The throne room was dimly lit. The only source of light was a fading light ball floating up above the throne, but it was bright enough to allow them to see someone sitting on the throne. Alassa generated a light ball of her own and pushed it towards the figure, revealing the Duke. He didn't respond, even when Alassa hovered the light ball right over his head. "Stay here," Emily muttered, and walked up towards the Duke. He didn't respond at all as she neared him, then touched his forehead very lightly. It reminded her of how Alassa had also been held in a trance, but it seemed to be stronger in the Duke's case. He was a puppet whose strings had been cut. "I don't understand." "Someone could have been controlling him," Alassa said. She shook her head in disbelief. "But that should have been impossible." "They intended to control you," Emily reminded her. What had the bird magician intended to do with Alassa's blood? Maybe the royal bloodline simply required more work before it could be used to control the blood donor. Emily hadn't had any problems using the link between Alassa and some of her blood to find her, and then plunge into her mind. What if... She saw the shimmer, an instant too late. Someone was right behind Alassa. A second later, there was a sword at the princess's throat. Alassa froze, almost as if someone had cast a freeze charm on her. Emily stared as the invisibility spell faded away, revealing a young woman with red gold hair. "Welcome back, Your Highness," Duchess Lithia said. Her face twisted into a wry smile as she looked over at Emily. "I'd advise you not to move or to try magic. I could slit her throat and, well, where would we be then?" Chapter 40. "Duchess," Emily said. Something in her mind yammered at her to keep the woman talking, at least until she could get the sword away from Alassa's throat. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking control," Duchess Lithia said. She snorted rather rudely. "You're really not very clever, are you? What does it look like I'm doing?" Emily flushed. She'd discounted the Duchess. Everyone had. Duchess Lithia might have married the Duke, but she'd never been part of the royal bloodline. King Randor had insisted on it, Emily had been told, just to ensure that Alassa wouldn't end up with cousins who might have a claim to the throne. Under the circumstances, it might not have been a very smart move. "You had access to your husband's blood," Emily said very slowly. The bird magician had clearly thought that he could control Alassa. Why not the Duke? That's how he was able to lie to his brother. He didn't know that he was lying. "He issued the orders to have you killed," the Duchess confirmed. "You do seem to have a habit of surviving through dumb luck." She smiled. "Crow was very unimpressed with you," she added. "He thought that you were madly overrated, but you did break into the castle." Stall for time, Emily told herself. Why are you doing this? What's the point of it all? "Power," Alassa croaked. "She's the daughter of one of the barons. They could take control of the country, using her as their weapon." "And turning you into a puppet," the Duchess confirmed. "Of course you wouldn't last very long. The barons misread the threat from the line of Alexis once before. They won't do it again." "You'd be the last survivor," Emily said slowly. "The king and queen would be dead. The duke would be dead. Alassa would be dead, presumably after nominating you, her successor. You'd be all that was left of the royal family. The barons would acclaim you queen and then divide the country up between themselves." "And destroy those who spread the new knowledge," the Duchess said. "Didn't you ever realize, child of destiny, how much of this is your fault?" Emily nodded ruefully, never taking her eyes off the Duchess. The Duchess smiled coldly. "They wanted to make sure that no one respected Queen Alassa," she added. "The girl who grew up here was a brat with a reputation that they spread far beyond the castle walls. But then she met you, and I heard King Randor cursing the day he realized just what you'd done. If he'd known that it would take a near-death experience to convince Alassa to grow up, he would have dropped her out of a window." Emily frowned. "How can you trust the barons?" She pushed ahead before the Duchess could say a word. "They were willing to settle for having Alassa as a puppet ruler," she said. "Why would they not want to stick with that plan?" "Because Zed did a very good job on her," the Duchess said.
Controlling Alassa permanently would be difficult, perhaps impossible. And when she broke free, she might rise up against the barons. Now that would be tricky to manage.
Why? Emily thought bleakly. She'd be isolated, in a castle where the wards would be tuned to her. Maybe they feared being unable to control her if her thoughts cleared.
I was the one who encouraged the king to get Zed to teach Alassa basic magic, the Duchess said. He is a great alchemist, but a poor teacher. I knew that she would never be able to develop her magic. Well, not until you came along. And having the spells she did have under her control, she would just become much more of a brat, which she did.
So Zed isn't part of your plot, she said coolly. You didn't control everything.
The Duchess smiled. I didn't need him to be part of my plot, she pointed out, mildly. All I had to do was egg him on when it came to raging about a chit of a girl who questioned the work of a lifetime. He didn't even come to the ceremony because he was so angry at you, child of destiny. Wouldn't his presence have made the coup so much harder? Very well done, Alassa said sardonically. She twisted slightly until the blade was pushed closer to her throat. Except, of course, that the moment you let go of me, one of us will turn you into a slug and stamp on you. I have protections, the Duchess said. She smiled. No one thought anything of them, of course. A lady has to be careful, particularly when she's in a castle with a royal brat. Why, I heard that the magicians down in the inner city were doing a roaring trade in protective amulets when the servants heard that you were coming home. Her voice hardened. I may have no magic of my own, but you can't touch me, she added, and I can slit your throat before your friend can push my protections aside.
Emily thought fast, but she couldn't come up with a solution. Even Berserker wouldn't give her the speed necessary to kill the Duchess before she murdered Alassa in cold blood. The barons would count it a victory if the princess died, Emily realized. If they worked together, they might be able to rule their private estates while sharing national authority. Or perhaps Zangaria would simply dissolve into a handful of smaller states that would be gobbled up by stronger neighbors. It would be pretty much inevitable if other states reaped the benefits of Emily's concept, while Zangaria tried to turn the clock back. The Duchess didn't give her any more time to think. You can be a useful girl, I am sure, she said, but trusting you would be difficult, eh? Her face twisted into a smile. If you want to see your friend live, you will swear an oath never to harm me. Indeed, you will swear to obey me and protect me and help me rule this country to the best of my ability. Emily winced. It was a logical solution to the Duchess's problem. The barons just want you as a puppet, she pointed out, still playing for time. There had to be something she could do. They're not going to let you rule. Not if they were nervous about Alassa taking the throne. The best you can hope for is looking good on the throne. But I will have you helping me, the Duchess said. You do realize that King Randor seriously considered having you killed? She smiled grimly. You brought so many changes, even when you were thousands of miles away at Whitehall, she said. Who knew what you would do when you were here? Emily didn't want to think about it, so she changed the subject. Listen to me, she said urgently. What will happen when Zangaria collapses into anarchy? Because that is what is going to happen. You know there are people outside fighting your men. What happens when the country comes apart at the seams? She pushed on, desperately. The fighting will draw in the other powers, she added. All of the nearby kingdoms will see their chance at snatching territory for themselves. The fighting will grow worse as foreign armies invade, probably drawing in other powers that don't border Zangaria. And it will grow and grow until the allied lands disintegrate into chaos. And then the necromancers will just walk in, and that will be the end. Think about what you're doing, she pleaded. You're giving up wealth and power in exchange for chaos. Chaos that will end with the complete destruction of civilization. Don't you understand? Everything will be destroyed. The Duchess didn't understand, Emily saw. How could she? She was one of the most powerful women in the country, and yet her horizons didn't stretch much further than Alexis and the Duke's lands in the countryside. She was barely aware of the neighboring kingdoms, let alone the rest of the allied lands, or the necromancers. A threat so far away might as well have been on another world as far as she was concerned. But it shouldn't have been a surprise. The White Council, and sorcerers like Void, had a global understanding. The rest of the allied lands simply didn't have anything of the sort. There was no internet, little in the way of long-range communications, at least without using magic, and no real interest in foreign affairs, at least outside the high nobility and monarchies. The Duchess, a powerless woman without her husband, could hardly be expected to have a global outlook. My fault, Emily thought bitterly. How much of this whole ungodly mess is my fault? You prattle about nothing of importance, the Duchess informed her. She didn't seem to care about the necromancers or anything else apart from her power. All that matters is power. Power to secure my position. Emily had wondered if a necromancer was behind the whole plot. Why not? The necromancers had good reason to want both Alassa and herself dead. But there was no necromancer hiding behind the curtain. Just a woman who wanted power and security and didn't care who got stamped on in the process. She might have felt sympathy for the Duchess, but she was threatening Emily's friend. Both of her friends. She couldn't swear to serve the Duchess. The consequences would be far worse than anything she'd done before, particularly once the Duchess pushed her into talking about splitting atoms. She couldn't see the Duchess hesitating over the use of nuclear weapons. But if she refused, Alassa would die. Emily was sure she could kill the Duchess seconds later, but it would be too late. She'd never really had friends before coming to Whitehall. She couldn't lose either of them. And without Alassa, Zangaria would have a civil war anyway. A civil war made worse because of concepts Emily had introduced. The Duchess was right, she told herself again. Too much of the ghastly mess was her fault. Shade had thought that Emily was a child of destiny, never realizing that her mother's name had been Destiny. Now, Emily found herself wondering if she were a child of chaos. Was there such a concept? She didn't know. Alassa was going to die. Emeka was going to die. It would happen whatever she chose, Emily knew, yet she couldn't make the choice. She couldn't sacrifice Alassa, even if it did mean peace in the kingdom, and it wouldn't. Her thoughts ran round and round in her head, unable to come to a decision. What could she do? If it had been she'd braced herself to die when she faced Shade, but how could she throw away the life of a friend? She opened her mouth. Alassa spoke first. Duchess Lithia, you don't have to do this, she said, twisting slightly. One hand dove into the loose-fitting trousers Emeka had given her. I could keep you alive, exile you from the kingdom with a bag of gold. You'd be in exile, but you would be alive. You wouldn't even be a prisoner. You could go wherever you pleased. As a woman in a world where we are expected to simper for men? The Duchess demanded. Why should I walk away from the chance at real power? Because the power wouldn't last, Emily said. She kept her eyes firmly on the Duchess's face. You'd be riding a dragon, one slip and you'd fall off, and if the barons decided to put you aside, what's to stop them? Alassa's offer is far more than you deserve. Her father will send assassins after me, the Duchess snapped. Her voice hardened. How stupid do you think I am? She glared at Emily, who flinched back from the sheer naked hatred in the Duchess's eyes. I thought that I would have power and respect as the wife of the Duke of Iron. Instead, I have nothing. My husband could have put me aside at any time. Why should I not make a grab for power? What do I have to lose? Your life? Alassa asked. I don't have a life, the Duchess snarled, and you should understand that. Move the sword, Emily said sharply. She could see a red splash where it was touching Alassa's throat. If she was wrong about what Alassa had in mind, everything was about to be lost forever. Move the sword and I will swear to you. You can't crack my protections in time to save your friend, the Duchess sneered. I can cut her throat in a second. I understand, Emily said desperately. Blood was trickling down Alassa's neck and staining her shirt. One slip might cut Alassa's throat by accident, ending her life. Move the sword and I will swear. The Duchess moved the sword away from Alassa's throat, very gently. Emily tensed as the Duchess turned her eyes to meet hers, inviting her to swear the oath. And then Alassa's right hand came up and caught the Duchess's sword arm, holding the blade back from her throat. Her left hand stabbed the concealed dagger into the Duchess's chest. Emily ran forward as the Duchess struggled, gasping for breath, and pulled the sword right out of her hand. Alassa put one hand to her bleeding throat as the Duchess crumpled to the floor, fighting for life. Give me the sword, Alassa said. Her hand was stained with her own blood, but she didn't look weakened at all. Now! Emily blinked at the note of command in her voice, but obeyed. Alassa took the sword, tested it, and then looked down at the Duchess. The woman was still fighting. If she got to a healer, she might even survive. I am the Crown Princess of Zangaria, daughter of King Randor, heir to the throne, Alassa said.
looking down at the Duchess. Her voice was very cold, very clear. "The power of high, middle, and low justice rests with me. In the name of Alexis I, founder of the kingdom, I sentence you to death." The blade sliced through the Duchess's neck, beheading her in a single blow. Emily stared, feeling a confusing mixture of emotions. Shock and horror warred with pride and understanding, and a droll awareness that she'd killed too. But she'd killed in self-defense, and Alassa had sentenced her aunt to death. And yet who else could have executed the Duchess without raising more issues that would need to be settled by force? It had to be Alassa, the crown princess who had yet to be confirmed. Somehow she doubted that the barons would appreciate the irony. By delaying Alassa's confirmation, they had created a legal gap between the unconfirmed and confirmed crown princess, even though they happened to be the same person. There was a grunt from behind them. "Uncle," Alassa said, and ran for the throne. "Uncle!" The Duke's eyes opened, and he stared blearily at his niece. "Alassa? What happened?" Alassa looked down at him. "It's a long story," she said finally. "A very long story. But it's all over now." No, Emily thought grimly. It is far from over. They might have defeated the coup plotters, although some of the barons were still alive and would probably try to bargain for their lives. It had worked before, although the barons facing Alexis III had been in a stronger position than the ones who had tried to unseat King Randor. No doubt most of them would claim to have been misled or tricked or forced into going along with the real plotters, the ones who were safely dead. But the problems Emily had caused wouldn't go away so quickly. How could they? She yawned as Alassa pulled her uncle to his feet and sent him to call off the guards. The Duchess had used him to command the royal army. After all, he was their commander, and the soldiers would listen to him. After that, they could find King Randor and work out what to do next. Alassa seemed to believe that some of the barons had probably built up their own private armies. Avoiding a civil war might be impossible. "Be careful where you go to sleep," Alassa said. "You never know what might be lurking in your room." Emily stared at her, then burst out laughing. There was a cockatrice in her room. The entire section of the castle would have to be abandoned until they could get enough magicians in place to stun the beast, or simply wait for it to starve. How long would that take? The books had suggested that dragons could go years between eating. On the other hand, it would make a new form of cruel and unusual punishment to replace hunting transfigured criminals. Maybe the king would hurl the treacherous plotters into the rooms and watch as the cockatrice ate them. "We have to deal with the rest of the plotters," Emily reminded her. She wanted to sleep. She hadn't slept for over 20 hours, but there was no time. The others are still out there. Alassa looked down at the blood-stained sword in her hand, then up at Emily. "Let them come," she said, quietly. Chapter 41. "Are you going to the ceremony?" Emily looked up, rubbing her eyes. Lady Barb stood in front of her, her face bruised and battered after she'd been beaten into unconsciousness by the Duchess's hired soldiers. 4 days under the care of a watchful healer had saved her life, but not repaired her face. That would have to come later. "I don't know if I'd be welcome," Emily said finally. She'd barely seen Alassa since the coup had been defeated, let alone King Randor. The royal family had to secure their grip on power before they did anything else. "Do you think they'd want me?" She looked back at the floor, wishing that Lady Barb would go away so she could finish moving her possessions into her new chest. The damage she'd done to trap the cockatrice had weakened the spells binding the pocket dimension badly, to the point where she could tell that they were definitely fraying. Thankfully, Zed had been able to recommend an enchanter who had sold her another chest for her to use, at least until she could have the old one repaired, if it could be repaired. The enchanter who'd produced it had warned her not to try to alter the spells. "I think they are very grateful to you," Lady Barb said dryly. "You should know that you saved their lives as well as their rule." After endangering them in the first place, Emily pointed out, she couldn't escape the nagging sense of guilt that the entire episode had been her fault. Even removing the cockatrice and finding a new chest hadn't provided a distraction. "I should think they'd want to drive me to the border and push me into the next kingdom." Lady Barb's lips twitched. "What did they do to deserve you?" Emily flushed, angrily. "All of this was my fault," she said flatly. "Why would they want me anywhere nearby?" "Shut up and listen," Lady Barb said. You're right. The ideas you introduced to this country did cause unrest, which encouraged the plotters to think that they needed to strike sooner rather than later. And you're right. Helping Alassa to be a decent human being convinced them that they couldn't count on having an easily manipulated puppet on the throne. But the original plot was in place a long time before you went to Whitehall and met the Crown Princess. Yes, you certainly contributed to the mess, she added. No, it was not all your fault. The correct way to deal with a problem that is your fault is to do what you can to make amends. If the problem isn't your fault, the correct way to deal with it is to learn from it and get revenge when you have a chance. At no point is sitting in your room indulging in self-pity a valid option. Your friends need you. Emily nodded slowly. Now I suggest you go see the princess, Lady Barb told her. I think she needs to see you. Emily looked away, over at the walls. They'd been burned and clawed by the cockatrice, yet they'd remained largely intact. It had taken 7 magicians to help her stun the beast. It hadn't fallen for the mirror trick a second time, and then they'd had to transfer it to another pocket dimension just to get it out of the castle. And one of the magicians had made a joke about cutting the creature up for alchemical ingredients, and Emily had almost bitten his head off. I'm surprised that she doesn't hate me, Emily admitted. Lady Barb scowled at her. What have I told you about self-pity? Emily stood up. Tell me something, she said. What happened between you and Void? That is between he and I, Lady Barb said tartly, and really none of your business. It is my business, Emily snapped. You seem to have decided to dislike me because of Void right from the start. Why? Lady Barb gave her a long, considering look. Your mentor is a poor example to any would-be sorceress, she said. There was something in her voice that dared Emily to press further. There are better people to learn from. Emily glared at her, feeling hot frustration surging through her body. What did he do to you? The White Council had received a report that a sorcerer of great renown had started experimenting with a form of necromancy, Lady Barb said. Her eyes never moved from Emily's face. They asked Void to investigate, and to take along a new combat sorceress as an assistant. Emily blinked. They asked Void to investigate? They're quite happy to use him to do their dirty work, Lady Barb confirmed. So they went to the sorcerer's tower and discovered that they couldn't get in. The sorcerer had devised wards so powerful that they couldn't sneak in without setting off the alarms. Luckily, Void had a plan. The sorcerer loved slave girls and owned almost 100 of them. Void caught one of the girls at the nearby market and replaced her with that new sorceress, and he transferred the slave spell from one to the other. He did what? He effectively turned me into a helpless slave and sent me right into the enemy camp, Lady Barb said. The rage and hatred in her voice were no longer hidden. Oh, he had this grand plan. No one ever looks twice at an ensorcelled slave because the slaves can do naught but obey. I'm sure it sounded good inside his head, but he never even asked if I would consider doing it for the White Council. He just went ahead and did it. I spent 2 weeks there, watching the sorcerer, while my body did as it was told, she added. In the end, we concluded that one of the sorcerer's rivals had tried to get him into trouble, because we found no trace of necromancy. When it was my turn to go to the market, Void met me, removed the spell, and sent the old maid back again. And that was the end. Emily stared in horror. She'd known that Void used servants who were under loyalty spells, but she'd never even imagined that he would push someone into servitude. But that was silly. She couldn't imagine why anyone would volunteer to be turned into an obedient puppet, even though servants were meant to obey orders. Maybe it was a condition of their employment, she'd told herself. Loyalty spells worked at their best when they were accepted voluntarily, and someone like Void would be able to offer the best wages. But what he'd done to Lady Barb was cruel. If something had gone wrong, I would have been trapped there, Lady Barb said quietly. Or he might just have left the charm on me out of fear of what I might do afterwards. He never even gave me the chance to decide if I wanted to take the risk or not. She turned and marched towards the door. Go see the princess, she ordered, and then think about what I said. I will, Emily promised, too stunned to say anything else. How could Void have done that to anyone? I'll go see her now. She closed both chests, checked the security spells, holding them closed, and then followed Lady Barb out of the room. The outside corridors had been badly scorched by the flames, forcing a small army of maids to work for several days to scrub away the scorch marks and start replacing the destroyed portraits and tapestries. Emily couldn't help wondering how willingly the maids had accepted their own loyalty spells. Had they been pushed into it by whoever had hired them? There was no way to know. Alessa's rooms were heavily guarded, even though King Randor knew that it was a case of locking the barn door after the horse had been stolen. The guardsmen relaxed slightly as they recognized Emily and stepped aside, allowing her to enter. There was no sign of Alassa until Emily glanced into the bedroom and saw her friend lying on her bed, staring up at the ceiling. She should have been surrounded by maids, but she was alone. "Alassa?" Emily called, stepping into the room. "Are you all right?" "I killed the Duchess," Alassa said, without looking at her. "Why do I keep having nightmares about it?" Emily remembered some of the nightmares she'd had and nodded in understanding. "It happens," she said finally. The dream where they had been chased by orcs and goblins had haunted her for months after the incident itself. "There are potions for it if you want to take them." "I don't think I do," Alassa said. She turned her head slightly, allowing her to look at Emily. "I didn't tell my father about the blood magic." Emily let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Blood magic was bad enough, but when it involved the heir to the throne... The bird magician had wanted to use Alassa's blood to control her. King Randor would be furious with anyone who messed around with his daughter's blood, even her best friend. "Thank you," she said finally. "But tell me," Alassa added, "what happened to the rest of the blood?" "Here," Emily said, producing the handkerchief. "I thought you could dispose of it safely." "I will," Alassa said, taking it. She smiled, rather faintly. "Half of your memories don't make sense." "My life doesn't make sense," Emily grumbled. But she knew it wouldn't distract her friend for more than a moment or two. They'd been bound to talk about what Alassa had seen in Emily's mind sooner or later. "What did you see?" "I'm honestly not sure," Alassa said. "What were those dragon creatures?" "I don't know," Emily admitted. "There were no dragons on Earth. Could she have seen a car, or a massive truck, or even a jet plane? I don't know what you actually saw." "Neither do I," Alassa said. They shared a smile. "I spoke to my father. He's pledged never to ask me about your past." Emily felt her eyes narrow. King Randor would keep his word, but he'd know that there was something important about Emily's origins. Who knew what would happen in the future if he started to investigate her more thoroughly? And yet, if Emily told Alassa the truth ahead of time, it might convince them not to bother looking any further. As far as she knew, even the most powerful sorcerer in the world couldn't open a portal into another universe. But if they can build pocket dimensions, she asked herself, why not? "So you can tell me," Alassa said. "Where do you come from?" Emily hesitated. She wanted to tell one of her friends, someone closer to her than Void or the Grand Master, but at the same time, Alassa would be queen. Who knew what her duty would compel her to do after she was crowned? But Emily had promised her that she would tell her the truth, eventually. "Another world," she said. She had to smile at Alassa's expression. Her friend might have imagined that Emily came from another continent, one more advanced than her own, even though no such continent had been discovered. How could she have imagined an alternate world? But in hindsight, Emily suspected that it would appear obvious. Alassa, more than almost anyone else in the world, had deduced that Emily wasn't a genius who could invent a whole branch of science in an afternoon. It wasn't a big jump from there to realize that Emily had learned her knowledge somewhere else. The whole story came tumbling out, from Shaday's decision to kidnap her, to Void's rescue and her enrollment at Whitehall. Alassa listened, staring at her, as Emily calmly described parts of her world. Emily had wondered what she would make of Earth, if she ever had the chance to visit. In many ways, Earth was a paradise. "I never even considered," Alassa said finally. "Would you go back, if you could?" Emily shook her head. Back home, she'd been a nobody with no prospects of a better life. Here she had friends, magic, and money. Whoever had said that money was overrated had clearly never had to worry about being poor. Whitehall didn't have internet or television, but it did have magic. Why would she ever want to go home? "This is my home now," she said seriously. She shook her head. "I think those dragons you saw are actually cars," she added. "Given enough time, steam engines will eventually lead to internal combustion engines, allowing you to have thousands of cars on the road. And there would be other changes, too. By Zangaria's standards, even a relatively small country such as Britain or Ireland was grossly overpopulated. As medical care advanced, lives would be longer. As farming techniques improved, the population would grow rapidly. As knowledge spread, smart people would build on what they read to produce new ideas of their own. And to think that the barons had thought that change was already moving too quickly, they'd be horrified when they realized that it would only grow faster." "You weren't happy there," Alassa said. Is it something we actually want to emulate?
Emily gave the question serious consideration. I think that you need to find other ways to counter the necromancers, she said. The next time Whitehall is attacked, we might not be so lucky.
You might not be able to save us, Alassa said. She looked down at her hands for a long moment. All of your memories of Shade are strange. I cannot follow them.
Probably for the best, Emily said. It was frustrating sometimes to have to keep so many ideas under wraps, but the consequences of losing control of some of them could be disastrous. I still have nightmares. Alassa snorted.
So would any citizen of the Allied lands, she said, rather dryly.
She looked up at Emily.
Will you be coming to the ceremony?
If you'll have me, I'll come, Emily said, as reassuringly as she could. Where are you going to hold it?
In the Great Hall, Alassa said. The Assembly won't be rebuilt. My father wants them to build a bigger and better building. The Assembly remained loyal when so many of the aristocrats hedged their bets, and there's gratitude for what Emeka's father did for us.
Emily smiled. You never had time to swear, she said, and you're going to keep your word anyway?
No, I didn't, Alassa said. She shook her head. I'll keep my word, even though... Is your world really what we want to be?
Emily tried to see Earth through Alassa's eyes, a dizzying blur of impressions, light and noise, monstrous vehicles clogging up the streets, pollution in the air, litter everywhere. Promiscuity and STDs running rampant all over the world, weapons that could destroy an entire city in a moment, terrorists, dictators with far more power than any monarch in the Allied lands. Earth was far from perfect. I think you can try to do a better job, she said finally. Who knew? Combining magic and science might produce all sorts of interesting results. But the genie is out of the bottle now. You won't be able to stuff him back inside.
The barons wanted to try, Alassa reminded her. She shook her head. We'll just have to see how things go. My father always told me that patience was the best option when one wasn't sure what one should do. I never listened until now.
She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up, her expression hardening.
One other thing, she said. Don't use my blood for anything ever again.
Emily understood. She'd been manipulated, and in some ways her mental contact with Alassa had been even worse than using her body as a puppet. Some of Alassa's deepest thoughts and feelings were part of her now. Emily suspected that some others would emerge slowly, flashes of insight and knowledge that came from what she had absorbed. Who knew where it would end?
And don't tell anyone else what you did either, Alassa added. It would only give them ideas.
I won't, Emily promised. The Duchess had believed that she could control Alassa, at least long enough to be declared her successor. It might well have worked. Emily still got the cold sweats when she realized how close they had come to disaster. And you'd better make sure you destroy all that remains of your blood.
Zed handed in his resignation after we liberated him, Alassa admitted. Brain isn't really up to taking his place yet, so Father is going to hire a small number of alchemists to work on the royal bloodline, and pay Brain's tuition fees if he wants to go to Whitehall. His apprenticeship with an alchemist has left him deficient in other matters, apparently.
She shrugged.
We should have time to make sure we destroy all the samples, she added. We should be safe.
But they'd never be certain, Emily knew. There could be one final sample of Alassa's blood out there, ready and waiting for someone to find it and realize what it was. And no matter what precautions they took, someone might manage to use it to influence the Queen. Alassa would not have an easy reign, no matter what else happened. There would always be whispers that she wasn't entirely her own mistress. She's going to have to marry, Emily reminded herself. That was always true. She looked up. Did you settle on a prince? Alassa giggled.
My father has decided that the whole selection process needs to start again, she said. After all, they all fought for me when the time came. How do we choose the bravest of them?
So, you're going to have to do it all again next year? Emily asked. Do I have to come?
Yep,
Alassa said. Her face sobered slightly.
Where would I be without you?
Chapter 42. The Great Hall had been cleaned after the Duchess's body had been removed, then decked out to match the destroyed Assembly Hall. Emily had watched the maids prepare the hall, transporting the thrones from the Assembly Hall into the castle, while hiding the king's original throne behind one of the white curtains. The symbolism, a king and his heir, would be maintained, even if the ceremony was being held in the wrong place. Now she watched from behind one of the curtains as the hall slowly filled with people, chattering happily amongst themselves. King Randor had thrown open the castle to potential witnesses. Aside from the surviving nobles and princes, there were assemblymen and councillors, including Emeka's father, from the city below. Emily had heard that the guards had been worried about an assassin sneaking in with the crowds, but King Randor had dismissed their concerns. A show of bravado, he had said, would help convince people that the monarchy wasn't scared. Emily looked over at Alassa, who was clearly nervous. It had been decided that she didn't need to remain awake for the vigil a second night before the ceremony, as she had already sat it in good faith, but not everyone had been happy with that decision. Too much of the original ceremony had been shortened for the second ceremony. Emily had heard 2 of the aristocrats complaining that the traditions were being mocked. She'd been unable to help wondering if they really cared about the future of the kingdom. "Ready," Alassa said, as the trumpets began to blare. "Here we go." Emily couldn't escape the sensation that she was escorting Alassa to her wedding as they walked up the middle of the great hall. She could feel eyes staring at them, some friendly, some hostile, some merely indifferent, and winced inwardly. Whatever had happened in her life, she still didn't like being the center of attention, or even close to the center of attention. Alassa stopped in front of her father and went down on one knee, followed by the remainder of the hall. Emily stepped back until she was at the edge of the crowd and then joined them.
There were those who believed that they could destroy the line of Alexis, King Randor said into the silence. They believed that we could be kept prisoner, along with our wife, and the kingdom would just fall into their lap. But they reckoned without our daughter. Few sons have ever served their fathers so well.
Emily concealed her private amusement. The official version of the story credited Alassa with almost everything, including killing the Duchess. She couldn't blame King Randor for wanting his daughter to receive most of the credit. After all, the barons would remember what Alassa had done, and perhaps think better of challenging her. Besides, 3 of the barons were dead. 2 more were under arrest, and the remaining 4 knew that they were on probation. They'd want to claw back as much power as they could before they tried anything overt.
There were those who said that our daughter had the body of a weak and feeble woman,
King Randor added. He probably wouldn't credit Emily, or Queen Elizabeth I, for the lines either.
But she has the heart of a king, and a king of Zangaria, too. Within her runs the blood of King Alexis I, who created our kingdom, and King Alexis III, who restored our control over rebellious factions. They thought they could remove her as easily as one might sweep out a cobweb. But she defeated them, and executed the ringleader herself. She has more than proved herself in front of us.
Emily wondered, rather sourly, what the discovery that the Duchess had been behind the plot would mean for Zangaria. It would be nice to believe that they'd start taking women more seriously, but it wasn't too likely. No doubt they'd conclude that the Duchess had been the puppet of her family and the other barons. It would certainly be more comforting than facing the truth. King Randor stepped forward and helped his daughter to her feet.
It is our wish that Alassa, crown princess of our kingdom, be confirmed as heir, he said. What do you say?
The cheer was so deafening that Emily's ears rang for moments afterwards.
We therefore confirm you, our daughter, as our primary heir, King Randor said.
A young page came up to him, carrying a thin silver crown on a cushion. The king took it from him, held it up over Alassa's head, and gently placed it on her golden hair.
You may take your seat.
Alassa sat down on the second throne and folded her hands in her lap. Emily was perhaps the only person in the room who could see her relief. From what Alassa had told her, many of the rehearsals for the ceremony Alassa had undergone before leaving for Whitehall had been disasters. Emily had never considered that there might be rehearsals, but she had to admit that they might well be useful. She looked back at the audience, decked out in their finery, and smiled to herself. After everything that had happened over the last week, very few people would dare to cross the king. The remaining barons had loudly protested their loyalty, while the heirs of the dead or arrested barons had promptly disowned their fathers. It wouldn't be enough to save some of them. The arrested barons had been interrogated and confessed that their families had been deeply involved with the entire plot.
It is traditional that we proceed to the feast, King Randor said. But there are others whose behavior requires acknowledgement. Those who are loyal to us and our family in our time of need shall not go unrewarded. Perrin, son of Johann, counselor of Alexis, step forward.
Emeka's father stepped forward, looking shocked. Emily had to smile.
Surely he'd known that there would be some reward. Unless, of course, he'd also feared what the king would say when he realized that the weapons the council had been stockpiling could have easily been aimed at him. But then, without those weapons, the plotters would have kept most of their armed force in the castle, and the counter-coup would have failed miserably. "Kneel before us," King Randor ordered. "Perrin, son of Johann, you were loyal to our family. When all seemed lost, you convinced your fellow councillors to stand up against the usurpers who would take our throne. Your loyalty will not go unrewarded." He drew his sword and placed the flat of the blade very gently against Perrin's shoulder. "We dub thee Viscount Perrin of House Steam," he said. "We trust that you will always remember your duties to us, as well as you have done in the past." Emily had to smile when she caught sight of Emeka's expression. A Viscount wasn't all that high a rank in Zangaria, but it would give Perrin a degree of social prominence and protection that he could use to reform the city and challenge the remaining guilds, and it would also serve to bind him to King Randor. As a newly minted aristocrat, his loyalty could be relied upon. The king wants to co-opt the revolution, she thought. Will it cushion the impacts to come? Absently, she wondered how he would fit in with the other aristocrats. Perrin was wealthy. Emily had a private feeling that he'd kept more of the profits of their joint endeavors than he'd ever admitted, and with a title, poor but noble families would probably see his children as worthy partners for their children. Or would House Steam, a rather pointed name, be treated as little better than unwanted intruders, pretenders to true aristocratic glory? Who knew? Perrin rose, backed away from the king, and returned to where he'd been standing. One by one, the other councillors were called out and rewarded, although none of them were promoted above the rank of knight. A handful of city guardsmen were also knighted and offered commissions in the royal army. Given that a commission was the key to rising higher in social class, Emily doubted that any of them would refuse. Emily found herself growing impatient, wondering when the ceremony would come to an end. She had no idea how the rest of the guests were able to stand so still for too long. "But there is one more person who should be rewarded," King Randor said. "One person who has performed a great service for our kingdom, and asked for nothing in return. Lady Emily, step forward." Emily froze. She hadn't expected this. A hand pushed her gently, and she stepped forward, feeling dazed. It was all she could do to remember to kneel before the king. For a moment she caught a mischievous glint in Alassa's eye. Had her friend known what was to come, and kept it to herself, hoping to surprise Emily? Surely the king would have consulted with his daughter, the person who knew Emily best, before deciding how best to reward her. "You have done us a great service," King Randor said. His face was impassive, but Emily was sure that she could detect lurking amusement behind his eyes. He hadn't even asked her if she wanted a reward. "There have been few people in our kingdom's history who have been children of destiny, let alone performed such a service as yourself. For that, you must be rewarded." Emily thought fast, trying to understand what he meant. He couldn't tell the court about Emily's role in stopping the Duchess, even though most of them probably had some idea of the truth. It would destroy the myth they were trying to build around Alassa. And she doubted that he wanted to advertise the fact that Emily was behind all of the new concepts spreading through the Allied lands. It would have made it harder for him to profit from them, particularly if she became a target for kidnap or assassination by just about every interested party. And then it struck her. She'd helped Alassa reform into a decent human being rather than a royal brat with more power than common sense. The king wouldn't want to call attention to that either. After all, the sense that Alassa could be manipulated had helped spur the coup plotters onwards. "We thought long and hard about what reward would be suitable for you," the king said. "What could we offer you that would reward you for what you have done? And then it occurred to us that the barony of Holyoke is vacant. The baron and his sole heir were deeply implicated in the plot, as was his young daughter." The Duchess, Emily thought. The Duke of Iron had collapsed when he'd finally found out the truth about his wife, and then decided that he needed a long holiday. He hadn't even stayed around for the confirmation, which might not have been a bad thing. It was removing him as nominated regent in the event of the king's death. "Holyoke will vanish from the kingdom," the king said. There was a mild edge to his voice that fooled absolutely no one. "In its place, there will be the barony of Cockatrice, and you, Baroness Emily, will be its ruler." Emily felt her mouth drop open. She? A baroness? And a baroness with real power? She found herself eyeing the king with new respect as she realized what he had done.
No one could dispute that she'd earned a reward, so he'd given her one that came with a nasty sting in the tail. By accepting it, she would be binding herself to Zangaria, perhaps even accepting him as her overlord. She would have to be loyal to him, placing his interests above those of the Allied lands as a whole. If she'd been asked in private if she would accept, she might well have turned it down. And yet, it did have its temptations. A baron had absolute power within his barony as long as he didn't plot rebellion against the king. Or at least get caught at it, the cynical side of her mind added dryly. She could introduce all kinds of innovations in cockatrice. She had to admit that the king had picked an appropriate name, without needing to worry about opposition. Hell, she could invite anyone who felt that their local aristocrats didn't approve of them to come live in her barony. Hadn't there been a ruler of the Ottoman Empire who had gloated when medieval Spain expelled the Jews? They'd enriched his country tremendously. She needed time to think about the implications. Would she have to leave Whitehall and stay in Zangaria? What would the king want from her in the future? For her to be a friend to Alassa or something else? Would he insist on controlling her marriage? And what was she actually getting into? But there was no time to think, and she couldn't object here, not in front of the entire court. The king had planned that too, she realized. And once she'd accepted, it would be very hard to get rid of the title. He'd manipulated events with as much skill as the Duchess, bending them to suit his own ends. No wonder he'd stayed on the throne for so long. "I thank you, Your Majesty," she stammered, finally. The king placed his sword upon her shoulder. "I name you Baroness Emily of House Cockatrice," he said formally, "and I welcome you to my kingdom." He dropped the royal we, Emily realized, numbly. Barons were important. "You may join your peers," the king said, nodding to the remaining barons. None of them looked quite happy to see Emily raised to their level, but they didn't dare object. Not publicly, anyway. Judging from some of the comments she'd overheard before the coup had been launched, the barons struggled against each other as much as they struggled against the king. The entire country was the Allied lands in miniature. King Randor sat back on his throne. "There will be changes to come," he said, once the cheering had died away. "But Zangaria will adapt. We will preserve the essence of what we are, no matter what becomes possible in the future." He stood up, took Alassa by the hand, and led the way out of the great hall. The barons followed them, forcing Emily, still numb from her sudden ennoblement, to walk after them. She shook her head tiredly, unsure of what it all meant, then stepped into the dining room. Servants were ready to point them towards their seats. Emily's, she realized in some relief, was right next to Alassa's throne. They could talk. "You could have warned me," she muttered, after casting a privacy ward into the air. "Why, father wanted it to be a surprise," Alassa admitted. "He felt that you deserved a large reward." She smiled brilliantly. "You do realize what this means?" "No," Emily said. "You will be one of the most powerful people in the kingdom," Alassa said. "When I am queen, you will be my chief advisor. Your children will be marrying into the other noble families, building up your personal power and influence. There isn't a person in the kingdom who wouldn't want to change places with you right now." She frowned. "But you don't like the idea?" "I don't know what to make of it," Emily said softly. "What does this mean for me personally? What does it mean for my life?" "Nightingale is already looking forward to briefing you about protocol," Alassa said with an evil grin. She knew how Emily felt about protocol briefings. "Just remember that House Holyoke no longer exists. You can make a clean sweep of their retainers if you choose, or you can take them into your own service. I plan to do that now that I'm confirmed." Emily blinked in surprise. "Right now, we have a window of opportunity to get some changes made," Alassa said. "A number of hereditary posts are going to stop being hereditary. It seems that quite a few of them were actively disloyal or untrustworthy. So we can get a few changes made. You can help with that." She reached out and gave Emily a hug in full view of everyone in the hall. "If you don't want to stay and rule the barony, you can appoint someone to serve as your regent." She added, "You're going to have to do that anyway, unless you stay here instead of going back to Whitehall. Just make sure you pick carefully. Perrin of House Steam wouldn't be a bad choice if he were willing." "I'll ask him," Emily promised. "And after the banquet," Alassa said, "you and I are going to have a long chat about the future. Perhaps we can avoid future problems if we talk out the changes first." Emily nodded. Alassa was right. "We will," she agreed. She looked over at her friend and smiled. "And thank you for putting up with me." Alassa elbowed her. "You saved my life, my father's life, my mother's life. We have good reason to be grateful to you," she said. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself." Emily flushed. "I'll do my best," she promised. Lady Barb had told her the same thing, and yet it was hard not to feel guilty for her role in the near catastrophe. "But thank you anyway." She cancelled the privacy ward as the servants began serving the high table with roast beef, potatoes, and a thick gravy that smelled faintly greasy to Emily. No doubt it was very unhealthy, but she could take more exercise in the morning, and Sergeant Miles would make her work hard in second year. She wondered, absently, who would replace Sergeant Harkin, before deciding that it didn't matter. There was too much else to worry about right now. "Wait till after the feast," she told herself. "You can talk to Alassa then." Chapter 43. "Father has been looking forward to this for ages," Emeka said, as they waited outside the modified warehouse. "I think it has actually been distracting him during meetings." Emily shrugged. In the month that had passed since the Duchess had been defeated and Alassa had been confirmed, she'd been very busy. While Alassa oversaw the process of interrogating the remaining suspects and rooting out every last aspect of the Duchess's conspiracy, Emily had taken a trip up to Cockatrice and inspected her new lands. The whole experience had been faintly surreal, even though most of the peasants she'd met had seemed pleased to see her. She'd had to keep reminding herself that they probably wouldn't say anything else to her face. She hadn't intended to stay long, but the task of cleaning up the problems caused by the previous Baron, no one spoke his name out loud now, had taken longer than she'd expected. Most of his appointed superintendents were either corrupt or thugs or both, forcing her to unceremoniously discharge them from office and exile them from her lands. The Baron's legal system was appallingly bad. One afternoon spent reading a sample of the paperwork had convinced her that the laws contradicted themselves on at least a dozen different points. There was no way that it could be both legal and illegal to hunt wild boar on the edge of the forests. Eventually, she'd appointed a handful of superintendents who were willing to swear oaths to use common sense, and promised to sort out the rest of the headache later. "I don't blame him," she said. The barons might have been blocking large sales of iron ore, but Emily hadn't hesitated to order the ore sold from the mines she'd inherited. Indeed, she'd discovered that the previous baron had built up quite a stockpile of ore, leaving her wondering just what he'd had in mind. "I've been looking forward to this, too." Perrin had taken advantage of his new rank to buy up a large chunk of the outer city, build a number of new houses, and construct a factory right at the edge of the city. It had taken longer for him to impress the importance of sanitation on everyone. The houses outside the walls were so cramped that Emily was surprised they weren't more disease-ridden, but free baths and health advice had helped with that. He'd ended up with thousands of very willing workers who'd started to learn how to work with iron ore. The blacksmiths hadn't quite realized what this meant for them in the future, but Emily suspected that wouldn't last long. Mass production would weaken their position. On the other hand, more metal meant more work. "My father wanted me to give you this," Emeka said. She passed Emily a folded sheet of parchment. "They finally succeeded." Emily opened the sheet and glanced at the formula written there. "Good," she said, although she wasn't sure if it was good. "They know what to do with it." There was a whistle, and the crowd turned to face the doors, which opened slowly to reveal a darkened interior. Emeka caught Emily's hand in her excitement as the steam engine slowly came into view, puffing smoke into the air as it moved along the iron rails. It didn't look very impressive, not compared to some of the early locomotives Emily had seen in history books, but it was a start. Besides, it was a great deal more impressive than any purely mundane device this world had ever seen. It inched forward, slowly picking up speed. The crowd cheered as the driver waved to them, while the firemen kept shoveling coal into the boiler. Emily smiled as the crowd started to walk alongside the locomotive, pacing it. Not all of the crowd was so impressed. "It's so slow," a man complained. By his outfit, Emily guessed that he was a wealthy merchant. "A man could outrun it easily." Emily gave him a wintry smile. "What use is a newborn baby, sir?" The man smiled and clicked his fingers. Emily sensed the pulse of magic just before the entire world froze. "Void," she said. "None other," Void agreed. "Should I be calling you by your title?" "I was wondering when you were going to show up," Emily said, ignoring the question. "How much of this did you know about?" Void shrugged, making no pretense that he didn't understand the question. "We knew that the kingdom of Zangaria was in trouble," he said dryly.
Part of that was your fault. Your influence on Princess Alassa, the ideas you introduced, and part of it was the barons struggling to reassert themselves against the royal family. I'm sure that King Randor wanted to cripple them, and would have tried, even without your meddling.
Emily scowled at him. And did you want me to meddle?
Whatever happens, happens, Void said.
That isn't an answer, Emily snapped. What did you want from all of this?
The Allied lands have got to work together, Void reminded her.
Hang together or hang separately, Emily said. Void bowed his head to her in acknowledgement.
I believed that you coming here would give King Randor a chance to secure his grip on power, he said. Without you, Alassa might have fallen back into her bratty ways, allowing her enemies the chance to manipulate her. The end result would have been chaos, which would have allowed the necromancers a chance to resume their assault on the Allied lands. It could not be allowed.
Emily remembered his casual dismissal of how close Alassa had come to death, at Emily's hands, and shivered.
Besides, you had friends there, he added. I believed that you deserved a chance to try to deal with the matter yourself.
Thank you, Emily said sourly. Void showed no reaction.
I had a few words with Zed, he said instead. He knows that you used blood magic to locate the princess. I convinced him to keep it to himself.
Emily blanched. He knew?
He is an expert in alchemy, and blood magic is related to alchemy, Void said. It would have been simple for him to deduce what you did, Emily. You're lucky that he was so mad at King Randor that he didn't say a word to him.
Alassa knows, Emily admitted, and she knows about Earth. Void snorted.
I never assumed it would remain secret forever, he said. Luckily, the only known way to reach your world requires a vast amount of power and bribes.
He reached into his pocket and produced a long scroll of parchment.
This spell isn't exactly classed as dark, he said, but there will be some eyebrows raised if you show it to anyone else. It's called The Secret That Cannot Be Spoken.
Emily couldn't help giggling.
Void eyed her crossly. Some senior wizards have an infinite capacity for pretension.
Yes, Emily said, deadpan. I've noticed that.
The spell renders you immune to all manner of truth spells, Void said, passing it to her. If someone tries to read your mind, they will find it impossible. Given time, you will actually discover how to lie with your mind once the spell is firmly in place. It cannot be removed without killing you.
Thank you, Emily said doubtfully.
The Grand Master was prepared to respect the sorcerer's rule, Void said. Other magicians might not share his scruples.
Emily eyed the scroll, taking his point. Leading magicians and sorcerers was like herding cats, with the added danger of being turned into something unpleasant. By the sorcerer's rule, anyone who came up with a new spell or technique couldn't be forced to disclose it to anyone else, unless they wanted to share. It was all that had protected her from being forced to tell everyone just what she'd done to Shade.
And there are others who will try to force you to talk, Void added. This spell will prevent you from being drugged, hypnotized, or simply tortured for information. You simply will not be able to pass on the information without making a considered and free decision to talk. I think you need to learn it as soon as possible.
Emily stuck the scroll in her handbag and scowled at him, but he wasn't finished.
You might also want to consider making the princess forget, he said. There are dangers involved in growing too close to a local monarchy.
It was on the tip of Emily's tongue to point out that he'd dismissed the matter earlier, but she held back. I will not wipe my friend's mind, she said flatly. Taking a gap out of Alassa's mind would be wrong, even if she never found out. And if she did, their friendship would be gone forever. I won't.
Glad to hear it, Void murmured.
I have a question for you, Emily snapped. Why did you do what you did to Lady Barb?
Do you find it hard to put into words? Void asked lightly. Or are you fishing, hoping that I would assume you know everything?
Emily just stared at him, refusing to back down.
The White Council wanted me to fix their little problem, Void said after a long moment. Typical, really. They let the problem fester for years, then they expect me to solve it for them. And Dubček was a strong sorcerer. Any overt approach would have resulted in a fight, even if he hadn't been starting the slide down into necromancy. So I did what was necessary to find out the truth before it was too late.
By turning Lady Barb into a slave, Emily said evenly.
I did what I had to do, Void said. She was a young sorceress, just graduated from Whitehall, with almost no actual experience. What else could I have done?
You could have asked her, Emily said, keeping her voice under tight control.
She would have said no,
Void countered blithely. His eyes narrowed.
Do you like Alassa's father?
Emily nodded, staring at him in horror.
Every king on a throne must get his hands dirty if he wishes to keep his crown,
Void said. His voice hardened, making Emily flinch and step backwards.
I have far less blood on my hands than King Randor, whatever questionable choices and bargains I might have made. Just keep that in mind.
He eyed her for a long moment, then stepped back and vanished, collapsing the temporal bubble as he left. Emily looked back at the steam locomotive, then touched the 2 pieces of parchment in her pocket, wondering where they would both lead. Both of them would change the entire world. One would protect her mind from all intrusion if Void was telling the truth, and the other held a working formula for gunpowder. This is the end of Book 2, but the story continues with Study in Slaughter, Schooled in Magic, Book 3. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to Lessons in Etiquette, Schooled in Magic, Book 2, produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive producers James Tawn and Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2014 by Christopher G. Nuttall. Production copyright 2016 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. Prologue. The flash of light was, for a long moment, overpoweringly bright, a surge of magic as well as light. It faded quickly, revealing a tall woman with a harsh, angular face and a long braid of blonde hair that hung down to her waist. The Grandmaster bowed in welcome as she approached, his shorter form contrasting oddly with the newcomers. They made a study in contrasts. He spoke.
Welcome back to Whitehall, Lady Barb.
Thank you, Grandmaster, Lady Barb said. She bowed formally to him. It's good to be back. He didn't say another word until they were in his office, surrounded by the most complex and beautiful wards in the Allied lands, and they both had a glass of wine in their hands.
I understand that you had a chance to observe our Child of Destiny in Zangaria, he said bluntly. What do you make of her?
A bundle of contradictions, Lady Barb admitted after a long moment. She's smart, but she seems to lack practical knowledge and awareness. She's powerful, but she seems almost reluctant to use that power. She's loyal to her friends, to the point where it gets her into very real trouble. Where does she come from? The Grandmaster leaned forward, interested.
What makes you think she comes from anywhere special?
Her attitudes, for want of a better word, Lady Barb said. I was given to understand that she was brought up in a sorcerer's tower. She simply doesn't act like any of the other children I've known who had sorcerers for fathers. At times, she can be more caring and sympathetic than anyone else, but at other times, she simply doesn't realize that there is a problem. She acts more like a foreigner than someone who belongs in Zangaria.
Where she was ennobled after saving the lives of the royal family, the Grandmaster said dryly. But you're right. She doesn't come from here at all. Lady Emily was kidnapped out of her world by Shade, he admitted. She's from another universe.
Lady Barb listened, feeling a growing sense of unreality, as the Grandmaster explained. Impossible, Lady Barb said when he had finished. There are no such things as alternate universes.
It isn't a very well-studied branch of magic, the Grandmaster said, shaking his head. But yes, alternate worlds do exist, and Lady Emily was taken from one.
And saved by Void, Lady Barb said, unable to hide the bitterness in her voice. Do you trust him with a girl of unknown potential?
No,
the Grandmaster said. He looked down at his desk.
Why do you think I was so quick to agree to allow her to come to Whitehall?
Lady Barb studied his face for a long moment. Do you trust her?
I think that she is a decent human being, the Grandmaster said. On the other hand, some of her virtues are also weaknesses. Do you realize that her loyalty to her friends has often overridden her common sense?
You mean she might be loyal to Void, Lady Barb said after a long moment. Do you trust him? With anything?
With great power comes great instability, the Grandmaster said, and a certain lack of concern for everyone else.
That isn't an answer, Lady Barb said.
We know very little about Emily's life before she was kidnapped, the Grand Master said, ignoring her. I believe that it wasn't a very happy one, as she has shown no particular interest in returning home. On the other hand, her life here hasn't been very happy either.
She's wealthy and famous, Lady Barb pointed out.
She was targeted by a necromancer for death and then enslavement, the Grand Master countered. One of her father figures is a rogue, half-mad sorcerer. Another, Sergeant Harkin, died at her hands. She had no choice, but she still took it badly.
I'd only heard rumors, Lady Barb said. Is that true?
In a manner of speaking, the Grand Master said, she really had no choice.
He explained briefly. Lady Barb listened in disbelief. She knows how to perform a necromantic rite?
It isn't difficult to master the theory, the Grand Master reminded her. Do you like Lady Emily personally?
I could, Lady Barb admitted. She's a decent person, and I honestly don't think that she intended to cause problems for the Allied lands. But on the other hand, there's a sense that she thinks she knows what is right always. She has a touch of Void's arrogance without the willingness to believe that the ends justify the means. She shrugged, and when the time came, she slipped into the castle to save Princess Alassa, her friend, and the rest of the royal family, she added. Someone like that shouldn't be dismissed easily.
True, the Grand Master agreed. Will you watch her?
I only agreed to stay at Whitehall for a year, Lady Barb said in some irritation. You know how I feel about healing. But yes, I will watch her.
Good, the Grand Master said, because, just like her guardian, she's a rogue element, and rogue elements cause trouble.
Chapter 1. The castle was hers. Emily stood in the chamber underneath Cockatrice Castle and closed her eyes. She'd never had a real home before, not one where she'd felt safe and welcome. Even Whitehall wasn't hers, not in the sense that she could stay there permanently. Here, however, there was a home. It might be a cold castle, incredibly hard to heat save through magic, but it was hers. The hearthstone lay in front of her, glowing faintly as energy hummed through the wards, protecting the castle from magical attack. Emily could sense, without even touching it, the power that was securely anchored in the stone, and the override King Randor had used to secure Cockatrice Castle. It no longer belonged to the treacherous baron who had plotted against the king, a man whose very name had been stricken from the books, but to Emily, who had saved the king and his family from assassination. And it would belong to her heirs in perpetuity. She felt a curious mix of emotions as she stepped forward and held her hand over the stone. Part of her wondered what her mother, the drunkard, would have said if she'd known what her daughter had become. Part of her wondered if there were unexpected surprises waiting for the Baroness Cockatrice in the future. The castle wasn't free. Being a baroness, one of the highest-ranking nobles in the kingdom of Zangaria, brought obligations of its own. King Randor had set out to reward her, but he had also had an agenda of his own. Emily had no doubt of it. The man who had set out to ride out the whirlwind of political and social change Emily had started needed to think at least 2 steps ahead. No time to worry about that now, she thought, as she reached into her belt and produced the silver knife. Holding her hand over the stone, she cut her palm, allowing blood to drip down and merge with the wards. The pain vanished almost as soon as it appeared. The knife was charmed to heal its wounds, allowing her to focus on the wards. Magic billowed forward, waiting for her. Closing her eyes, Emily stretched out and put her hand on top of the hearthstone. Her mind reached out, accessing the wards. It was a very different experience from touching the wards protecting Whitehall. Here, the wards were crude, anchored within the hearthstone, and in need of constant renewal. There was no sense that they were alive or adapting to new situations, or watching for young magicians pushing their luck too far. There was a long moment when she felt that the wards were about to reject her, before they recognized their new mistress and opened up for her. If she wanted, she could make them do anything. She was, to all intents and purposes, the administrator of the castle's security network. Someone did a very crude job, she thought, as her mind flashed through the network. But that shouldn't have been a surprise. Deprived of the raw power that allowed Whitehall's wards to exist, the original creators had needed to limit the reach and power of their creations. There wasn't even a ward intended to track magic used within the castle.
Making a mental note to change that as quickly as possible, Emily found the administrative center and issued a handful of instructions, then pulled her mind out of the wards. There was, as always, a brief feeling of disorientation as her mind returned to her body. She didn't want to think about what would happen if her body suffered an accident while her mind was drifting around in the wards. She stepped back from the hearthstone, which was glowing with heavy satisfaction, and walked over to the door. Outside, Brian, son of Cheem, was waiting for her, as per her instructions. The young man didn't look that impressive. He was thin, with short brown hair and soft brown eyes, but he came highly recommended by Emeka, one of Emily's best friends. Reading between the lines, Emily suspected that her friend was sweet on Brian, even though romance would be difficult now that Emeka's father had been raised to the peerage. Her friend's marriage would be a political tool rather than a romantic affair. "My lady," Brian said. "Come in," Emily said impatiently. There were times when the formalities annoyed her, even though she understood that they were part and parcel of Zangaria's society, the lubricant that kept it running smoothly. "The wards are waiting for you." There was no way that Emily could remain in Zangaria, even though she knew King Randor would be delighted if she did. She had to go back to Whitehall for her second year of study, leaving Cockatrice Castle and the surrounding lands under the control of a steward. Brian was young and inexperienced, but he did understand what Emily wanted him to do, as much as anyone born in Zangaria could understand. She'd made a start by reforming the laws the previous Baron had propagated. The man was a scumbag, even if he hadn't tried to overthrow his king, but there was much else to do. Brian would just have to make a start on her work. "Hold your hand over the stone," Emily directed as she cleaned the knife. The charms placed on the blade should have removed all traces of her blood, but she knew better than to take it for granted. Besides, taking care of one's tools and weapons had been hammered into her head at Whitehall. "I'm giving you complete authority over the castle, so be careful. If I have to come home to sort out a mess, I will not be pleased." Brian winced, and Emily cursed herself inwardly. As Baroness, she held the power of middle and low justice in Cockatrice, and high, too, if King Randor didn't wish to deal with it personally. She was effectively judge, jury, and executioner. If she'd wanted to lop off Brian's head, it was unlikely that anyone would care enough to stop her. Save perhaps Emeka, of course, and that wasn't something most of the locals would take into account, not when their friendships were often nothing more than political expediency. She took his hand in hers and cut his palm, just enough to allow the blood to drip onto the stone. The wards hummed loudly enough to be heard for a long moment, before falling back into the background magic pervading the castle. Brian would have near-complete authority over them, save for a handful of areas that Emily had reserved for herself. For one, he wouldn't be able to use spell-controlled slaves in the castle itself. The practice might be very secure, although Emily knew how easy it was for the spells to be rewritten by a competent sorcerer, but it still disgusted her. There was no way that she was going to allow anyone under her command to use them. "I can feel them," Brian said in shock. I don't think they like me." Emily smiled. Brian came from a merchant family, one step above peasants grubbing in the soil, at least according to the previous Baron. The wards had probably picked up a great deal of their owner's personality, even though he hadn't been the one who had built the castle or forged the wards. They respected Emily because she was now their lord, but it would take them time to grow used to Brian. "They'll come around," she said dryly. "Until then, do you think you can control them?" Now that Brian's blood had been linked to the wards, he should be able to control them mentally, no matter where he was in the castle itself. It had taken Emily nearly a week to master it, although she'd had a considerable disadvantage. The time she'd touched the living wards protecting Whitehall had spoiled her, giving her preconceptions that the wards of Cockatrice Castle hadn't been able to meet. Brian should find it easier to control the wards, even though he wasn't a very powerful magician. He had less to unlearn. Besides, Emily thought, the last Baron wasn't a magician either. She led the way up to the Baron's chambers, shaking her head at how the previous Baron had decorated his castle. He had been a great hunting enthusiast. There was scarcely a room that didn't have a handful of mounted animal heads placed on the walls, all carefully displayed so they looked as savage as possible. There were hundreds of paintings, too, each one showing the Baron and his family in heroic poses, and a single painting of the royal family, which hung in the Baron's reception room. In hindsight, anyone who looked at the man's castle would have known that he had dreams of kingship. Nothing else made sense. He'd also had a staff largely composed of young and pretty girls. Emily had told them that they were free to go if they wished, but most of them had refused to leave, even though it was clear that the previous Baron had abused them. The pay was better.
And besides, young women were less useful on farms than their brothers, particularly if they were no longer virgins. Emily found that sickening and hoped she would always find it sickening. The day she didn't, she told herself, was the day she'd been in Zangaria long enough to go native. Emily's own quarters would be off-limits to everyone while she was away. Naturally, the castle's wards wouldn't permit entry. She'd put Brian in the next set of chambers, which had belonged to the previous Baron's castellan. The man had vanished after his master had been killed. No one quite knew what had happened to him, but Emily had taken the precaution of easing all of his access permissions from the wards, just in case. Inside, the room was hot and stuffy. The maids had lit a fire in the grate to warm it.
"Thank you, milady," Brian said, once the door was closed. "I won't let you down."
"Good," Emily said. "I look forward to reading your regular reports." She had to smile at Brian's expression. Unlike most locals, he had actually been able to read and write before Emily had arrived and taught everyone Arabic numerals and Latin letters, but writing out regular reports would still have been difficult. The Scribes Guild had made itself fantastically wealthy by providing a reading and writing service before Emily had inadvertently destroyed them. Now, over half the kingdom could read and write using the system she had imported from Earth, but there was still room for scribes. Besides, Emeka had assured Emily that Brian wasn't as bad as some of the others.
"I'll send them weekly," he assured her.
Emily thanked him, then walked back to her own quarters and stepped inside. The room still struck her as insanely big. The bed alone was big enough for 5 people to share, but they gave her privacy, as well as plenty of space to work. She picked up a set of opened letters, dropped them into her borrowed trunk. Her previous trunk was on its way to Whitehall, containing a very angry cockatrice, and then glanced around to be sure that she hadn't left anything behind. Unlike Alassa, the crown princess of Zangaria, Emily always traveled light. She'd never had the opportunity to develop bad habits. She shook her head as she rang the bell for the maids. It bothered her that she hadn't heard anything from Jade. He hadn't written to her once she'd been raised to the peerage. Had he decided that she was too good for him now, even though her reputation as the necromancer's bane made her more dangerous and forbidding than the average royal princess? Or was he busy with his new master? His last message had spoken of new lessons, although he'd been very vague. Vows of secrecy were taken seriously by the magical community. Someone who broke a vow would almost certainly be killed or lose their magic permanently. The maids appeared and curtsied to her, something that still made Emily feel rather silly, even though she was their baroness. She directed them to take the luggage down to the coach, then followed at a rather more sedate pace. There had seemed little point in holding a grand farewell ceremony, not when she would be back in 9 months to take a full accounting from Brian of what had happened in her absence. Besides, she might have been rich, but she didn't feel rich. Her early life hadn't prepared her for sudden wealth. She checked the wards on the carriage before she climbed in, then issued orders to the driver. The carriage lurched into life a moment later, the horses pulling it out of the courtyard and onto the badly maintained road outside the castle. If it hadn't been for the spells on the carriage, Emily knew that she would probably have felt motion sick within 5 minutes, and besides, she certainly wouldn't be able to get any reading done. Still, she pushed the book aside and stared out of the window. The land surrounding the castle was all hers too. The previous baron had been a dominating guy, she'd come to realize. He'd rarely allowed his peasants a chance to buy their own land and start growing whatever they wanted to grow. Emily had changed that to some extent, but making so many changes so quickly would have almost certainly unhinged the local economy. Luckily, the influx of people into the nearby city, taking advantage of Emily's looser laws, had balanced the increase in food production quite nicely. She hadn't been so lucky with other matters. It still struck her as absurd that she was the mistress of all she surveyed. Back on Earth, she would have been trying to scrape up the marks to go to college on a scholarship, hoping that it would give her the background she needed to escape her mother and stepfather once and for all. Here, she was the Baroness, and a single word from her could change the lives of thousands of people. She'd learned that the hard way. Settling back in her seat, she opened a book and started to read. The previous Baron had been a collector of expensive books, although Emily had a private suspicion that it had been more for the pleasure of ownership than out of any intellectual habits. He'd probably felt that intellectual was a dirty word. Some of the books were on magic, including several that made Emily's skin crawl whenever she touched them. She'd placed them all in her trunk for Lady Elia to examine once she reached Whitehall. The librarian might be able to tell her more about their history. It was nearly 2 hours before they reached the outskirts of Alexis, the capital city of Zangaria.
Unlike Emily, Alassa couldn't hope to leave without a major send-off, even though she was only riding to the portal outside the city, where she would step through and reach Whitehall. Emily waited until her coach had come to a stop, then jumped out and pointed the coachman towards the portal. After what had happened the last time she'd used one, she would have preferred to be with her friends when they went through the next portal. At least Alassa already knew how badly portals affected her. "Lady Emily," someone shouted as Emily walked towards the royal carriage. "Are you going back to Whitehall?" Emily did her best to ignore them. The combination of the new printing presses and the relaxation of most censorship laws had created a flourishing newspaper industry. Most of the newspapers would be gone within 6 months, she suspected. The economy probably couldn't support over 600 new publications within Alexis alone, but that didn't stop them from being annoying. The society pages alone seemed to be ruder than anything she recalled from Earth. She placed her hand against the wards surrounding the royal carriage, waited for them to recognize her, and then climbed up into the cool interior. Alassa, as perfectly poised as ever, gave her a smile. Emeka, who seemed a little overwhelmed by all the attention, looked relieved to see Emily. Given how badly the two girls had gotten on before Emily had arrived at Whitehall, she wasn't entirely surprised. Now, after Emeka had helped save Alassa's life and kingdom, she was nobility too. It was depressing to realize that made the girls get on better. "It's good to see you," Alassa said, once the door was closed. "I hope that everything is prepared in cockatrice." "I hope so," Emily said, unsurprised by her discretion. This world offered all sorts of ways to spy on someone, and the new newspapers printed whatever their snoops found out. She had a private suspicion that King Randor already regretted giving the editors so much freedom. "And yourself?" "They spend most of their time complaining that I didn't choose a husband," Alassa said ruefully. "But after everything that happened—" Emily nodded in understanding. Alassa's planned engagement had been pushed to one side by an attempted coup, and after that, most of her suitors had been recalled home so their parents could consider the new situation in Zangaria. Alassa hadn't been too upset, although she'd made a show of moping whenever she'd known she was being watched. She hadn't really wanted to get married so quickly, even if she was the crown princess. "Don't worry about it," Emily advised. "You have plenty of time before you take the throne." She shaped her defenses in her mind as the carriage lurched forward, approaching the portal. The nexus of magic seemed to reach out for them, pulling the vehicle onwards, and then Emily gasped in pain as the magic threatened to overwhelm her. There was a long moment when she felt she was about to die, or have her soul sucked out of her body, and then the feeling was gone. Compared to the first time she had passed through a portal, it was nothing. "Thank you, Lady Barb," she thought. "Welcome to Whitehall," Alassa said quietly. "And it's snowing." Emily nodded, peering out of the window as the spires of Whitehall came into view. Somehow, she couldn't escape the feeling that she was coming home. If you enjoyed this audiobook, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible so we know we're bringing you audiobooks you'll love.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.